Like,
We're live.
the only thing I don't like about Restream is the fact that I have to lower my bit rate now, which kind of takes away from the quality. Because I had it up to 8,000 because we were directly going to YouTube, and then like Restream's like, oh, that's way too high. You need to do 4,000. Well, okay. Well, I guess it's fair.
Fine. I see us.
Fine.
I see us. We're live. Chat, tell us.
Are we alive though?
No, we're not having issues today. S.T.A.L.K.E.R is actually trying to stream to more places. So we went from S.T.A.L.K.E.R having internet issues and water in his internet lines to now he's trying to stream worldwide every which place that we possibly can, right? Anywhere. That's correct.
Yes.
We're gonna call
I want to cause as many problems as we can.
All right. Just let
check,
chat let us know that you can hear me, especially. S.T.A.L.K.E.R never has an issue. So it's always me because he tries to kick me off the show each and every single week. So tell me that you can hear me, chat.
That's not what happens at all.
It is. It is, though. It really does.
Talos OCD Boogie, what's popping, baby? Lord Roughness says you're live and sound good. So no problems there. Because again, I went back through. The only other thing that I could do now with OBS is completely rebuild our layout to see if that solves the problem. Because I do notice that there's some additional audios on certain scenes that I can't get rid of. So there's always that. Tom from Toonami says, what? Hey, we're here, baby. We here. Decado said this gameplay Mecha mod for Starfield sounds great, Pong. Yeah, this is the Mecha mod for Starfield. You're going to be able to get an armored core, and that's how you're going to traverse the planets. So just to let you guys know.
It's a partnership between Bethesda and From Software.
Yes.
They're combining their games together.
It's the first mod. Bethesda sent the whole team over to FromSoft so that the modders can start working on it so everybody can feel comfortable.
That would be freaking cool.
Have these quality mechs fucking start. Yo, bro,
in Starfield,
that would break the game.
Go rip some shit up.
I would just go adventure in space and just in the back.
Oh god.
That'd be hilarious. Boogie says, how you water in the Ethernet port live in Splitscreen? That's a first. Got to be a record for that screw up. I don't know. It's outside the house.
Florida. It's the Gators.
It's
bro,
probably a hurricane or something that ended up passing through. Probably old line. Never got managed.
Told you all.
And
the Gators chomping on those lines, man.
But the lines are in the sky. So there's we got flying gators. Is that
bro, it's Florida. Absolutely, you do. You got some Jurassic Park shit down there. You know that.
No.
You probably do have flying gators.
No, we don't have no flying
Maybe you got pterodactyls. You probably still got pterodactyls down that way.
Nixie said if there were no video playing in the background, would the stream hold better? Wow, what is the stream doing now? Nixie, does it look choppy or something?
Nah, it's looking good on my end. So I don't know what Nix is probably just asking generally.
Oh, in general, no. I've tried to pull the video off. The last time we were having those internet issues, I tried that and it didn't change anything. It was still choppy or whatever the case. I had to actually have a tech come out, get some things addressed to make sure that we were good to go. So, and now we should be. I mean, again, the last 2 weeks should be hopefully some proof that things are kind of where they should be now. I did a stream the other day. I will say when I was streaming the other day and I did like 4 or 6 hours of Armored Core 4 on stream. I will say that for whatever reason, my internet dropped out then, but I don't know what that was about. But nonetheless, who else we got here? Perfect.
OCD is say buffering, but I'm not seeing on any my end yet.
It says buffering for you?
Huh. That's what OCD said. It's buffering for him, but I don't see.
Yeah, OCD. Let me know if it continues. Again, it's saying that the connection, we haven't dropped a single frame yet. I haven't had no connection issues from what I can tell.
It's on your end.
Yeah. So let me know what you got going on. Again, you never know what happens when you're streaming to multiple places, but with us hitting 1K, that help with that little bit of the monetization, man, we have decided to kind of start reaching out more, and we want to try to reach out to as many places as possible. So if you're on Twitch, if you're on Kick, if you're on Twitter, or if you want to watch it on Twitter, sometimes I get caught up and I watch it on Twitter, just mistakenly. I forget that I've ever went to YouTube or whatever. I'll close my phone and it's still playing, or on YouTube. And again, YouTube's probably going to be the main place for many of us, but Dark Zone. What's going on? Nixie said he hasn't seen anything so far.
Cool. Let me tell you, if they start paying $15 an hour over on Kick, I'm telling you.
For 10 hours a day, for up to 10 hours a day, I think they said.
Yep. If they start doing that, we could definitely have to get our Kick numbers pumped up.
With Starfield?
Yeah. With Starfield.
You're gonna fucking go crazy. Matter of fact, why are you talking about Kick? Let me see. Let me see if it's coming up on Kick. Because I was having an issue with that too, where it wasn't popping up on Kick for whatever reason.
Right.
And I don't know if it's because it looks like it's up. Nice.
It's up.
Yes,
nice.
Yes, it is up on Kick. And again, it's gonna take a little bit. It's gonna take some time to grow an audience in these different places, since we mainly did grow within the YouTube space, which is also very special, right? A lot of people say, "Oh, we shouldn't do that," but Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick XL himself. What's going on, man? How you feeling?
What's going on, Boom?
Dark Zone says, "What up, Still? How you liking Armored Core 6, man? We're gonna get into it, man. We're backstage. I'm not gonna get too far into it. I am gonna give my thoughts and opinions on it. It is going to be. I'm gonna throw it up there as my current game of the year. Definitely is. I mean, again, I still put Jedi Survivor right underneath that. I haven't beat this game yet, so again, I am biased in that. Y'all know that. It's just, I will say this before we go live. It is so. The feeling is amazing when you were so adamant about a game being good or you wanting it to be successful, having a good feeling about it from a dev that you especially have had traditionally really kind of held dear to your heart, or an IP that you kind of held dear to your heart, and then seeing it drop and be successful. Like, and literally, I think I could probably speak for me and Pong before we go live. AC6 literally blew away probably our expectation for what we even anticipated happening for this game coming out. And again, I mean, the numbers are going to have to prove themselves. This is a full price game. Oh, actually, it's $60, actually, excuse me. Full price, I guess, depending on how you look at that. But it's just, I want to see what the sales are going to end up being like. Hopefully, they definitely reach over that 1 million marker that me and Pong always clamor for, because traditionally, the series hasn't done that. So, all right, Pong. Well, is there anything special that you would like to say to the chat before we get into it?
Sir, let's get down and dirty with the show, man, because we got a lot happened this week. If you guys weren't aware, Gamescom basically brought Gamers Christmas Part 2, especially on the Xbox side this week. So there's been a lot of breaking news daily. It's been pretty crazy this week. So we're gonna have a big show. We're gonna have big opinions, big topics. Let's go. Let's get down to business. Steel.
Oh, well, ladies and gentlemen, you already know we're gonna give you that live, raw, and uncut that we always do on a beautiful Saturday morning. And thank you for joining us backstage. Everybody else that ends up listening on the back end and you tuning in, look, you got to join us backstage. We're chopping up a little bit behind the ball today as far as the backstage goes, but it's backstage, so we're good to go. Nonetheless, let's start the recording process. By the way, has anybody noticed I started saying nonetheless a lot more often? Y'all gotta check me on that. It bothers me. I listened back to the show and it bothered me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to try.
It's always better than an
I mean, it is, but
no, you're good.
It could be. To me, it's just like almost as annoying, but nonetheless. Again, see, I did it there.
Nonetheless, there we go. Let's go. Yes. On that note, let's get started.
Let's go. Let's get it started. gentlemen, I had to make sure that I unmuted our mics, but we are here, free from the backstage, live on camera, raw and direct, presented to you guys on a Saturday morning, where you can only find that real gaming content right here with Living Splitscreen. That's every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. And audio listeners, we're plugged in for you guys too. Hopefully, you are going to end up enjoying this episode as well. But we are on episode 116. You're locked in with Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform covering everything going on within the gaming industry. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain, and I got a brother from another I got to get to. He's also the uncanny gentleman, in case you didn't know about that. He's probably one of the most identifiable people, if I would say, from what I've seen. You know, people are constantly checking for him. I'm pretty sure they're going to be sneaking in on his Starfield streams and lurking in the background. And Paul's going to end up writing a book after he completes Starfield. So,
Jesus.
Hey, I'm just saying, I got that much faith. The game's going to be that great. Paul's going to sit down. He's going to be like, look, Steel, I'm going to have to take a break from Living Splitscreen. I got to write my eulogy. I got to write a note to Todd Howard, let him know how great this game was, how appreciative I am of everything that he's done.
That's going to be in the preface of the book, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I'll have that. Have that. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
A special tribute to Todd.
Well, looks like, what better time to introduce him now? The uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops, but he is in love with the Phoenix, ladies and gentlemen. My brother from another. And one of the best friends that I've made in the last few years. My guy, Pong. So, what's going on, bro?
Hey. Good morning. It is Saturday morning. Wee, what a week. We are, 6 days?
5 days.
5 days.
Mm-hmm.
5 days away from the real Game of the Year contender showing on up here. Listen. We're going to hear enough about Armored Core 6. Okay, Steel's got 5 days left to convince everybody in the world that it is truly the Game of the Year until the real heavyweight shows up. No, I'm just joking with Steel, because it is Living Splitscreen, because it is Saturday morning, because I have had to have his hype surround me about Armored Core 6.
Of course.
But I did pop in to that game the other night because I did buy it. I did pick it up. Got it on PC.
Got for Steel, right?
Yeah, I got it for $47. Right day of, still on sale. CD Keys. Shout out to CD Keys. We're not sponsored by them, but shout out to CD Keys. Got it for $47. Picked it up as I thought I would, even though, again, it's going to disappear from my life in 5 days. Yep. I had to try it out for myself because, again, I played Armored Core back in the day as well. Not as much as Steel did, but I did play a bunch of the Armored Cores originally. You guys know that. So I had to check this out. Had to check it out in 120 frames on PC.
Yeah.
And man, oh man, I know Steel's going to talk about it too. He's going to go more in depth than I will. Because I played for about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. I popped in the Steel stream, invaded the other night while I was doing it. But my God, From Software is at their absolute peak. They really, really are. They have shown that everything that they've learned from their meteoric rise with the Souls genre up to Elden Ring, which was obviously the peak.
Right.
Everything they've learned up to this point, they put into Armored Core 6. Now, yes, it is cross-gen. So, are the visuals going to set the bar? No, they're not going to set the bar, but does any From Software game do that? No, it doesn't. They have a unique style with their games. It's not for everybody, but with Armored Core, talk about clean, talk about crispy, especially on PC, ultra wide, 120 frames, controls feel great. The movement is as expected. Steel and I have been trying to tell you all that maybe didn't play Armored Core what this game was about. This isn't your plotting, big, gigantic mech. I feel like I weigh 1 million pounds game. No, this feels like I am an elite, agile ninja warrior kind of mech game. Like this is, and again, not every build's that way. There are some builds in this game that will slow you down. But overall, that's exactly what this game is about. And it delivers in spades. It really does. The melee combat, boosting into a sword, double sword slash feels freaking incredible, right? The weapons so far, and again, I haven't opened up too many yet because they do cost in-game money that you earn, right? Of course. I haven't opened up too many yet, but the weapons I have been playing with, they've got heft to them. The missiles look great. The effects look great. The explosions look great. Like I said, there's something I was trying to pinpoint it the other night with S.T.A.L.K.E.R on the stream. There's something different about the way they do their environments in this game. And I don't know how to explain it, but it just looks good. I tried to explain it as like an architect's initial designs, not the full layouts, not the, not that stuff. I'm talking about when they initially just draw up what the building they're designing is going to be. It's got kind of a sketch look to it, but a clean sketch look to it. I don't know how to explain it, but it is freaking awesome looking. And just having a blast with Armored Core 6 the other night was great. It felt like old times again, but just in 2023. Like that, they did what they needed to do with this game. They brought it up to date. They gave it the best chance for success possible. And what can you say? I think on OpenCritic, it's still hanging at an 85 or something like that, maybe an 83. That is a stellar score for a mech game, for an Armored Core game. Like that is huge. And obviously concurrent Steam players are showing that the word's getting out, right? 150,000, I think, peak, but it's already climbing today.
Yes.
I think I saw Clobril put out, no, it wasn't Clobril. It was Hazador. Shout out to Haz. Hazador put it out, I think this morning or earlier. It was already at 130,000 this morning, which means it's going to climb. So I expect this probably to peak over 200,000 minimum this weekend, maybe even more, because the word's gotten out that this game is good. It's tough. The bosses are tough. The first boss, if you get this game, if you haven't yet, and you get this game and you get into that initial opening kind of prologue sequence that kind of gets you ramped into the game.
Right.
If you get to the first boss, which is the helicopter, I'm not spoiling anything. It's a helicopter. We've seen it. They already showed it off before.
Right.
And you're having problems with it. Don't worry. Everybody's having freaking problems with it. Steel had problems with it. I had problems with it.
I had more problems than Pong did. And apparently a lot of people are having more problems than even I did. Which is crazy. That was because that was the one thing that I was gonna be very, that's why I didn't say anything when Pong first started playing. So I wanted to see what his experience was like. But when he did it in 3 tries, I definitely, because a lot of, if you guys ended up watching my stream that I did for Armored Core, the very first one, episode 1, I got killed by that boss several times, not just 3, not 5. He was on me, but I also was coming off of playing Armored Core for Answer recently, also coming off of playing Verdict Day recently. In those games, as akin they are still to Armored Core and similar, this game doesn't play like those games do. So a lot of those a lot of those habits that I built up, were kind of ingrained, and I had to get past that. Like, no, this game doesn't play like that. Get that out of your head. You need to play it like the game is trying to show you how to play. And just like I told Paul in the chat, I was like, hey, just be a little bit more aggressive. Really take advantage of those moments. And then boom, a couple tries later, he got it knocked out. I was like, damn, that was impressive. But if Paul could do it, guys, like, I'm not, again, if Paul gets frustrated, he gets frustrated with that type of shit. And I'm telling you, it was one of those moments. It was one of those moments. Like it can be done, because I see that complaint going around. People are like, oh, this boss is fucking stupid. I don't get it. Like, this doesn't fucking make any sense. How do you make this the tutorial boss? And like, I was talking to somebody on Twitter about it, because they were talking about they beat it within the first couple of tries or whatever, and then somebody else under them was like, oh, it took me this many tries. And I was like, honestly, that first boss that you run into is hey, are you comfortable with the controls check? Literally. And if you're not, it's going to blatantly show you over and over again, hey, you might want to make sure that you're comfortable. So
Yeah, no, absolutely. No. It's fine, Steel. I expected you to jump in on some of this stuff, and add to it when you get to your intro too. I just the first boss is going to be a temperature check for you.
It is.
And I think, oh no, it's Alex. He had to play it multiple times too, and he said, well, this is definitely going to
and if you think he's bad.
Yeah, he's like this is gonna weed out some people, right? I'm paraphrasing, but he just basically said this is gonna weed out some people right up front.
Hey, Emperor, he said the boss was made to filter out the weak. If y'all think if people are thinking that gunship boss is made to filter out the weak, no. The boss that you fight after I'm not gonna well, they showed it. The dude that showed in the trailer that shot a bunch of missiles. Like he had the whole missile barrage around him or whatever. That mech. That's an interesting fight.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say about it. That one is going to be the one to filter you out, whether you just say, I don't know about this.
Right. And I think that and it's fine. Again, these are from software games, and I'm glad they didn't
the way Armored Core down
because the old Armored Cores were just like this. Steel and I try to tell everybody again. That's why, I'm glad they didn't change it. I'm glad that they've made it more difficult. It's more approachable, right? In a lot of ways, they've obviously added a lot of quality of life stuff, right? Being able to change your mech out during your mission, like that kind of stuff. That's all different from the old Armored Cores. The old Armored Cores were like, no, you got to die and then go back to the garage and then restart the mission and try a different setup, right? That's the way it used to be. It's a lot more friendly now. The menu screens are a lot more friendly now. You can go and just look at the basics, but then you can get hardcore and look in depth into what you're trying to build as well when it comes to stats on the different weapons, on the different body parts. All of that is still there. Steel had to tell him because I was like, why can't I see? Well, I don't even remember what I was looking for. I was looking for range. I was looking for range on weapons. Now that's not something most people or a lot of people won't probably even look at, consider, but it does matter in this game. So, and he had to show me, you had to hit Y I think it was to get into the deep details of the stats, but it worked out and it all popped up and I'm like, oh, there's all my Armored Core stats. Look at that. This game isn't for the faint of heart. It certainly isn't. I'm glad that so many people are trying it and checking out. Again, there are going to be new mech fans who've never played a mech game or From Software Armored Core game before that are going to fall in love with this. Right. And that's great for this genre. That's great for From Software. I want them to be highly successful, as Steel said, with this game because it means we have the potential to get more mech games. Right. I will tell you this, like Steel just mentioned, this game rewards aggressiveness. Right. In a lot of ways, it rewards aggressiveness. Sure, there are times you can sit back, pick off enemies and kind of choose your spots where you go in, kind of weaken the defenses per se, and then move in. But won't be rewarded for that. No, it does want you to get in there. The other thing, as Steel and I talked about in the lead up to this launch, we've had multiple Armored Core discussions when we first started getting hyped about this game. You do not want to stop moving. If there is an enemy still alive within your range, do not stop moving. Do not. You can take a moment to gather yourself. If you get behind cover, that's fine, but do not expect those enemies to wait for you. Okay, you be ready because you have to be boosting. Boosting is the key. Get used to it. It's just one of those things. I've caught myself already. Again, I popped in Armored Cores on the 360 because I did pick them up prior to this game launch, and I was fooling around with them. But it took me a couple minutes to get used to. Oh no, I don't even want to just be base moving, like just your regular movement. I don't want to be doing that. I want to have my boost on the ground, and I want to be moving. Like I want to be getting around, getting in and out, and getting close when I can. And use that melee. The melee does have a recharge. I like the
melee in this game a lot.
The melee rocks, man. The melee, it does have a recharge time on it, so you got to be aware of that. Once you use the melee, you're not going to be able to go back in for like 3 to 5 seconds.
It's about 6 seconds.
Is it from my estimates? I was trying to. I was just kind of counting. So, but use it. Get in, get out. This game is really good. So if you guys have been wondering what it's going to be like. It is very, very good, but it is very, very tough. There's no difficulty settings, so don't expect to put it, don't expect to move down the difficulty. There's no settings whatsoever. And expect to, again, try different builds on each level, on each boss, see what works best for you. Like Steel said the other night, and I'm sure he'll speak on it a little bit more.
Yeah.
The game isn't necessarily built for one playthrough. It gets better the more you play it, the more that you go back and replay.
And there's changes
levels.
in the story.
There's changes in the stories and all that good stuff. But it's about you figuring out how you play as a mech pilot, figuring out your best builds, and also getting to know the enemies and what works and what doesn't work. That's what this game is a lot about. It's trial and error. It's kind of roguelike in that fashion. It's trial error.
It's like RPG style, man. Like that's literally RPG, what it is. It's putting you in this experience. Hey, this is all the elements that you could use to take advantage of your playthrough. How are you going to combine these things to take advantage of these things that we're throwing at you? Not like RPG in the essence of like a Bethesda, Skyrim, or nothing like that. But more so along the edge of like, that's the only real Souls comparison other than some of the bosses having more of like that staged move sets. Those are really the only two comparisons that you could ever make to FromSoft. But again, to the Souls games. And the reason I bring that up is just because, again, you see a lot of that conversation happen again, is this is still very much different from that in many different ways, but you can also tell that they've grown as a studio, man. Like you can tell that the development has grown. They have changed. The resources have gotten much higher. So there's a lot of quality
because they want to make this, and because they want to make this their next franchise. We talked about this. They had an interview too. We brought this up. The fact is, they don't want to just have Souls. Right. They want more than just Souls. They want to have a better cadence with their games. And that means having more games in the pipeline, not just Souls games. And that's why they're bringing back Armored Core, when a lot of people would have looked at the sales numbers from the previous Armored Cores, which we've talked about as well, and said, why the hell are you bringing back this franchise? Like, this is niche, like niche. Like, this is really niche.
Exactly.
So why are you doing this? Because From wants this. They want this in their lineup. They want regular Armored Core games coming out just like Souls games. And I think that they probably are going to try a third. I think that's where they're going because it just makes sense. That means you have a game coming out every 2-3 years in those franchises. Like, that's a great lineup for a studio like From Software, and they have the ability, they have the talent, they can grow that studio. Plenty of people are going to want to work for From Software, so they can build up to that, and I think that's exactly what they're going for. But this is a great return to form for Armored Core, and really bringing it current day and allowing more people, new fans, to find out that they love Armored Core. And what better time than having From, at their highest popularity point, bring back a franchise again that was very niche. This is a great moment for From Software. It's a great moment for gaming overall, for the industry, because again, this can open up for more people to try bringing mech games to life. That's what we want. We used to get some pretty good, damn good mech games. Now, a couple of them were made by From Software, right? Like Chrome Hounds and those kind of games were made by From Software too. But I think more people will be willing to try to bring mech games into the industry now. If From can prove this, that there is more than just 250, 500,000 people willing to buy a mech game. If they can get this game to 2.5, 3 million,
they're gonna
3 million. That makes it much more viable. So again, hats off to From Software. I spent a lot of time on Armored Core 6 here. So real quick, this week, I have not gone back to Baldur's Gate 3. Again, time-wise, I can't sit down for 4 hours, and that's what happens to me in Baldur's Gate. It's a testament to Larian that I know myself, that I can't, get my sleep in if I'm going to pop in Baldur's Gate 3.
You and Mav also have a thing right now where it's
have a thing
Starfield's
right now.
around the corner.
Mav is even worse than me right now. Again, the man went live after PM and the PM. We did 3.5 hour, almost 4 hour show on PM to PM. All of a sudden, I'm hanging out with Steel, and all of a sudden I look down at my phone. I got a notification that Mav's going live again, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? Is there breaking news or something? Why is he going live again? I'm like, well, maybe he's streaming a game. No, he's streaming Starfield ads and the direct and
he's excited,
the concert. Man. Like, yeah, he's on another level with his. I really don't feel like playing anything. It hasn't been that bad for me. It's just Baldur's Gate 3 really, again, is a time thing. I just don't want to get into it and not get my sleep in because, again, I've been, messing with this headache, and all that kind of stuff. Right. So, but I jumped back into Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is at the point for me where I can stop playing it, especially playing solo.
Playing the casual,
since nobody else is playing right now. I'm playing solo. It reminds me of the old days of Diablo 3 when I was a solo player, except for my kiddo and I beating it co-op and that kind of stuff. But otherwise, I played most of Diablo 3 just solo. So it brings me back to that. Loving my build as a Necro. It's a really fun solo build. I can run Nightmare Dungeons by myself. Like I can do everything, which is fantastic. So just been going back to Diablo 4, having a great time, trying to get up my levels in the season, trying to get to 100 because I don't, again, I paid for the ultimate edition. I want to make the season worthwhile. I might as well get all the rewards and stuff.
Right.
I'm like at level 76, 77 now in the season pass. So just trying to do that. And then otherwise just Everspace 2. I posted some screenshots yesterday about Everspace 2.
Yeah.
Again, as a space shooter, looter, freaking awesome.
It's really dope that people are catching on to that game. They're trying it out, really jumping in and having a fun time with it. Yeah. Bro. I'm seeing a lot of people.
It's gorgeous. And it feels that need for sci-fi in there. Yes, it's only space flight. Yes, it's only a shooter.
But it works.
But at the same time, it's got some RPG aspects to it.
Absolutely.
And the story's good enough. It's not gonna win any awards, but it's good enough. But it's a great game and it feels great. The flight controls are absolutely amazing. They are probably second to Chorus. If you guys heard me talk about Chorus, when Chorus came out, Chorus is probably the best flight controls I've ever
still
played
in comparison to Everspace.
Yeah. Damn, Everspace 2 is very close. Once you get comfortable with it, it's a great game. Everspace 2, I highly recommend you go check it out. It's in Game Pass. Just a great game. And Broforce Forever as well. Nice little, I love Broforce, bro. It's just, it leans into what it is. It's not trying to be something crazy. It is what it is. It's a 2D shooter. It's fun as hell. Opening up all the different characters that are all based upon 80s and 90s action stars like Terminator. They got Die Hard Bruce Willis in there. They got all of it. They just lean into that. They got RoboCop in there, for God's sakes. It's freaking amazing. It's fun as hell. It's quick and dirty. You sit down, play a couple levels, and then go do something else. It's Broforce Forever. It's also in Game Pass. It's just awesome. So it's just a good time. So I've been doing that as well. But I'll end it there, Steel. I had enough talk about Armored Core 6, I think, for my little 2-hour gameplay session or hour and a half, whatever the hell it was. But you, sir, have been putting in the work. You've been putting in a lot of work.
A little bit outside of just creating an emblem. So, I mean, I haven't put in a whole lot of work. I got caught up about my game session.
It's important.
When you have to make it from scratch and you can't import anything. Again, I like the fact that you can't import it. It takes me back to those Black Ops 2 days where you had to make a custom emblem. So that's been really dope. So that's kind of what I've been working on. So any of the emblems you'll see in here were created by me. So there's that. But Armored Core 6, man, like I mentioned backstage, it is an amazing thing to see and feel when a game, an IP that you have some belief in, that you have always cared for, but never thought that it would possibly catch on in the future just because of how niche it was, right? And the whole mech and mecha thing is, no matter what side of it that you look at, mecha being more of the fast-paced, mech being more of the slower-paced action, no matter what side of it that you're on, either way it's niche, right? So, I don't know what it is, but people have something against robots. I felt like I've always noticed this, and I mean, it's terrible, probably thing to draw a conclusion from, but like, even from like the Power Ranger days, right? Or the Voltron days. Just like some people had something against, if it wasn't Transformers, like it just wasn't cool enough. Like, I don't know. Like, I know Robotech was cool back in the day. Gundam was cool, but it still had its own niche audience. Like, there's anime, and then there's like mecha anime or mech anime, and they're like, oh, who wants to watch that stuff or play that stuff? And that's kind of the feeling that you had, especially when you go back and look at the numbers, right? Made a little trailer going through the different Metacritic scores and whatnot. And when you have a series that since PlayStation 2, the game hadn't scored anything over a 76, I believe, or 78 was the highest that it got back in the day. And then it literally plummeted to where the game couldn't get anything above a 60, like 64 or something like that. Why would I anticipate that FromSoft would want to bring this game back? But hearing that they did, just kind of really coming out of nowhere, introducing this, and then it releasing to the seemingly amount of success that it currently has, people just really on top of it. And I know there's some news sites that are like, oh, because of the hype of Elden Ring, because what From Software has done with Elden Ring, Armored Core is going to be able to see some success. And yeah, I can agree with some of that. It's definitely opened it up to a wider audience overall. But I think quality games just speak for themselves overall, right? This time around, there's more of a budget to play with. We now have technology that really complements this game very well. Like, I saw people making comparisons to like Armored Core looks like a 360 game. It's not that impressive and all the
Come on, man.
Again, like, maybe go back. I just played Verdict Day and For Answer on a 360 emulator. This game doesn't look like those games, right? I know Paul had his little glitch or whatever, and we were being funny because it did make it look like it was an older game because the jaggies.
It's my game bar. It's my game bar.
It's so weird.
It's weird. It washed it out, and then I had to turn off my monitor, turn it back on because I was trying to take a screenshot.
Right.
And for whatever reason, when I was hitting my screenshot on the controller, right, on the PC, it was washing it out. And then I reset it and it was fine. And then I tried another screenshot, and to Steele's point, it literally downgraded my graphics where they legit almost, it was a little bit better, but almost looked like the Armored Core on 360. Like, it was goofy looking. And I lost my ultra wide and everything. It was like, I was like, is there a retro mode? And I was half joking, but half being serious. I'm like, did I activate a retro mode? Because this looks kind of cool, actually, in a way. But yeah, no, it was. It's
that PC life, man. That PCMR, right? You gotta love it. Pong's experiencing more and more how great it can be. How fun it is just to tweak.
I'm always reminded. I'm always reminded of the consistency on console and the convenience of console. These games like to remind me of why I like my couch so much. But then I get in game on my ultra wide and I look at it and I go, God damn, this is beautiful.
Exactly. But yeah, so Armored Core overall is definitely a challenging game, right? It's definitely a FromSoft tradition as far as what I would try to get anybody to anticipate or expect. It's literally that. If you've played Souls games, if you played any of their games, you know that the challenge is going to be there. Is it those other games though? No. I saw somebody mention that, oh, well, you got to change your build for every mission. No, you don't. I'm hard-headed, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I don't know if you guys have paid attention to that or noticed that, or when I play games, especially it's my passion, it's my hobby. I like to play them how I like. I like to give myself that challenge. I like to see how far a certain build can really go. What is my true depth to this? Is it a skill issue or is it a equipment issue? One of the bosses I fought yesterday, which you're probably going to see me get my ass beat for 90 minutes straight on stream, because I wanted to and the main reason, because a lot of people don't like showing content from them suffering or not doing well, or I personally don't give a damn about any of that. I feel like those are the moments that you would want people to see. Even if you're bumping your head up against the wall, show people that you are not perfect. Hey, I had to get this right too. And people may feel like I'm a decent game. Like, look, I struggle too. Like, everybody is going to have their moments. But if I'm stuck playing a certain way, you'll notice I tried to fight one of these bosses with a pistol and my my laser gun and some missiles, and I probably should have been backed out of the mission and tried to reevaluate. And matter of fact, at the very end of this clip, what's funny is because this towards the end is going to be part of some of my gameplay session from last night. I got beat so bad I had to go back to the garage and figure shit out, because it just got to a point to where I was like, I can make this doable, but it's getting to a point where it just wasn't making sense anymore, right? Like I felt like I could be doing better. Why put myself through this? And that's exactly what I did. I backed out after trying for that 90 minutes that you're going to see me get my ass beat for. I went back, swapped 2 guns, right? I think I changed my legs too, so it gave me a little bit more viability as far as energy goes, because that was the main thing that I've been noticing. I'm just abusing my energy sometimes, right? Get caught up in these bosses. I'm trying to push the limits. That's the other thing that I do too as a gamer, because I am familiar with FromSoft. I'm doing certain things to see what the enemies are going to do and how they're going to react. Can I get away with certain things? Do I have iframes doing certain things? What options do I have available to me? And I don't mind pushing those boundaries as far as that goes, right? So it's just different. There is that layer of it there. But don't be scared. Like, if you feel like a build is working for you, don't be scared to kind of push yourself and say, hey, I feel like this can work. Let me continue to push it and see if I can make it work. But also don't be afraid to go back to the garage and try to figure some things out. It's not going to it's not going to be a penalty to you, right? It's not going to take away from your experience. If you feel like you need to change your build every level, there might be something else going on, right? Maybe there's certain stats that you're not really paying attention to. It shouldn't be that often. So just take your time with it. Enjoy the game for what it is. If you can get into Armored Core. And again, I know that this game will not be for everybody. I'm not expecting it to. I can see a lot of Souls fans not wanting to get into this because it is, I think, more complicated than Souls games are. Although, again, even those, I feel like there's a certain level of misunderstanding on some levels as far as perceived difficulty and whatnot. And again, unless you're going through trying to S-rank missions, like some of the missions you'll see that I was just replaying them, and I'm essentially just replaying them for stream, because you don't want to really go through and try to S your missions until you've beat the game once or twice, right? So you have the parts that you need, so you can take advantage of, because it's all about speed, how much damage you're taking, things of that nature. So, and then that's when it comes down to the more sweaty side of things too, when you're starting to get to a point where you want to S-class missions, because changing your build in the middle of the mission takes marks against you. So if you want to get that A, you want to get that S, especially, you have to restart the complete mission no matter what point that you are at. So you'll want to make sure that you have a good build together. So that's why I make that suggestion there. But currently, Armored Core is definitely up there as far as my game of the year overall, because I'll be honest, because of that bit of bias that I have for just being a mech fan myself, and because the game is running beautifully, feels great. Like it's definitely above Jedi Survivor currently because of that bias. But I'm not super far into the game either, right? I don't even think I'm towards the midway point. I got caught up for at least 6 hours making a decal, making an emblem. So it's like, I've been spending some time doing that, kind of up and down. And that kind of worked out because I had a lot of different things going on. So I just kind of, every time I was able to sit down, just pop in the emblem editor, mix it up. So again, that's kind of been my experience thus far. And then, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much been most of my week, just prepping for Armored Core and whatnot. Because other than that, I hadn't jumped back into Wayfinder yet. The server issues had really kind of turned me off. Again, I jumped back in and was played for an hour, and I got kicked back off. And I was just like, I'll just wait for this game to. Like, I have some faith that the game will actually end up being good. Again, Wayfinders is the new MMO that is on PlayStation and PC only currently. But they're having some major server issues. I haven't checked on it this week at all. Since about midpoint this week, so maybe they fix some of those things. But another thing too about Armored Core, real quick, is don't be afraid of going to the training room. Right, the training room has some of the best music that I've ever heard in the game. I swear to Moses, it does. Like, I feel like every time that I go in there, it's you got that like I feel like I'm in an EDM concert. Like, it just feels so amazing. I'm like, yo, I'm just want to chill in here for a bit. What's going on? And even me, like, I tend to not really take advantage of those training options sometimes. I'd rather go out on the mission to truly take advantage. But this time around, they made it so much more viable because you can change literally all of your equipment right there in the training room on the fly. You can see how all of your weapons will affect the different types of enemies. Mainly, you'll want to use it on AC, on other Armored Core units, so you have a good example of what your damage is truly doing. But it's so versatile. It's pretty great, man. Really enjoying it. Way better than I could have imagined, and I'm so happy that it's here and that it's exciting. So, but we definitely got Starfield around the corner, man. So, and again, between I wrote this to somebody on Twitter, on X, that between Starfield and Armored Core, I think I'm good, man. I don't know what else could release between then and now other than like Lies of P or something like that could really pull me away from jumping into both games, especially with Armored Core's PvP seemingly going to be, looks like to be pretty fun. So, but yeah, man, it's been pretty much Wild Week, man. Just prepping for Armored Core, ready for that. More streams are going to be incoming for Armored Core 2, so be on the lookout for that. Yeah, man, it's kind of been my week. So.
I love the hype, brother. I love the hype around Armored Core 6, man. It's been a long time coming, and we talked about it a lot, and now it's finally here. And like you said, in a lot of ways, it exceeded our expectations.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic. And again, to see as many people jumping in that is a good sign. I'd love to, I want this genre to grow. We both do. We want more people to experience mech combat. Again, like you said, it's not going to be for everybody. And in fact, even within the mech genre, there's people that don't like fast moving mechs, that want plotting mechs like you get in Mech Warrior 5. It is a totally different style.
Right.
That's okay too. I just want more people to enjoy mechs or to find out that they do like mechs, right? It is just one of those things for me. It's childhood. I grew up on Robotech and Voltron and obviously Transformers. I mean, again, are Transformers really mechs? No, of course not. Is Voltron really
they are technically though, like they're mecha. They're
mecha. They're mecha. Yeah. Mecha. So, but Robotech was the big one for me, like actual mech style. Like, and again, when people say mechs aren't supposed to move like that, Steel and I had some DMs a couple weeks ago about this, and I'm like, bro. I'm like, you guys, tell me you haven't watched Robotech back in the day. Tell me you didn't play BattleTech, the pen and paper tabletop game back in the day, because they had lightweight mechs that had massive movement to them, right? Yeah. That, like, yes, fast-paced mechs have always been a thing. Maybe they're not your thing. That's fine. I get it. Yeah. It's not a big deal, but come on, man. They've been around. We've got lots of examples. So
1,000%. And we're going to talk a little bit about Starfield, but I do want to get into these upcoming games first before we get too deep into Starfield and whatnot. Because I see some people mentioning that in the chat, talking about Steel. Oh, I think Steel's going to change his game of the year opinion when it comes to Starfield. And I might. I mean, again, Starfield has a lot of things working in its favor. Again, it's going to be a story that is much more involved. It's going to take your experience. It's going to take whatever you give it. So it's a different style of game, and we'll see.
Yeah, but it's already got some pluses for Steel. That's why I'm excited for Steel. So it's good. It's going to be fun. Let's get into this upcoming week of games. Steel, do you want to shout out the chat? Or do you want me to?
Go ahead, shout out the chat. Go ahead, shout out the chat real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Staccato Macross, of course, but most people in the United States know it as Robotech. So that's how it was advertised to us. But obviously, Macross is the series. So let's get down to it here. We've got some amazing people showing up early Saturday morning, at least depending on where you are in the world, but I love to see this. So we got TMHW Gaming in the house. What's going on? We got OCD Gamer up in here. We got the Decado. We got East Side Vandal. That's right. Min May. She was one of my first loves, man. Yep. She probably was my first cartoon love. Lin Min May. Let's go. Dark Zone 2525. What is going on? We got Derek in here. What is happening? We've got M Gene in the house. What's going on, M Gene? We got Talos Ray. What's going on, Talos Ray? Who else we got in here? We got some amazing people. We got Perfect Shogun in here. We got the one and only Blue Moon FC as well, dropping on in here. We got Jason Max in the house, always dropping in with just remember, Xbox is number one. That's Jason Max's tagline. Love it, brother. Great to see you in here. As always, who else we got up in here? We got Nixie in the house, one of the OGs. What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you as always. We got the Red Monkey Butt in the house. What's going on, Red Monkey Butt? Who else we got dropping in here? We got the one, the only, the absolutely amazing Lady Foxfire in the house. Great to see you, lady. Thank you for dropping on in and saying hi to us. Appreciate you. We got God Emperor Sofa King in here. What's going on, God Emperor? We got it's Timmy. It's Timmy's up in here. What's going on? It's Timmy. Great to see you as always, my friend. Who else? We got Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What's going on, Sanchez? Great to have you a part of our show as well. And I think that's as far as I can go back. Oh, we got the legend, the one, the only, peace, love, life, Dragon Heart Yobi. What's going on, Dragon Heart? Great to have you, brother. As always, love your energy. Bring it on in here, man. Bring it on in here. If you are in here, if you are lurking right now, because we have nearly 50 people somewhere out in this world. If you are there, we love you. Nothing but respect. I greatly appreciate you guys dropping in here and checking out me and S.T.A.L.K.E.R this morning. Is S.T.A.L.K.E.R back? Nope, he's not back. We got an empty chair still, so I'm going to keep this rolling. We got a lot to get into. This week has been Gamers Christmas Part 2, at least from my perspective. Gamescom has kind of taken over as the live event to be at now that E3 is officially no longer a thing. Now, not to say that, Summer Games Fest by Keighley didn't do some great things. Not to say that obviously the Xbox putting on their show still in LA around that time, that E3 time, and keeping it alive with their showcase, which was massive this year, was not a thing, because there was a lot of people down there. A lot of community members went down there, had a great time. Keighley always brings in a crowd. We know that there was still something of an E3 in LA this year, but really Gamescom is a juggernaut that a lot of people didn't pay attention to, especially here in the United States, because obviously it's on the other side of the world. Sure, we all knew about it. Sure, we all saw the news coming out of it, but we didn't really pay attention to how big it was. Now that is still there and it's still iconic, the amount of media coverage coming out of Gamescom this week was extra, and it was fun. It was a blast. And obviously, to add to that, Xbox decided that they were not only going to show up, which they always do at Gamescom, but they decided to show up in a big, gigantic way. Obviously, with Starfield right around the corner, a lot of games coming out, Forza, we know the lineup. They decided to actually go all out. Phil Spencer showing up for the first time in 6 years. He said the last time he'd been out there since 2017, kind of set the tone. Then you got Todd Howard. God himself had never been to a Gamescom. I was shocked when I heard his interview. And he said that he had never been to a Gamescom in his entire career. First brand new IP, 20 plus years in the making, in his head. Woo! Guess what? God Howard shows up to Gamescom.
Yes, he did.
This Gamescom this week was different. It really was.
Felt
the
different.
Energy there was crazy. Like the amount, and again, the community members, especially like Boxenberger and Wandering Dutch and Gaz, and everybody heading over to Germany to get the Gamescom. Well, Boxenberger lives in Germany, for God's sakes. So he train right away. So, but anyways, for to see that and to see Xbox show up and all the big wigs, Aaron Greenberg, everybody there having a whole Xbox game kind of like fan fest there as well. was extra special. But the media coverage, again, the news coming out of there, not just Xbox news, but lots of game news, really was cool. Keighley did a great job with opening night live. I thought it was one of his best shows yet. Again, I keep giving him props. You don't have to like Keighley, but I keep giving him props because every show, it seems like he learns a little bit more. Although Keighley, after the Game Awards, how do you not have security in the back, really ready to rock and roll the minute you see somebody approaching the stage? The minute you see somebody up, bro, there was plenty of time. I saw Keighley looking at the dude as he was coming up, and there was two of them. But how do you not have security ready? It still took them 15, 30 seconds to get up there to get those two guys off the stage. So Keighley, got to learn from that. But otherwise, opening night live was great. Again, no big new game announcements. Keighley told us up front that wasn't going to be the case, that we were going to see a lot of just new footage from games we already were aware of. Right. But I thought the pacing was fantastic. And
it was.
All the games were freaking awesome. We got like Crimson Desert. We got Black Myth Wukong updates. I mean, it was one after another where they started off with Starfield with Inan Zur, the composer for Starfield, who is just a master at what he's doing right now in Starfield. Inan Zur up there with the piano, set the mood, right? And then they go into the new live action Starfield trailer. Like really opening night live was really awesome to see. Everything out of Gamescom. Again, that's why I said it's kind of Gamers Christmas Part 2 for us this year. It really has been. This week has been a lot of news, and we're going to get into it, Steel.
Yeah.
But we do have upcoming games. You had an empty chair, so I was just continuing the conversation.
Man. I appreciate that.
Kind of give an overview.
I was listening to you the entire time. Man, I had to make a little trip to the see if the Browns win the Super Bowl, man. So,
man,
I'm talking about the Cleveland Browns, man.
Yeah.
When's the last time they went to the Super Bowl, man? They got a good quarterback, don't they?
Listen. So I was just giving the chat a little overview of what we're gonna be talking about with Gamescom and that kind of stuff coming up here. But we got to get into this upcoming week of games as well.
Let's get into it, man.
So let's get down to business. Here. So of course we're going to Game Informer, and we are going to the end of August and beginning of July, and really. Or September, Jesus, going backwards. I wish I was going backwards sometimes, but not this time around, because really there's only one game this week that matters, right? There really is. But we're going to talk about other ones, okay? We are going to talk about other ones. I don't know how many there are. I haven't looked at the list. I don't know how many people. Let's see here. How many games are we going to have this week?
And let us know if you can hear us fine. Since we changed sources, if you can still hear Pong, please say, got it. Or you can just tap Y in chat for us. The Browns. Yeah, I mean, nobody said they were a good football team. I had to check Wikipedia whether they have been there or not. But yeah, make sure to let us know if you can hear us fine, if you can hear me fine. That way we know that it's not messing up with the sources or anything. I know y'all will say it at some point, but
yeah, they will. All right. So this is going to be the week of August the 28th. And no, there is not a lot of games. And I probably know why. Most games have moved out, even though it's not official week, but we're still going to talk about it.
We'll throw it in there.
Of course. Millions are going to be playing. Let's be real. All right. So let's start here. August 28th.
You mean this first game? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Goodbye, Volcano High.
That's the one that everybody moved out of the way from, right?
Listen, no disrespect meant whatsoever. This game just is not for me. It's been a running joke.
I thought it was your game of the year.
The original one, yeah.
It's made by Co-op, man.
Bro.
It's an adventure game.
It's developed by Co-op, published by Co-op. It's an adventure game. Goodbye, Volcano High. Of course, this is the cartoony game that involves dinosaurs that are in
relationships.
And relationship.
Yeah.
And so like goodbye that? Volcano High. I know.
It's like Baldur's Gate, but anime.
PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, PC. This is a PlayStation console exclusive.
Oh,
huge. I mean, gigantic news that this is launching this week, August 29th. So anybody looking forward to Goodbye Volcano High, please do enjoy. Please put up those screenshots on the X and give me some gameplay. as well. I want to see some Goodbye Volcano High. All right. So that is coming out. Then we got Samba de Amigo Party Central coming out on the Switch. August 29th. A lot of people like Samba, right? Samba's been around as a rhythm game for quite a while. Samba is a well-known, iconic rhythm game character. So Samba de Amigo, Party Central, Switch. It is developed by Sega, published by Sega, 1 to 8 players. So again, getting that multiplayer going on the Switch, which obviously the Switch is well known for their multiplayer games. But when it comes to rhythm dancing games, shout out to Samba. Again, I even know them. I even know him. And I don't play these types of games. But Samba de Amigo this week, rhythm music game for everybody out there on the Switch, August 29th. Then we do have a big indie game, and I'm not.
It looks interesting, man.
Here.
Yeah, that trailer that they showed was kind of cool,
bro. This classic RPGs, they've seen a resurgence as well due to the indies. The indie scene with classic style RPGs, and we're talking about 8-bit, 16-bit style games here, really have kept this genre rolling. Like there are some very, very good examples. This one is one of the bigger hyped ones out there because it's got a lot of Chrono Trigger to it and Chrono Cross. It's got a lot of influence from what many, including myself, consider one of the best JRPGs of all time in Chrono Trigger. So that's why this game got so much hype. And our buddy Psychonauts has definitely been pumping this up. This is a game that he said he was even more hyped to play than Starfield. So,
no, it was. Am I looking at the wrong game? Oh, Sea of Stars. My fault. I was I clicked on Under the Waves. I'm sorry, ladies.
Oh yeah. No, don't do that to the chat. They're gonna be like, "What the hell is Pong talking about, man? What is this dude on drugs?" Sea of Stars by Sabotage coming out finally this week. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Game looks and plays gorgeous. I touched the demo a little bit. Nice. It is available day one in Game Pass. So again, if you have Game Pass, no risk, just download it, check it out, and see if you are into this. Otherwise, wherever you want to play this game, it is on. And again, it deserves the hype that it's getting. It really does. So go check out Sea of Stars. It is worth it. I think, in my opinion, just from the demo, this is going to be a great game. I am going to get to this game at some point. Again, of course, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm playing this week because I'm not going to play this week because I've got another game coming out, which we'll talk about in early
Thursday, right?
Launch. Yeah, Thursday night. Yes, that is correct.
8 p.m.
We'll get to that. Yeah. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. In the United States. So
Valerie says, for fairness, it's also available day one in PS Plus Extra. Sea of Stars.
It is. Nice. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah. That's right. You are right. No, absolutely. Thank you for reminding. Nice. Again, they don't put out weekly reminders of what games are coming in. So, but you are correct, Kelly. That's right. That they cut a deal with both Xbox and PlayStation. So yeah, if you're on PlayStation as well and you've got PS Plus, please go download it. For sure. 100%. Thank you for reminding me of that, Calorie. Don't do it on purpose because again, I'd love to have a weekly reminder of what's coming out on there. So yeah, Sea of Stars
like that.
Yeah. They don't do. Yeah. They don't
if it's not on the Game Informer upcoming.
Yeah. So Sea of Stars this week, go check it out. And then the one that Steel wanted to jump to before Sea of Stars, Under the Waves, also on August the 29th as well, developed by Parallel Studios, published by Spotlight by Quantic Dream. It's an adventure game. I love under the sea adventure games. This one did catch my eye when we saw it. Looks pretty damn cool. Looked
interesting, yeah.
Ocean exploration is always mysterious to me because we don't know what's underneath there. It's like one of the most unexplored areas ever, right? So I always like these types of games. Under the Waves, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, August the 29th. Go check out Under the Waves. Somerville, the game that launched last year on Xbox, is finally coming to PlayStation. It was a timed exclusive. It was Game Pass day one. This is by Jump Ship. This is a side scrolling side scrolling. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is. If you guys like Inside, this is from the former makers, right? So you want to go check this out. Somerville, not everybody enjoyed. Not everybody thinks it's their best work of all time. But Somerville has some very cool narrative beats to it. Again, I didn't finish it. Obviously, again, grazing. But Somerville definitely has its moments. And I think it's really cool. I love the art direction in this game. Really well done. The atmosphere is definitely sets the correct tone for the game. And you'll be kind of drawn in by it, in my opinion. So go check out Somerville. It's finally coming to PlayStation this week as well. So if you're only on PlayStation, or if you didn't check it out and you want to check it out on PlayStation, go do so. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, August the 31st. Then we got a game and a franchise that has been around for a very long time. I've actually played the first couple of these. I kind of fell off. They were cool, just not something I, made a priority jump into, but they continue to make them. Trine 5, A Clockwork Conspiracy is coming out this week from Frozen Byte, published by THQ Nordic. It is a platforming / puzzler game set in fantasy. And they actually have co-op up to, I think, 4 players in this one as well. And you have to use different characters with different abilities to figure out some of the puzzles while you're platforming. It's a really cool system and a really cool concept. Again, set in a fantasy. So you got your wizard, you got your, roguelike archer character, etc. You got your knight. Really, really well done. These games are polished. The graphics, the animation style that they use is beautiful. Colors just pop off the screen. All different types of environments that you're going to wind up in. So Trine 5, I know there's a fan base because, again, they keep coming out. Like, it's like one of those regular things. So Trine 5, Clockwork Conspiracy this week. That's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on the 31st as well. That's the end of the games this week. There's probably a reason why.
Well,
there's probably a reason why, Steel.
Yeah, Jez just made a post at 8:34 this morning saying he found out about a lot more games coming to Game Pass soon. I mean, take that for what it is. I'm not saying that you have to take his word literally, but just to give you guys kind of an example of what he means by that. Currently, because Idle Sloth made a post, Idle Sloth is somebody that kind of combs the internet for information about what's going on throughout the industry. But shout out to Idle. But so for an example, you got Sea of Stars, Starfield, Lies of P, Party Animals, Payday 3, Lamplighter League, Forza Motorsport, City Skyline, Jasant, Persona 5 Tactics, and Persona 3. And he said that there's even more coming in between that. So it's like, there's a lot of things that are upcoming that I definitely want people to start getting excited for. I think we're starting to see the maybe not the avalanche quite yet, but I do think we're seeing a little bit of we're seeing some boulders roll down the hill, right? Maybe there's a big one, then there's a few small ones like Starfield. That's going to be a gigantic boulder that could possibly cause an avalanche with other upcoming games behind it because of the time, because the time that game is going to end up taking, right? Starfield is by no means going to be a small game. I know people were saying that, hey, you can beat the game within 40 to 50 hours. Though, again, from what I've always been told, that's not how you play those games typically. And people who are playing the game have been kind of saying, I forgot who it was specifically, I believe it was ACG, if I'm not mistaken, who said that if you mainline the game, you wouldn't even want to hear your experience. Who was that? He said
it was Grubb. It was Jeff Grubb.
Okay, gotcha.
Grubb put out a post because they're all under NDA, so they can't say anything about the game at all. Like, other than we're playing it. But Grubb put out a post the day after he got his review code and said, I don't want to read any reviews about Starfield from people who only played the main missions.
Yeah, like that was Jeff Grubb.
Right, that was Grubb. He said that's not how you play these games. Like, that, basically confirming that this is a classic BGS Bethesda Game Studio game through and through, that the sandbox, everything you do outside of the golden path, is where this game is at.
So,
however, we did get other word this week. We'll get into it, Steel, because there was some comments made by Pete Hines. Let's go through Xbox Wire real quick, and then we'll hop into Starfield. We'll just roll into Starfield because, I got Xbox Wire. I did post it there for you in the DMs as well. So yeah, let's run through this and we'll get into Starfield. It'll just roll right into it naturally because obviously Starfield early access this week. You all know it. We all know it. That's what it's all about this week. Everybody jumping into the premium edition. There's going to be millions of players. So we'll get into that. So let's roll through and see if we missed anything. So we got Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot, The London Case, August 29th for Xbox Series consoles. Again, Xbox Wire. I'm just reading because they do a weekly look at what's coming up for the next week. So that's where I'm reading this from. It's a detective adventure game, of course. So again, if you're into detective adventure games, we got an Agatha Christie new game coming out. We also have the making of Karateka. Karateka is an old, beloved game. We're talking about way back. And what they did here is actually, I'll just read this description fully. Play history. Go behind the scenes of Jordan Mechner's landmark game, Karateka, in this interactive documentary from Digital Eclipse with archival materials, video features, and more. Experience pixel perfect versions of the legendary game with all new features. Karateka. Go check this out. Karateka is classic when it comes to games. It's a legend. That's why they're even doing this. So go check that out. We talked about Sea of Stars, The Bridge Curse, Road to Salvation, escape a haunted college campus in a cinematic horror experience, unlike any other. So go check that out. Steel's going to be diving day one into that for sure.
You already know.
That is August 30th. Then we got Call of the Wild, The Angler, another fishing game coming out August 30th as well. This is from the creators of The Hunter Call of the Wild. So they are now making a fishing game.
Are you an angler?
I like fishing games. I do. If I was not playing every other game, like fishing games are cool. I like to relax the fishing games, but I just, again, time wise, they do take time because again, that experience is like there, you got to go find your spots, like, and you got to pick the right lures and all that good stuff. Right. I love fishing games. Daymare 1994 Sandcastle. I actually almost downloaded the demo. There is a demo out for this game. If you guys want to go check it out, it should still be available in Xbox. Daymare 1994 Sandcastle, a third-person story-driven survival horror game prequel to the critically acclaimed Daymare 1998. It's got old school Resident Evil vibes to it for sure. So I almost downloaded just to check it out, but I didn't because again, I was like, am I really going to play this demo before starting?
Probably not
play this demo. So, but Daymare 1994 coming out. Then we got 100 Days coming out. The winemaking simulator. Hey, all you winos out there, listen up. They got a winemaking simulator for you. That's right. Everything gets a simulator these days. Sim games are big in certain circles. So go check this out. August 30th. I don't think I need to explain it.
Big circle.
It's winemaking. Right? Revhead. Steel Revhead. A car racing simulation game where you must build your own racing car. Yo, I didn't even know this was a thing.
I didn't either.
You like building cars, if you like working on cars, I personally, again, I grew up in a family with an actual mechanic, stepdad who built his own cars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rest his soul. Amazing human being. Now that I got older and appreciate him for everything he did. But he tried to get me into building cars, working on cars. And I was like, no, I just want to drive. Like, I will drive race cars. I will drive fast cars. I love driving fast. Like, that's my thing. But working on them is not my thing. But there's a huge group of motorheads out there. And this seems like the ultimate game. I had never heard of this game until I just popped it up right now. Hey, car racing simulation game where you must build your own racing car. Go check out Revhead, August 30th. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people who do. How to Escape, August 31st, an escape simulation game where two players will need to cooperate on asymmetrical gameplay and devices. Okay, you guys like escape rooms? There you go, a co-op one. What is this? Cubite, classics, Gourmet Warriors, August 31st. The year is 20XX. World War III has decimated the planet. Recovering from nuclear war has not been easy as citizens of Zeus. Heaven Magic City will tell you. Somebody was doing some really good plant medicine when they came up with this game. Surrealistic side-scrolling beat 'em up. Originally released in 1995. I do not remember this game at all. Never, ever have I seen this game or played this game. So again, Gourmet Warriors, August 31st. Side-scrolling beat 'em up. Go check it out. Sacrifice Your Friends, coming on August 31st. A fast-paced party brawler. Need I say more? Fast-paced party brawler. Sacrifice Your Friends, August 31st. We got Tenebris Pictura, an ultra-corporeal action adventure brought to you by the creators of Megaton Rainfall. If anybody's a big fan of Megaton Rainfall, I don't know. Not going to lie to you. I've never heard of it. But if you're a big fan of Megaton Rainfall, developers coming out with a new one. Tenebris Pictura. Go check this out. It's got extraterrestrial beings in it.
Looks like it.
Escaped from a strange collection of paintings with dubious origins.
Payday.
Okay. No. Yeah, no, not Payday. All right. Cats and Other Lives. Cats and the Other Lives. September 1st, following the passing of Bernard Mason, this patriarch of the family, all remaining Masons return to their childhood home for one last time as Aspen, the cat of the household, players take on a journey. So another cat game, everybody. Another cat game. Stray just dropped on Xbox. Now we got another one.
Hey, more merry.
So go check out Cats, The Other Lives. Then we got Dreamers, September 1st, an emotional journey story about friendship, exploration, and personal growth.
Interesting. Join
the three characters in their adventure through a 3D world.
There you go, guys.
Puzzles, narrative, collaborative, split screen. There's that word again that everybody's using to. Yeah, experiences. So there you go. That is Dreamers. Then we got Escape First Alchemist coming out, a multiplayer first-person escape room adventure game. Escape room games are all the rage, I guess.
Looks like
Escape First Alchemist on September 1st. Then we got Hexapoda, fight giant insects for the future of humanity.
Oh, God.
Okay, cool. All right, Hexapoda. That comes out on September 1st. And then we come to the game that obviously in
this game is small, Pong. This game, look, it still needs to justify why it needs to exist when we have No Man's Sky. Yeah. No Man's Sky is dropping brand new DLC. They're gonna have some more story in there.
I don't know if you heard the latest one.
No, what's the latest one? Let me know.
You didn't see the clip yesterday?
No, what's the latest one? I need you to tell me.
No Man's Sky and Destiny 2 have already covered exactly what Starfield is.
The exact thing, right? The same exact thing.
Stop capping and hyping up Starfield. What? You already have No Man's Sky and Destiny 2.
Destiny, it had a traveler. You got this thing that brings you back to life. You can respawn. Now that I think about it, that doesn't sound like anything the way the Starfield's doing it. And it's a first-person shooter made by Bungie, who made a Halo, and it plays kind of similar to that. And there's not much exploration to truly be had. Matter of fact, they actually were going for an MMO originally style game, but the game is literally not that at all. So does Destiny even know what it is? And then No Man's Sky, like the game is good, but didn't it take 7 years for it to be the game that it is right now? And also, I don't think, well, actually, I know because I've played the game. No Man's Sky doesn't have a real story outside of reach the center of the universe. If you want to use the other people that you or what was the Emperor? I can't remember the Emperor's dude's name. There's literally nobody in that game that I remember anything about that was memorable outside of the playtime that I had with Boogeyman. That's the most memorable experience that I've had. Me and him going out exploring and having fun in a co-op type setting, which is cool, right? Nothing to take away from No Man's Sky. And again, Sean Murray is a dope dude, right? He made a dope game, didn't release the greatest. They've been supporting it, continuing to release free content for it. We're getting even more DLC.
that team's put in 6 years of work on that game.
But this
that people said were dead. Like, again, that's how bad it launched, and people said not going to play this game ever. And Sean Murray and Hello Games, again, like you said, Steel, all kudos. Hats off to them. They put down their heads. They went silent for a long time and then came back, started dropping updates, additions over and over and over again for 6 years.
But just listen, but listen what you have to preface all those things with. That from everything that we've heard and what we have seen behind the scenes, Starfield's not going to have those issues. Doesn't even matter.
It's a Bethesda game. It's a Bethesda game.
And that
nobody does it like Bethesda.
1,000%.
Nobody. So again, it doesn't even matter what people want to say. Yes. Is it a sci-fi space game? Of course. It's going to have similarities to all these different games. Of course. Just like most games have similarities to games that came prior to all of them, no matter which one you want to pick. Very rare that we get new genres created where it's never been done before. There's always going to be influence because of the history of video games. All this talk is such nonsense. There is only one Bethesda. If you don't like it, if you don't like Todd Howard games,
for you,
if you don't like Todd Howard, if you don't like Bethesda, that is fine. That's totally cool. Again, Steel and I are not the guys who go around saying you must love the same games as us, or you're not a gamer, or you like trash games if you don't like our games. No, not at all. So just come out and say you don't like Bethesda games. That's totally cool with me. Again, not everybody plays every single game. We've had this conversation. 50 million, somewhere around there, Skyrim, right? 50 million. And that doesn't include all the people who bought it multiple times, right? That's not 3 billion. That's not 2 billion. That's not 100 million. So not everybody plays these hyped up games. That's okay. But the fact is, there's only one Bethesda. The fact is, they've got multiple game of the year games underneath their belt. The fact is, they've created multiple games that people call generational. Those are the facts. And people have tried, people have come close. There've been plenty of great examples that I really love of open world sandbox style RPGs that are obviously influenced by Bethesda games.
Right.
But there's still only one Bethesda. There's still only one Todd Howard and his 18.
An OCD gamer brings up a good point. There are unavoidable similarities, 1,000%. But there's that in a lot of different games. Absolutely. But to Pong's exact point right there, and that's something that, again, it boggles my mind personally, but maybe it's just because I'm not just like overly critical about everybody's opinion and saying that feel like that you have to feel or think a certain way for us to try to be in agreement. But for me, and I'm going to continue to say this the same way that Pong says he's a casual Halo fan. I'm a casual Bethesda fan. And I do feel like it's disingenuous for people to all of a sudden act like Bethesda hasn't been making games for quite some time. Right. Or they don't have have a certain style to their games, especially when you're talking about Bethesda in particular. Right. That you look through their lineage again, since from what I've heard, since what is that? Since Oblivion, like they're
even since Morrowind.
Oh, so you can go back to
Daggerfall. Daggerfall was doing things that no other games at the time were doing. But if you really want to hit when they made it big, was Morrowind. Morrowind really set the tone for all their future games and what they were trying to go for, and kind of laid the groundwork for the formula that they use in their games. There are still people to this day still modding and playing Morrowind. And that is like 20 plus years now. That's the influence of their games.
Well, but it's not just about the influence though. It's just the type of style of games that they make.
That's because you only get influence steals when you do something that people find to be some of the greatest of all time, right? The greatest of all time. It's like From Software and Souls games. They influenced a whole genre.
Yeah, that is a genre because of
From. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's kind of what Bethesda did for open world sandbox RPGs, Western style RPGs, high fantasy. They did that. And they also did it with post-apocalyptic with Fallout. They are some of the first, not the first. There was plenty of other games trying to do this, but they came up with a formula, a sandbox formula that is unique, that actually influenced the industry. Period. Point blank. They did it. They did it better than most.
So, like, I mean, I'll set the stage for you a little bit, and then we'll lead into the whole Starfield conversation. Because again, you are definitely going to be the main proponent, right? You're probably the way that I felt about Armored Core, and again. Just to give you guys some examples. I'm not saying that Paul feels this exact way, but leading up to the release of Armored Core, and I mentioned this last week, you get those feelings of like butterflies and stuff like that, where you're just like so excited. Where, like Pong or Mav have been, like where it's kind of like you don't really want to jump in anything else, or every time that you do see something about it, it gets your excitement right back up there. You're amped up once again. You're like, oh man, I can't wait to be able to do ABC things. So to see that the premium edition coming with early access is coming on September 1st, bringing it back to the upcoming games.
August 31st for the United States.
August 31st, excuse me. It's going to be Thursday night, 8 p.m. Central. No, people need to get it right because there's going to be some streams happening. You guys need to be tuned in. But so August 31st, 8 p.m. Central, Starfield will be going live for us here in the States. Pong, like, talk a little bit about what is the hype behind this game? What makes you excited about this game? And then not only that, because they also showed during Gamescom an additional, 45 minutes? I believe it was 30 minutes of the opening gameplay.
No, it was actually like 15 minutes.
It was shorter than that. Oh, damn. Okay. I thought it was like,
because somebody posted the whole thing. It was like 12, 15 minutes.
Oh, damn. Okay. So with them showing even more gameplay of that, and I know we saw some additional gameplay behind the scenes. Oh, yeah. Again, 45 minutes off screen. We could talk about that dude too, who ended up going to jail for stealing property from his work because I don't know. Again, like people do these things and think you're not going to get caught. Like, guys, let's just be a little bit smarter about what you're doing. Like, again, I'm not going to say yay or nay to any of that, but just be smart about what the hell are you doing. I mean, shout out to him. He got some gameplay out there, and he
I posted cheers under J-Rock's post about it because I was like, hey, stupid criminal, but I'm like, I gotta give him.
Probably sold some people on the game.
Bringing us, I got to give him props for bringing us footage. Like, hey, thank you, sir. You with the extra mile, you put your life on the line for Starfield. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So with Starfield now literally less than a week away, right? You have 4 days, literally, 5 days at this point. Got to count Sunday. You have 5 days at this point for this game to be out. This is one that is definitely your most anticipated, top of the hype meter. I think to say that Cyberpunk wouldn't even be able to hold a candle for the anticipation and the hype that you have for Starfield would probably be an understatement.
Yeah.
So, and I know you're going to come from a very passionate place, and there's been a lot of different smoke that's been had this week about Starfield and people overhyping it. Again, we were talking about a video yesterday by in DMs about another guy who was also apparently a Bethesda fan, and you had some strong takes about that. But it's just perspectives, right? Right, it's definitely fine, but it was just that perspective, and the more that I'm exposed to it, again, just like how people are when it comes to multiplayer or Halo or certain IPs that people may not get the hype behind. What is it? What is it for you for Starfield? And then to add on to that, what additionally have you heard now that's kind of come out as new information that has kind of upped that ante for you even further?
Yeah, and exactly what I was going to do, because I think people that have been tuning in here still for a while now, PM and the PM as well, but living Splitscreen especially, you've gotten a lot of Starfield talk, and you've gotten a lot of the reason for the past year and a half, 2 years, as to the hype behind, for me personally, right? Why I'm hyped about Starfield. Like, we've gone through this because since the beginning, Steel, people have tried to downplay this. Obviously, ever since the acquisition, they have tried to downplay Bethesda. Again, there is a whole group of people who legitimately put Fallout 76 in the bucket of Bethesda games. And that's fine. Again, Todd put his name on that game. It is what it is. If you want to call Fallout 76 a part of that and say they've lost it, that Fallout 76 proves that, okay, that's an opinion.
Right.
It's definitely something that you can certainly hold on to if you want to. You know, I disagree wholeheartedly, and I've laid out the reasons in the past why.
Right.
The fact is that Starfield is a game that comes along only ever so often. It's one of those games from a studio that doesn't put out games on a regular basis, much like we now see with Rockstar and GTA. You know, that the hype itself, it generates its own type. It's a black hole. It generates so much hype because of the names behind it, because of what it means to finally have a game from this studio specifically, because they're so few and far between, relatively speaking,
right,
that it creates this storm. It creates a black hole where everything becomes about this game. Love or hate and everything in between is all a part of this. That's why I said from the beginning, we talked about it. It didn't need 3 months of marketing.
No, Paul, there's no way. There's no way.
Listen, we've got people in this community that I respect, people that, you know, again, I've been on their shows that felt that Starfield needed 3 months of marketing, that they needed this massive marketing push for Starfield. And I'm like, guys, what are we talking about here? This is Todd Howard. This is Bethesda. Everybody forgets what these games mean. This week solidified it. Like, we've seen it building and building and building, but this week at Gamescom really solidified it. Now the interviews are going out, especially like Pete Hines. Todd's done a couple interviews, but they've been very short, although his GQ interview was extremely, extremely good. And everybody should go read that GQ article. Right. But as far as the live interviews at Gamescom this week, Pete Hines has been out here as the face. Like, he's been talking a lot and giving interviews and giving a lot of information, a lot of tidbits. But Gamescom definitely solidified what I was talking about when it comes to Starfield, or what I'm talking about when it comes to BGS game launching, as far as what it does. It attracts every single piece of attention. And they didn't need 3 months to start rolling out Starfield.
No.
Yes, we had the direct. Yes, we had different things happening. They were kind of doing marketing. They've kind of been doing marketing for quite a while. But once the ball gets rolling, like, it's a nonstop train, a hype train. And so for this week, for me, S.T.A.L.K.E.R, honestly, it's gotten to that point, like Mav's talked about, is like every other game kind of just goes, do I really feel like playing anything right now? No, I just want Starfield.
Armored Core 6.
Yeah. And I did buy Armored Core 6. And again, it's fun. I popped into it. No. I popped into it because, again, I still want to play games. I do want to play games. It's just that Starfield is on the back of my head all the times, nonstop. Pete Hines came out this week and he did a fantastic sit-down interview. I believe it was actually with some of the team members on Twitch from their European side of their studio. 2 girls, I forget their names, whatever else, sat down with Pete Hines. It was a great, great interview. And he dropped some massive, massive moments. He also had an interview with IGN this week during Gamescom, everybody's favorite IGN. But let's be real, they still get all the interviews. They still get all the behind the scenes stuff. So whatever, it is what it is. They're big. Where he dropped the big one that everybody kind of focused in on, where he said in his current playthrough, now they weren't clear on this, but we found out later, this is his current playthrough. He's had multiple playthroughs. So he's got 300 plus hours into this game. But on his current playthrough, right, he is about 50, 60 hours in, or 150 hours in.
Yes.
150 hours.
Say 150.
150 hours in. And he's not even close to doing everything in the game. Not even close. Like, his expression said it all. Like, I've purposely not done things, obviously waiting for the final build, but he's like, I've purposely not done things. I'm not even close at 150 hours. And that kind of blew up. He had another one interview where he stated that he was about 80 hours in and Todd called him. And Todd said, how far are you in? And Pete was like, 80 hours in. And Todd's like, how you liking the main quest line? And Pete's like, I haven't even touched the main quest line. And Todd's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And so he went back and played the main quest line. And then that led to the interview where he talked about how the game doesn't really start until after the main quest line. Now that's interesting to me, Steel, because we talked about Grubb's tweet earlier where he said, I don't want to hear any reviewers who only mainline Starfield because that's not how to play the game.
Grubb also brought up another point as far as the whole thing with P. Hines that you're mentioning right now, that it's also hard to take his opinion at face value because he is a dev too, right? He is somebody that's getting tapped in. Like, hey, this isn't just his first playthrough. He's not new to the game, so he's going to be impartial to it too because he is intrinsically attached to the IP in many ways, right? So it's like taking that from perspective, but it doesn't eliminate. And just to your point, I'm wanting to add on, not take away. To your point, even with that being said, and nobody said that you have to take his words extremely critical. You don't have to take any of the devs' words extremely critically. But when you add that on top of everything else that you're hearing about the game, whether it's leaks or people just trying to say very, like they're trying to be in the shadows, but at the same time yell out certain things about the game that have enticed them or have interest them, or say, like again, Jeff Grubb did say, hey, if you're playing that main part, if you're just playing main story, then you're not getting the breadth of this game. No. You get things that just kind of add on to each other, kind of like a Jenga tower, and you could try to keep pulling those, pulling the bricks from the middle or from the sides or whatever you want to do. I do think that the hype is just starting to kind of implode on itself a bit because of how people are trying to, they're excited, but also trying to keep their expectations low for whatever reason. So.
Well, sure, of course. And then people do that because, again, there's some people who can't handle disappointment, and that's fine. Again, that's your deal. Like, that's some people, disappointment hits them very hard. But what I was going to say, Steel, is why this is interesting that he said that the game doesn't really start until after the main quest, and why this is different from the past, and why I do take this quote as face value, because we also got word this week that there's a Game Plus mode, which is the first time ever for a Bethesda game. Game Plus in Bethesda games was naturally built in because you never really had to stop playing a BGS game. You could continue to do stuff because of the sandbox aspects and because of modding community, bringing out new stuff constantly for the PC side of things, especially. So why I was bringing this up, Steel, was because that Game Plus mode, which is super secret, they won't talk about it other than that it does exist, really has me scratching my head for the first time on a Bethesda game. When people used to say, why are you hyped for Starfield? You don't know what Starfield is. Of course, my comeback was, all I need to know is that it's a Bethesda game from Todd Howard. It's an open world RPG sandbox that I've experienced because their formula is my favorite formula for a game. It amazing. I don't need to know anything else to understand that this is going to be a game that I'm going to love. I again, unless they absolutely break their formula, unless they absolutely screw up, I will love their games. I loved their games day one with all the bugs when they got their name, Bugthesda. I've loved every bit of their game, so I didn't need to know. But now, Steel, they're adding another layer by saying, oh, wait, this time around, we're giving you a Game Plus mode that we're not going to talk about because it's something different than normal Game Plus modes, but you're just going to have to find out for yourself.
Which throws me for a loop too, because it's like traditionally, I was definitely only planning on going through that game one time because it's typically what I do. Now hearing that the new Game Plus mode, and I like new Game Plus modes that actually add to the experience versus, I'm just playing again on a harder difficulty, right? There's a difference for that. And in here, to hear them say that, hey, this new game plus mode has more of the perspective that the decisions and things that you do in the overall story are going to affect your new game plus is extremely interesting. And how does that even work? Like, what do you mean by that? Is the game still going to start the same? Or when I go to certain places, is it going to start the same? What if I'm not happy with the way that things do? I get a choice to say, hey, I don't know, man. I want to completely restart. What if you don't like any of your choices? Are you just forced to live in the world that you created at that point if you want to play again?
That's what I'm saying is that's the question mark. But this also puts an emphasis, Steel, for the first time in a Bethesda game to finish the main quest line. There are people out there legitimately, Steel, for me, the Fallouts, that never completed the main quest line and have hundreds of hours into Bethesda games and enjoy them and call them the greatest all time without ever completing the main quest line. There are
you can't say that though, Paul. That's not fair. You can't say that. You can't say you enjoy the game without fully beating the game.
Right. I understand that. That's one way people perceive gatekeeping, like that's not possible. But in these games, what I'm saying is that that's normal, Steel. But now this game plus mode almost puts an emphasis on that main quest line. Like, no, you're really going to want to bring this game to completion.
Exactly,
so now this is throwing me for a loop because I don't know how I want to play this game now, because normally I'm off doing a billion other things outside of the main quest line. And they had already had me scratching my head because of the force powers, the space magic, whatever you want to call it, that they have hinted at. And most people, and including myself, speculation wise, are saying that's attached to the artifacts, which is the main quest line. So if that's true, well, that's already incentive enough for me to start playing the main quest line, because I want to get the force powers. I want to see where that goes. I want to see what that is. But now you throw this game plus mode on there on top of it, Steel. Now I'm really like, holy shit, how big is this game?
Right.
How many hours am I really like? Is this
I'm gonna have to focus in, pay attention.
Yeah.
Or is this going to be the game that you really do go through the story mode so that you can experience
get to that point, right? And then get to the game plus mode and then do my normal off in a billion different places? Like, I don't know, because they won't tell us. That's just increasing my hype for this game. It's not taking away. It's not detracting. It's a different layer that I haven't experienced with a Bethesda game before, right, for me personally. So now I'm reevaluating, but it's increased my hype because I'm like, what else are they going to throw at us? What else could there possibly be? Right. And again, this is all prior to now that I'm playing on PC, modding community and all that kind of stuff, which they also touched on. I'm just blown away here, Steel. I just don't know what to think at this point, but I just know I need this controller. I need the controller in my hands. I need this booted up, and I need to start experiencing it. And I watched a leak. And again, I'm not going to spoil anything. I respect people who do not want to see or hear leaks. I get it. I'm not going to do that just because I don't have a problem with it. I understand why people do. So I'm not going to do anything outside of the fact that I watched a leak. I watched all 45 minutes before it got taken down, off screen, on a cell phone camera, at a terrible angle, on the Series X, legitimately on the Series X, real footage, did nothing but increase my hype as well. Because holy shit, you could tell, even with that kind of footage, how much polish is in this game, how much detail is in this game compared to your Skyrims, compared to your Fallout 3, getting to see. And yes, we've seen it. We saw a ton of gameplay footage in the direct. I understand that. But Creation Engine 2 showing up on Series X, and you could still tell that it looked great. And the other thing I'll say too is for everybody out there that's kind of 30 frames console, blah, blah, blah. I got to say, I kind of believe Todd now, because yes, could I tell it was 30 frames? Of course I could. I could tell it was 30 frames. But damn if it didn't look good, Steel. Damn if it didn't look smooth. Like, there was moments where I forgot I was watching this in 30 frames, that I was seeing 30 frames, like it looked clean. Like there wasn't that jarring aspect that sometimes happens with 30 frames when you turn the camera. Like it looked like a really great example of 30 frames. And again, I'm a guy who doesn't care about 30 frames. I can play games at 30 frames. It doesn't bother me that much. But I got to say that it looks like they did a great job with it. So that's all I'm going to say about the leak. But the leak, even as bad as it was footage wise from a cell phone off camera or off screen, still got me more hyped for this game. There's a lot, Steel, and there's going to be a lot to uncover. And again, everybody's experience with this game is going to be completely different from the other person. Steel, you and I are probably going to be starting opening night, August 31st.
Oh, guaranteed, yeah.
In early access. But our experiences outside of the starting point and that opening sequence.
Oh, it's probably gonna be much different. Again,
it's going to be much different.
I'm trying to get fly.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to look good.
It's going to be totally different. We're going to have different stories to tell each and every day about what we did in Starfield. We're going to have different things that we discover. Everybody is, especially now with the procedural generated planets and the way that they've set them up, where no two people's planets are necessarily going to be the same. That's going to create even more. I heard some people say to Trax that they would like to have that experience, like being able to meet, getting into the DMs and saying, Steel, go check out this planet. You got to go here. I found this cool thing.
You're going to have similar experiences, but it's not going to, like, that variance is still an addition to that, to the mold breaking that Bethesda likes to do, man. It's traditional to what their games are. Like, there are similarities in your playthrough, but there's nothing wrong with having a different planet. Like, it's not going to be so, like, removed where it's like a No Man's Sky level, like, oh, this planet just did another thing. It'll probably be, we get into the discussion, it'll start off like that, but then you get deeper into it and be like, maybe, oh, okay, well, I had some of those things on this planet, or because we also know, because that's another fear of this procedural generation with Bethesda, I guess, for a lot of people, for whatever reason, although they have said that the game has more created content than they've ever put in any other game. It's Todd Howard's baby, and it's probably this is the game. Again, you guys talked about this on the PM and the PM. This is the game that Todd pitched when ZeniMax literally probably should have made another Fallout or should have made another Elder Scrolls first before they did anything else.
It was Elder Scrolls because he pitched this right after Fallout 4.
So they probably should have just made another Elder Scrolls, right? Build off the Elder Scrolls Online hype, and just just that mantle. Elder Scrolls 6. I know it's massive.
Franchise.
Yeah, of course.
It's their biggest franchise.
Right. But knowing that but at that time, this is just perspective, right? And again, for me, I feel like perspective is important, especially in the gaming industry, because we don't work in that industry, right? We don't know what's going on through these guys' head. But to hear that we do know that ZeniMax was getting to a point because of the digital era and how things were moving and progressing, that they needed games, and that's why they created Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, even Fallout 4 in some ways, to be more online accessible, just more accessible all around. To see a game like Starfield get pitched that literally is a gamble because it's a new IP, you're also expanding the universe. This is another point that people have brought up. There's no lore previously to back this game up, right? So you're starting with a brand new idea. Business-wise, this move doesn't make sense. But the fact that they had enough faith in Todd to make and bring this game to Robert Altman, thank you. That he had enough faith to bring this game into reality and just even greenlight it in the first place. It's not Xbox's reason that the game is here, but it is Xbox's reason that I think that the game is going to be as feature complete or as put together and polished as it's going to be on release.
And so we've been hearing that too.
Interesting thing to see.
We've been hearing that too. So far, so good. The least amount of bugs. Again, believe what you want to believe. Take everything with a grain of salt. But some of the leaks that have happened have suggested that this is as close to bugless as you can get in a Bethesda game, which will be jarring in itself to a lot of people. that expect those bugs. I've even seen people make the posts about, oh man, it doesn't have bugs. It's going to take away some of the charm. Like that's Bethesda. Like, and there are, again, I enjoy most of the bugs in Bethesda games, like getting hit by a giant in Skyrim and flying 1,000 feet in the air. It's not supposed to happen like that, but that funny. Was like a main, that's one of the main memes that came out of Skyrim, that like people were like, oh my God, this is freaking amazing. I just got batted 1,000 feet in the air by a giant. Like that was cool.
Right.
But anyways, let's get back on point here. The fact is that this week with the interviews, with the information coming out, nothing is detracting from the hype. It's only expanding people's expectations. And sure, are there some expectations out there that are pretty wild and some that got clarified this week that maybe you shouldn't have had those expectations again?
The game is still a game at the end.
But the game is a game. The game is a game, but this is going to be the biggest sandbox we've ever been given. Yeah. And let's get down to some nitty gritty here from Pete Hines' interview here. Shout out to Idle Sloth for breaking this down too. He brought down a lot of the major points that Pete has brought up. So we already talked about the game doesn't really start until after the main quest, is one of his quotes. Says it's his favorite Bethesda main quest ever. Again, take it for what it is. It's, of course they're going to say that. It's their newest game. Of course they're going to say that, but obviously they're ultra excited for the main quest line and narrative that they've created here. I'm expecting it to be pretty grand. Again, when you talk about universe, when you talk about answering the questions of why we're here, what's out there, the big humanity kind of questions, right. I expect Bethesda and their writers to do a great job. I expect to be kind of introspective while playing this game. At times, I expect there's going to be some of that emotion involved. So I will take him at his word for that. He once accidentally got sucked into the vacuum of space because he boarded an enemy ship and the pilot took off. This is the same scenario that Todd talked about, trying to hijack a pirate ship that had landed, or bounty hunters that had landed and were attacking him, trying to hijack that ship, and the pilot still being on board and taking off with him in it. And all of a sudden he finds himself in space and he gets thrown out and is dead. So that's freaking, again, the randomness. That's what another piece of Bethesda games that I absolutely love when it comes to them. Multiple passive points of interest across the galaxy to find. An example he gave was a set of farms where people give resources to the people of other planets. Yeah, this was a big one too, where he just said, you're just going to, these random stories, these random events that you're going to come across as you are exploring these planets, as you're exploring the universe, those are there in spades because they realized they couldn't have empty space. They couldn't have, like, sure, there's going to be plenty of time for that. There's going to be some planets where that's all you got is resources, and it's all empty and you're just going to be walking across barren ground, but there's going to be sights to see. But what he said is, flying through space, they had to have these moments in there too as well. So they spend a lot of time making sure that even flying in space or landing on one of these planets was always going to have something interesting. Maybe not always the grandest, but he said also there's going to be plenty of those moments where you find a mission that you didn't think was going to be anything big, but turned into something gigantic, right? That's classic. Modders will be able to create planets.
Yes,
he talked about these. Yeah, he talked about this.
I was expecting that. I know we joked about it, but
it's an open palette. It's a blank. It's a.
That's just crazy to think of, that they're gonna have. But he is like, him admitting it though, that you're going to be like, it's one thing for a modder to go try it and be like, oh, is this possible? It's another thing for you to come out directly and say that. Yeah, you can do it. Literally,
we're gonna have whole worlds created by modders. It's going to be insane as we go through the years. That's the other thing he touched on too. I don't think Idle put it in here, but he talked about how. And we've heard Todd say this too, that with their games, that they don't think about, when they look at engagement, it's not about like hours that people spend in their games. He's like, literally, we have data that have people playing we measure them in weeks, and months, and years, and decades. Like, he's like, very few games do that. And it's true. That's unique outside of MMOs and that kind of stuff. It's very a single player RPG that exactly.
Very MMO.
Pretty crazy. Certain companions will get annoyed if you do bad things, even companions who are really close to you. So yes, depending on who you have in your party, some of them, he specifically said, like picking locks, stealing stuff, will disapprove and let you know that they disapprove. We've seen that in games before, but it's cool. It's cool.
3-Bit's playing Starfield, by the way, apparently.
What?
Yep.
What?
Yep. He just mentioned it. He said he played it for 30 minutes so far. He said it's great.
3-Bit's under NDA. He can't be talking.
You can say it's great.
No, you can't even say that. You're not supposed to give any personal impressions.
He's not under NDA. He got it from somebody else.
Yeah, baby. Anyways, 3-Bit, I'm jealous and I hate you and whatever. Let's see here. Lots of settlements with their own people in quest to find outside the major cities. We touched on that. New Game Plus relates to the main story, so he couldn't say a word on it. Says it's different from most New Game Plus mechanics and is rather special. Something Steel and I just talked about. Yeah. Again, I can't. I have zero clues to what they're doing here, but I can't wait to see. Doesn't know if you can fly from planet to planet, as grav driving is much quicker, only takes a few seconds.
That's
apparently
interesting.
We've seen that.
That's interesting.
We speculated on this too, Steel, and that's the question I had. Not in the negative way, but I asked how does that work? Mm-hmm. How big is the spaces that you are in? I'm assuming they're gridded off. I'm assuming they're gridded, right? Now, Pete said he doesn't honestly know. And that was another point he was making because people were asking him questions. He's like, people always think just because we're a part of the team that we know everything about the game. He's like, that's not true. Not all of us touch every part of all the games. He's like, there are many, many things I can't have answers to because I just honestly don't know. But I got to assume they've grid, the space that you're flying in is gridded. Now, I could be completely wrong, and you could fly all the way to, you could spend hours just flying to a planet that's so many light years away. I don't know. Neither does Pete, but I'm assuming they've gridded. But that's another thing I want to see.
I think they'll play it off like Everspace does it, because Everspace also isn't like where you can just travel forever. I mean, maybe you could, but the way that they hide it, especially when you got to go to further planets, they use light speed and stuff like that. So if the grav jumping is kind of going to take place of that, what's curious to me is how do they play that off? Right? How good does it look when you do it? And is it quick enough and accessible enough to the point to where you don't notice it, where you don't miss that experience of you actually flying to?
I think I think a good example of that, Steel, that we've seen now is the taking off from a planet, because you don't actually fly, because it is a cut scene. Now, there was a certain set of community members who had some spaces that I actually went into and listened because I wanted to see what they were saying. And they said how jarring it was to see that you take off and the screen turns black and then you're just in space. How jarring that was. I watched leaked footage. I kind of was expecting what they showed, and it was so fast, Steel, the transition between seeing your ship from a third person view take off into the sky and headed towards space, black screen, space. You were in space. I didn't find it jarring at all.
I mean, it's on SSD too. Starfield is also requiring. We're not
required. Yes. Heinz said
it's highly recommended that you use an SSD. Heinz said
you cannot play it on a hard drive.
Really? Like at
all?
He
said that in one of the interview. He said
I didn't see that. I didn't hear that. Damn.
Look, he goes, if you're going to be playing on PC, he goes, pay attention to the spec sheets we put out, because you need to understand that you cannot play this game with you cannot. And he said, you cannot play this game without an SSD. You cannot play this game on a hard drive. And he goes, and if you're below minimum spec, you're going to have issues. He's like, so please pay attention. He's like, now's the time to upgrade your PC.
We're going to see, because it's going to be the first game that I can think of that will actually require the SSD.
Yeah. So we're going to find out. It's going to be interesting. But he did make a point to say that. So
we'll see.
Weapon mods combined with skills are really diverse. Said he felt like Iron Man at one stage. I know your ears perked up at this one, Steel.
Oh yeah, it definitely did. It definitely did. That had me super excited to think that I could possibly feel like Iron Man. The last game that made me feel that way was Anthem, and I still I hate EA. Well, I'm not gonna say that I hate them. I do extremely dislike them for not allowing 2.0 of Anthem to be released or to follow through with that, because I do think there was a magic in that IP that they looked over. So yeah, but to hear that that I could possibly feel like Iron Man again, seeing that third person gameplay, and imagining that I could possibly maybe, what does that mean? Can I shoot a repulsor from out of my hand? Can I jump like Iron Man?
Max your jump pack out, be able to fly farther, especially in low gravity.
That would be really dope.
Where you can maintain flight and then have rockets potentially firing out, or something like that. Like you said. Some type of weapon that makes you feel that way, that you're actually flying 100%. And shooting guys from above.
Yeah.
We kind of saw that in some of on the direct and that kind of stuff too. But yeah, interesting here. Also, he did specifically talk about some tips for people jumping into this game when it comes to skills.
Okay.
He's like, now that you have to level up that skill, he's like, it's not just about leveling up your character and just putting points in like you used to, like in Skyrim, where you could just, hey, I really want to do this, so I'm just going to invest my points in that.
Right.
It's whatever it is you want. He goes, it's different this time around. He goes, you're going to invest your point to open up that skill, but then you have to do things within that skill to level it up so that you can get to the next level. He goes, so make sure that you're investing skills that you're going to be using relatively shortly. Right. Otherwise, you're going to invest in something and you're not going to have any opportunity to level up that skill. And you're going to be going, why did I put that point in there? Because it's not going to be helping
how I approach it. But.
So, yeah. So he goes, please be aware of your situations, or make sure that you're about to go do stuff that relates to those specific skills. He goes, so that you can build those up. He goes, otherwise, it's going to be a wasted point. You're going to feel like you wasted that point. The other tip that he had, that everybody listen up, anybody jumping into Starfield, your character will have a jump pack on his back when you start out.
You have to equip the perk for the
You have to actually spend a point in that jump pack to use your jump pack. I mean, he said he had play testers. He had people that were popping in for the first time, some of the review codes that went out, and he was getting DMs and he was getting calls saying, hey, I think my jump pack's broken. I can't use it. And he's like, did you put a skill point in the jump pack? And they're like, no. And he's like, you can't use the jump pack until you put a skill point in there. So
I mean, but there's also something to be said if like you don't say that. Why do I have a jump pack on my backpack then?
Correct.
Like there could have been a better way to introduce that.
There could have been.
Again, it's just for when you're thinking about players jumping in.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. So that's a little tip too about the skills. You get bounties put on you, but there's ways to undo them. Yes. Pretty normal standard practice. Factions, you can get bounties against you. I'm going to have bounties against my head is going to be wanted everywhere.
Oh yeah,
but he said there's ways to undo them, of course, just like there was in other BGS games.
Yeah, just
and
kill everybody.
RPGs. Oh yeah, kill everybody or pay people off.
Yeah.
Museum on New Atlantis explains the lore of the game, the Colony War, what happened to Earth, etc. There's a huge lore background, of course. It's a BGS game. They've built this lore from the ground up. They've got no history. This brand new IP.
We can't. So I can't. Theirs. That's why I'm worried about Starfield, man.
Yeah,
lore,
man,
bro. They had to build it from the ground up, man.
Right. Somebody also asked if you could change out the adoring fan and make him a robot. This was a weird question. Pete explicitly said, no, you can't change out any of the NPCs. The NPCs are who they are, so you can't change them. There's an enormous amount of creatures, has no clue how many in the game. And he said, even if he did know, he wouldn't tell us because that's part of the game. It's part of exploration.
Okay.
In fact, it's one of the skills you can get, right? So you can go around scanning all the creatures and plant life in the galaxy. So again, no clue about that. Lots of mod support post-launch. We talked about that, of course. That's what their games are built on. It's a big part of it. Mission boards can ask you to build outposts on planets. Yeah, he kind of went into this. The missions are going to be very varied. He said you're going to have your standard, go here, do this, bring this back, missions, but you're going to have also some really different missions that you need to do. And one of them might be you need to go build an outpost on this planet, and then you need to start shuttling different resources from that planet to a specific place. So there could be some very more complex missions. He also had a funny story how he had picked up a mission in which he had to taxi these two people to another planet. Then he had to go take a trip in real life. So he saved at that point, took his trip, came back a couple days later, a week later, whatever it was, totally forgot that he had taken that mission on, started doing a bunch of other stuff, and then realized that he had 2 extra people aboard his ship and was like, who are these people? And then he went and talked to him, and he's like, oh, That's right. I was supposed to take you to this planet. So he said, I started taking him to that planet. And then he goes, I got sidetracked again by doing all this other stuff, which is, again, classic BGS games. Again, open world sandbox, things happen. You're going to get sidetracked a lot. So I loved hearing that story as well. Lots of Easter eggs, as you'd expect across the games. No level cap that he could think of at this point. So again, that's continue to level. And again, with Games Plus mode, this gets really interesting. But yeah, most BGS games, you've been able to max out your skills. So again, technically, go for it, do it. Starter guides are coming out according to the German interviewers, but no clue when. People on PC who have played the game early on have said the performance is very smooth. Those are the main stuff that he talked about. There was a lot more in there. You can go watch the interviews back again. Pete really has been the face of Starfield this week at Gamescom. Again, Todd's done some interviews, but they've been short, sweet interviews. Pete's really been the one out here giving information. Yeah. That specific interview with I do believe from the way they were talking, these two girls were part of the Bethesda team in Europe. Now, I don't know what positions they were, but I believe they were, because they weren't under NDA still. They were talking about their experiences playing. And so that's why I think that they were definitely, when they were interviewing, they drew out a lot of information from him, and they were talking about their own experiences in the game. And so it was a really good interview, because they did talk more freely than most times. And so we did get some bits and bobs in there as far as about Starfield. But yeah, I'll leave it there. We've talked so much Starfield, Steel.
Yeah.
We through and rightfully so. Again, this is the biggest launch that Xbox has had in a very, very long time. Call whatever game you want to. I see most people saying Halo 3 or Gears 1. I've gone back to CE, whatever. It doesn't matter. The fact is this game's gigantic. This game is big for Bethesda, right, because it's a brand new IP, in the first one in over 20 years. And like I've said, this is technically Todd's first game from the ground up that is his baby, because he's always had games that have come with backstory and lore prior to him taking over. Again, he jumped into, he helped with the Sound and Daggerfall when that launched, but when he took over on Morrowind, as the kind of the producer or the director of Morrowind, that lore was already built in a lot of ways for Elder Scrolls. Fallout, when they bought that IP, yes, they turned it into something completely different than what it was, but there was a lot of lore already built into the post-apocalyptic world of Fallout.
Right.
They expanded it. They did all that. Absolutely 1000%. This really is the first game that he and his team have had to start from absolute zero, ground zero, scratch. Like, we need to make everything about this world.
It's a worry for a lot of people.
To the trash. He talked about the trash in one of his interviews. We had to design the space trash. Like, what does that look like in the future? To the actual world building and the governments, the laws, the religions, everything is theirs. Like, this is truly their first baby. That makes this a little bit extra. That gives a little bit more. This is their biggest launch in history. It's their biggest game. They've taken everything that they've learned from all their previous games of the year, from all their previous generational type games,
right,
and put it into this game. And you can see that in their interviews. You can see that when they talk about this Steel. It's got a little extra juice. It's a little different for them this time. It's a little bit more nervousness on top of it, even though they're very experienced. Even though Todd said, hey, when you get down to it and we start playing our game, we're still the only ones who really do it like this. He said that in the GQ interview, which was freaking amazing.
Right.
He's got the right to be like that. He's got the right to have that ego. He's got the right to have that pride behind it because of their past, that he can say that. And it's real. Like, that's why I said Bethesda games are Bethesda games. They're the only ones who kind of do this stuff. It's not about, I'll end it here still, because I don't want to continue it, because I know our chat wants to hear about other stuff. Again,
no, you're good.
As much as people love Starfield.
Starfield is the next big game. I don't want you to feel sorry for it. I don't want anybody. Again, this is kind of the basis of what I know. We're doing a show. We got a podcast.
Yeah,
whatever the case may be. We still. This is not a place, unfortunately, for some people maybe, where I need to rush along the conversation and we need to get over it.
We never do that.
This is a game that is going to be the most anticipated for a lot of people. And I want you to show that love, that passion that you have oozing through. I mean, even you breaking it down. I mean, it doesn't matter how many times people have heard it or whatever the case may be. This is a game that you should be passionate about, man. You are excited for this game. This is a game that's going to really get you sucked in and get you highly involved in all the information that we're getting from it. Again, I personally feel like it's just a justification for the excitement, because people feel like they know what it is, but at the same time we don't know what to truly expect, because it is that new IP, as you've mentioned. So don't be sorry, man.
And everybody's gonna be different when they jump in this game too, right? And it's gonna be a different experience for everybody and how they actually go about playing this game, which is also exciting, because again, that means that what I was just about to say, and that kind of is to that point, when people try to, when the hate side comes out, and again, it's fine if you dislike Bethesda games. Again, I'm not here to tell you have to like Bethesda games. I'm not. But the thing is, when people tend to break this down, are critical about a Bethesda game or about Todd or about the team or whatever, they really focus in on certain aspects that they believe a game has to have in order to be great. And obviously one of the big ones is graphically, or NPC, the characters. They really focus in on that and say, look, this doesn't look current gen. This looks not like they should be much better at this. Even that guy you were talking about, Steel, that Psycho had posted, that was a Bethesda fan, and he was producing content. Again, the guy's got over 200K followers. I mean, again, he's done his thing. He's obviously found an audience, but his whole point was pointing out all the flaws, right? That, they should have, why did they use Creation Engine again? They should have gotten an engine that could produce graphics like The Last of Us 2 or like Red Dead Redemption 2 he brought up in his video. Like, can you imagine Starfield looking right?
Yeah, I didn't get that.
The thing is,
there's trade-offs and everything.
Is that there is, and the Creation Engine was designed around modding, and the Creation Engine was designed around the sandbox. Yes, the freedom. And people forget that. And as a Bethesda fan, that's when I started scratching my head at them. I'm like, really? You should probably understand that, like, that's why they use the Creation Engine. The Creation Engine was specifically designed for the mechanics that BGS brings into their games. And that's a big part of the magic behind their games. And if you gave them like Unreal 5, don't think they could pull off the same. Like, that engine isn't built like that. But that's not the point I was making. The point I was making was that with Bethesda games, for me, the way I look at them, it's never about one or two specific things in the game that blow people's minds. It's not about, when I say that's generational, because people say, how can you say these games are generational when they're not doing anything that's special? Listen, for me,
Skyrim generational?
It is, but they don't look at them that way, Steel, because they don't have the impact visually or whatever else that they think. There's never one thing about a Bethesda game in particular that is going to set the new bar. It's not going to be the gunplay that sets the new bar. It's not going to be the graphics that set the new bar. Now, the music, maybe you could argue that their soundtracks set the new bars, because they always have these composers like Enon Zur for Starfield that are just absolutely insanely good. But it's never one thing. It's the total package when it comes to Bethesda games that makes them special. It's always the total package. It's never one thing or two things that are all of a sudden setting new standards. It's the complete package that nobody else to this day, people have tried. I said it before. There's been some really good games out there that have come close. CDPR with Cyberpunk, they're close.
Yeah, and this DLC, I think, is what we actually wanted. But
they're close. They're close to the total package. Elden Ring had moments. I was here on Living Splitscreen when I first started playing Elden Ring that said, man, From Software, open world, the exploration aspect of, hey, what's over here, and finding something that you didn't expect to be there, and that opening up like a new adventure. Like, they were close. Like I said they were right there with Bethesda in that term, but that's only one part of what the sandbox that Bethesda makes is. The whole package that you have, and not everything has to appeal to everybody. But that complete package, that full meal that you get when you sit down to a Todd Howard game, that Bethesda A-Team game, that's what makes them special. That's what sets them apart from every other game out there. It's not one or two things. It's everything that they put together, and the way they get it to all work, not always seamlessly, but again, that's part of the charm. Not always seamlessly. They admit themselves. They put all these different systems in their games. They get them all to be cohesive and not broken. But what they don't do is try to dictate what those systems are going to do when you interact with them at different times. And that's the randomness that shows up. And that's also a part of the magic. And they say, we just make sure it doesn't really like break the game on you. But other than that, Pete put it best. He said, my favorite thing about our fans, the thing that I love to hear the most, is when they ask, can I go do that?
Yes.
That was his that he's like, that's the favorite thing I have about our fans and our games is our fans ask, can I go do that? Instead of saying, what does the game want me to do? Like a lot of games do out there. And I hope you all are following here what this means. Most games are set up to give you boundaries and to set you on a path and to get you to do certain things at certain times, right? That's pretty standard in gaming. Their games are, can I go do that? Let me go try to do this. And most of the time, you can't. Most of the time, you find out, oh, shit, this actually worked. Holy shit, I just totally did this way. Like, I didn't think this was going to be a thing, but now it is. And that's what Pete said is his favorite part about their games and their fans. And I think that speaks to me directly when he said that, because that's exactly what I feel like when I'm in their games. I never think about, oh, the game wants me to go do this right now, so I need to go do this right now. No, I never think about that. I go, I don't know what I'm going to do, but here, I'm going to go over here and find out what's over here. And then the next thing I know, I'm on a 3-hour adventure that I'd never expected. Or I'm thinking to myself, man, how can I set this up so that this works or this is going to happen? And then I go try it. Like I experiment. Like that for me is what makes Bethesda games special, and why Starfield on this scope is even more exciting than an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout. It's not just one piece of land or one world, Steel. We're talking about this huge, wide open universe where anything is possible in my mind right now. Now, again, it's a game. There's going to be limitations. I'm going to find them. But the fact is, I know that what I'm going to go see and do is going to be beyond anything I've done and probably any other game, period, point blank, just sheer scope, sheer size. So that's where I'm at, Steel.
That's super dope to hear. I mean, now I also kind of want to stage this too, because a lot of these similar things, you've also mentioned about Baldur's Gate and the way that it leaves it open. That also came up during their conversation.
It's different,
but it did also come up during a conversation with the interview with Phil Spencer that Destin did for IGN. And I got that pulled up here also. So he brought up the question that, hey, Baldur's Gate 3 is the talk of the town right now. This RPG comes along, takes the internet by storm. Do you think it sets expectations for Starfield, or did it steal a little bit of thunder? And Phil Spencer says, I don't think it has anything to do with Starfield. Great games coming out is a good thing for an industry. First, congrats to Larian and the team. I think it's a 97 rated game. And as somebody who's finished the original Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and what was the expansion for Baldur's Gate 1, Forgotten Shores or something, I'm a huge Baldur's Gate fan, and I see a team spend the time to make, I think, a true iteration of a classic gaming franchise is always just great for the industry. So, like, you see people that are already trying to, for lack of a better way to put it, set kind of expectation for Starfield, or say that, oh, well, we've gotten all this hype for this game. Can Starfield meet up to that hype? Which is fair. I mean, we're in the gaming industry. It is fair to judge games in comparison to other games. Now, it's kind of wild when you make comparisons that are like completely left field or don't have anything to do with one another. But that's neither here or there. But a lot of those points that you bring up about Starfield and are definitely things, again, that have me intrigued, and your excitement for it definitely adds on to the element of it. And again, and everything that I've seen from Starfield, this game specifically, again, like with me being at Bethesda Casual, people would ask, some people may say, hey, well, why you don't really play their games like that anyway? What makes you want to play this one? And again, only draw comparison to Elder Scrolls Online, and what I've seen of what my wife has played from Bethesda games. But outside of that, it being that Space Odyssey game, knowing that you're going to have that freedom, that the freedom, the level of choice, the constant evolving experience, knowing that I can play in third person and it looks good. That's definitely a major add-on. Being able to make my own spaceship, that's something that's an extremely interesting take to do. And just that vastness of the game, it's like me playing, again, we made those comparisons earlier and saying, hey, you got to be a certain level of, you have to have a certain level of integrity when you are making those comparisons and understand why those are being made. But it is like that Mass Effect. It is like the No Man's Sky. It's like they're combining together in some facets where you're really giving the audience an overall story. And this is an extremely hyped game. I do think it is along the lines of what Gears 1 did for the Xbox 360. Again, Gears 1 pulled me away from that Halo 3 era, right? Like late Halo 2, Halo 3. That's what I turned into, right? I went from a heavy Halo player to a really heavy Gears player. So, and then now you have this this brand new IP from this big studio, who again has more backing than they've ever had previously, with Xbox being behind them, and seemingly there is that experience that seemingly everybody's going to really enjoy. So and Baldur's, I do agree, Baldur's Gate 3 is not compatible, but and you can't really compare the two either, but you can compare them in the hype level that they may end up building. Now keep in mind, Starfield has much more hype than Baldur's Gate ever did going into it, but Baldur's Gate also built up off of word of mouth, and Starfield has that same potential too, which is why I wanted to read through that statement, because I mean, I think Phil's 100% correct, and I feel that way with a lot of different games. I don't think that one game's success has anything to do with this other game's success. It's going to be what it is if the game is good, it's going to be successful. I mean, that can't be everything, but it's a moment for sure.
And on the PC side, that's why Larian released Baldur's Gate 3 prior to Starfield. That's why they pushed their launch date up, was to make sure that they gave their game breathing room, because they do understand the impact that Bethesda has on the PC side, specifically when it comes to their games launching. And they did a great job with that. That was a brilliant decision. And I said that when it happened. Yes, you would like to have seen it all launch at one time on all platforms, including Xbox, which we could talk about now that it is coming this year. Mm-hmm. But the fact is that they didn't do that for this very specific reason. And people now will have had a month into Baldur's Gate 3, which again, that is a big game, and there's going to be plenty of people who put hundreds of hours into that game. But the fact is, people will have had their time with the Baldur's Gate 3 on the PC side of things, and they will be able to move on to Starfield. These games all can coexist in the same space. This is not an issue. It's never been an issue ever. Great games are played no matter what. And both of these are going to be shining examples. Now, again, Starfield still has to launch. We still have to see, but again, just all word on the street is that
it's leading.
Yes, this is going to live up and go beyond a lot of people's expectations. So if that's the case, we can say that these are both great games, because Baldur's Gate 3, while it was in early access for 3 years, while people on the PC side were talking up Baldur's Gate 3, their hype for their game jump started when it got close to launch. And then when the game launched, got rave reviews, people started playing it more so than just even the early access people. And people started realizing, holy shit, this is the CRPG, the classic style turn-based RPG that I didn't know I needed in my life right now. But now that it's here, oh yeah, yeah, this is what I'm playing. Like, that's when it really started the ball moving. Starfield already is at that point. Like, again, there's so many people pre-ordering this game. There's so many people buying premium access to Starfield. This is going to do gigantic. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows what's coming.
We'll see.
Baldur's Gate 3 was a little bit more surprising, but the fact is that Larian gave themselves breathing room. It turned out to be a brilliant move, and Phil's right. It doesn't matter. Baldur's Gate 3 does not take any shine off of Starfield. In fact, Baldur's Gate 3 probably ignited people's appetites in a lot of ways to get into another RPG right after coming out of Baldur's Gate 3, having a whole different experience, a whole different style of game from Baldur's Gate 3. I think it probably excited people even more so to have Starfield right on the back end of Baldur's Gate 3 a month later to say, oh my God, I just had this freaking amazing experience with Baldur's Gate 3. Now I get to jump into another amazing experience, completely different in Starfield. But I don't think we ever have gamers that go, oh man, I just got done with a freaking game of the year contender, a generational type game in Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't want to jump into another great game right afterwards. I don't want to do that. No, I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think that's it's not even in the realm of reality. I think people are excited for both for every valid reason. So I think, Phil's spot on here.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see how things are playing out and kind of unfolding on themselves. They also talked about in that interview that Phil had with IGN and Destin, that Destin asked them another question that coming off of the Starfield, the whole conversation that we were having and anticipation that we have for that. Just kind of folding this in because it was, they're still kind of mentioning it in a lot of ways on different facets in this interview. But Destin asked him about Matt Booty promising 4 first-party games per year, and are you on track? And Phil Spencer came out, and Starfield is part of that conversation. He said, we've released more than that this year. If we start with Hi-Fi Rush, Minecraft Legends, Redfall, maybe people don't want to give us credit for that. And then Starfield and then Forza. And then you also had Age 4 that just released on consoles at Gamescom, along with some additional footage from Starfield that we weren't made available to it. We talked about earlier. You kind of see how the year, well, not even kind of, you see how the year is unfolding, right? And if Starfield is that, I would consider Starfield to be the cherry on top, and maybe Forza is going to end up being maybe the graham cracker, or that you throw on top, like the crushed graham cracker, or maybe the what else could you put on? Maybe the sprinkles on top. It's going to have to be something else, because honestly, there's not going to be a bigger game than Starfield releasing this year. And just to see Xbox to be on this seemingly cadence, especially coming off of last year, and we can all say that, oh, they pushed games back. Starfield was even supposed to come out last year, and it didn't. You're going to quickly see the conversations of the past of some of the mismanagement and the worry that people have start to really fade away, I think, after Starfield releases, and even in early access, because then people are going to be allowed to talk about it. 31st, reviews go live for the game. We're going to really see how it stacks up with many different people's opinions. I mean, what are you kind of anticipating as far as reviews go for Starfield, coming off the conversation we just had, and then also hearing some of the other additional things behind the scenes that we've seen? Do you think do you still have confidence that's going to be around that high, mid 90s, low 90s range, or what are you thinking on that?
Yeah, as far as reviews go, for Starfield, I think I've been locked in at 93. I think 93 is a good number. I think it's got the potential to go mid 90s for sure. I think it also has the potential to hit a high 80s, depending on how things kind of play out here. The landscape has changed. I hear people when you look back at Bethesda's big games in the past, 90s, high 80s or 80s. Fallout 4 was the lowest one. I think there is a trend, but I do understand that people say, well, things have changed now. The industry's changed. It's not that anymore.
Right.
They won't put up with the bugs like they used to. But then I see that's not true either, because we've seen games this year forgiven for performance issues and bugs. Steel, we've seen certain games be forgiven. Then you got the people who say, yeah, but now they're acquired by Xbox. So the media, always downgrades Xbox games and that kind of stuff. And while there are certain sites that obviously have shown certain biases, I absolutely am not saying that there is none. Of course there is. Everybody's got them. And nowadays journalists are not expected to uphold any integrity whatsoever. So they can do what they want to do and get away with it.
Right.
They can interject their biases into stories, into reviews, and nobody bats an eye anymore, because that's what they do nowadays. That's where journalism's at. I hear all that. But I also do know for a fact that there is a large group of journalists out there who do consider Bethesda games some of the greatest of all time, who do look back more than fondly on their time with Fallout.
They also overly criticize them.
No, but they don't Steel, because the review, if you go back and read the old reviews, again, the PS3 version of Skyrim was broken, Steel, like broken. Okay. It still scored in the 90s. Okay. So
that's a good point.
There's still a bunch of people out there there's more that have come up, but a lot of these reviewers have touched Bethesda games and loved them. So I think that overall, I think it's going to kind of all even out. That's why I put it in the low 90s. That's why I put it at 93, because I think at the end of the day, it all evens out. Now, if it came out and scores an 88, 89, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be back here going, oh my God, I can't believe this. It wouldn't shock me. If it scores a 95, 96, 97 even, would I come back down here and be shocked? Nope. Wouldn't be shocked either way. That's why I kind of settled in at 93. So I think overall it'll even out. Yes, there will be some reviews that are obviously biased, that do downgrade it because it's Xbox, that don't like Bethesda games in general, that will nitpick things to death. Again, as I said previously, with a game like Starfield, with them doing so many different mechanics in it, there are going to be things that don't appeal to everybody still, right? Some people might not like the space flying. Some people might not like the base building, right? There's going to be those reviewers who find something they don't like. You're not
forced to do any of that too.
Right. But still, it's going to be there for them to say a negative, right? It's going to be for them to go, oh, that base building I wasn't into it, man. It just kind of sucked. When you do a game like this, it does open you up to more potential criticism, because there are going to be aspects that people don't like. So, and that's okay. I just think overall, the overall package, if this comes out as the least buggy Bethesda title ever, that will play into and actually help the reviews, Steel, because let's be honest, Bethesda is a name that is out there. So if people, I've already seen it all over online. This game's already going to be buggy. This game's going to be, it's going to be broken mess when it comes out, blah, blah, blah. Reviewers are going to have that same mentality, Steel. They're going to have that in the back of their head. And if the game shows up as what they're saying it is, the most polished Bethesda title ever, and if what some of the early leak reviewers out there have been saying is true, that they're not finding any bugs, well, then that automatically, they're already at a bonus points, right? They're already bonus points, because that's already exceeding expectation for a lot of people. So I think that would actually help this scenario. So I do believe it scores in the 90s. I really do. I think we get another 90 Bethesda game. We get a game of the year contender. Now, does it win in this year? I don't know. They've pulled out again twice before against Zelda. They've pulled it out. Is Zelda Tears of the Kingdom even the favorite anymore? A lot of people are saying no. Baldur's Gate 3 is the favorite right now. Sitting at a 96, 97, man. That's tough, man.
Yeah, it's impressive, but because Game of the Year is more of a popularity contest and is driven more by a wider audience, hopefully, in votes and whatnot. I would, in some of that, but I still don't think it's as wide as Zelda was or Zelda is, just because it's rated high.
Down. I'm just saying.
I mean, but Zelda's also a smaller game in comparison to Baldur's Gate, right? Where there is but that's why I always add that there's like different games have so many variances between other games, right? So it's like when you talk about game of the year, it's really it's difficult to say because of so many different elements, right? You can say that, well, Starfield is better than both of those games because it's doing all of these things and better and more. And Starfield is also another game like Zelda that has that potential to, because of the fan base behind Bethesda more so, and their style of games, to reach that wider audience.
Correct. It does.
It's all worth to be in the conversation for me, at least, overall.
If it's nominated at the end of the day, Steel, if it's nominated, that's really what matters.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
If they come out and they have their most polished game ever, and people generally see that, right, and acknowledge that this is their most polished game, which would be a new kind of territory for Bethesda, would also prove Xbox correct in the fact that they delayed it for another year for polish, would also stomp all over the narrative of, oh, Xbox can't manage studios. Look at Redfall, blah, 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 blah. Listen, they're not, it would kill that. It would kill that instantaneously, right? So
it wouldn't kill it instantaneously because it would still linger for a bit.
Right. They still have more. They still have more proof. They still have more proof. Yeah. No.
You got to do it with Forza now, especially with the missing features, quote unquote, that people are now running with. And then that now leading again into the Series S stuff that we'll get into here in a little bit. So it's like, it's definitely the start. It's definitely the start for sure.
It would be a big start.
Huge
because again,
start.
It'd be Bugfesta is known.
Right.
Again, that's why I'm saying they kind of have a benefit here if this truly does turn out to be the case, because everybody's already expecting the worst. So if you come in and blow everybody out of the water, you get bonus kudos. So, all right, I'll retract killed, but it will be a huge start.
It would definitely be a huge start.
So, absolutely. And I just, like I said, I'm confident. And again, that's my biases too. Obviously, I freely admit it. Anybody who's listening to me knows. Again, I'm always I don't care. Again, I was playing the 360 version of Oblivion when it came out, which was extremely buggy, and I had zero problems with it. Thought it was the greatest game I had ever played of all time during that time frame. Right? Same with Skyrim. Same. I will say my biases will lean that way,
and that's kind of my thing about Starfield too. It's like because. This is kind of my perspective on it right now. Armored Core 6 was going to be my game of the year unless Starfield does something to prove me different.
Sure.
Not in a way like I'm talking about, like the game literally impacts me in a way that it's like, oh wow, this truly is special. Like the way that I felt about Mass Effect, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If it gives me that same exact feel, again, going into continuing my playthrough in Mass Effect, there wasn't a single moment in Mass Effect where I wasn't so engaged in the game and wanting to see what else is going on and learn about my crew and just experience the universe that they put you in, along with that story being gripping, right? Especially in the first game. That's why I can agree with you that the first game is great, and the story progressively did get worse in comparison, although I still think that Mass Effect 2 is the better game. But Mass Effect 1, that baseline story and getting you put into the world, or into that universe, was a few marks from perfect, to be quite honest. And if Starfield is able to complete that same element, because Armored Core 6 for me, different. I say it's game of the year for the exact same reason you say the Starfield is. It's biased, right? But the other thing too, it's also gameplay. It's also what I've traditionally expect from software. Elden Ring is in that
Baldur's Gate 3 for me right now is game.
Exactly.
Right? That's why Baldur's Gate 3 moved past Diablo 4 for me, is because of those situations, right? That there's no biases with Baldur's Gate 3 other than, yes, I love CRPGs, and yes, I played the originals and loved them to death, and I'm an old D&D fan, so it speaks to my heart. But at the same time, the game itself really set the bar, right? And so for me, that's why it moved in the game of the year. Now, if Starfield surpasses it, we'll see. Obviously, I assume it will, for all the reasons before mentioned, but I do understand where you're coming from with Armored Core. There is that element to it, but that's why I'm also so excited for you I want to see your reaction to Starfield again, as a casual Bethesda fan, as somebody who's recently discovered that now enjoys a lot of single player experiences more than the past, right? And you've done something like experience Mass Effect.
To be fair, I also have a high bar for what I expected in games.
Right. But that's why I'm so excited. That's why I'm so excited, Steel, because this is the first Bethesda experience where you're jumping in day one with a fresh look at a brand new IP from Bethesda. And already there has been things with the leaks that you've seen, which are very important to your experience. That third person view is
the gunplay was immaculate.
Again, everybody has different priorities. For you, those are the priorities, and those are already, from what you've seen, again, it's different when you play it. What you've seen,
especially in comparison to Skyrim, for an example. Hell yeah! Especially in comparison to like Elder Scrolls Online, for an example. Oh hell yeah! Like again, that's what's so weird to me. Like when people said the weird shit about Armored Core 6 looking old, and then you go to Starfield. I know, completely a separate side of the spectrum, but then you also said the people are saying Starfield looks like an old game, and it looks like Skyrim but better. What does that mean? Can you just say that it looks good? Can you just say, it is a solid looking game? It does not. Everything has to all of a sudden just harken. Like again, I know
more to games than graphics.
It's like people have some. That's why I tend to ask if we live in the Twilight Zone, is because like people just forget what those experiences were like. And then when you go back, especially when I go back to them on emulation or whatever, it's like, or I go back to them on PC because Skyrim came out on PC. Game came out 2010, and then I hear I don't see that. I still see, again, casual in the Bethesda universe side of things, and I can see the improvements and changes and the vastness of it. And then people who aren't, like the guy we were talking about in the DMs, he's like, oh, well, it's just not that impressive, and it doesn't look like Red Dead, even though it's Rockstar, completely different studio. Not only that, it's a completely different style of game. That I would tell you, if Rockstar made a space game, it would not be that detailed.
On this scope,
it would not be this. It would still be. It would be very more focused in. You would have a genuine story. It would be very tailored. Unless you're talking about GTA Online, and they're not taking that. We're not going to have GTA in space for 30 years at the rate that they're going right now. So.
No, bro.
We'll get a Bethesda Online game before that.
It's weird to me when people.
Hogwarts,
it's human nature to compare, but it's weird when people pull those types of expectations from other games and place them on studios that don't do that style of game. Like it's weird to me. Again, Bethesda's style is its own. Like
it's creation. It looks like their game. It looks like their games. This is the thing that I say about every other studio. Your game looks like the game that you made from your studio. Like all your games look like that. It doesn't matter what other part of your studio, whatever the part of your dev team makes any particular games. They all have this some form of that style that you're talking about.
And feel. You can't replace feel either.
So it's just, I don't know. It just feels weird and disingenuous in a lot of ways. But again,
it is.
It is what it is.
Where are you at with the reviews, Steel? What do you think for Starfield?
I'm still going to say 98. I'm going to say 98 just to be on the extreme side of things. Just because I want to see people be upset and cry and and talk about it in how people, because what's going to happen is, I know this is what's going to happen. People are going to say, well, you guys are just overhyping a game. You haven't got a good game in a while. You guys,
viewers are biased towards Bethesda.
You nerds like this space stuff all of a sudden.
Baldur's Gate.
You're the same people that like Baldur's Gate. You just want to, even though they haven't shown any nudity or any good times in Starfield. There will be when mods get their hands on this. That's going to be the first mod pack.
Skyrim's different now.
Starfield's going to be different too.
Starfield's definitely different. But I hope you're right, Steel, because that would blow up. It would be.
I want to see things burn. I want to see the world burn a little bit. I think it'd be hilarious. But speaking of which, we're talking about Starfield and also brought up Baldur's Gate. I think this would be a good opportunity to kind of introduce some conversation about the Series S again this week, right? Because people do have some fears about, because Starfield is a decent looking game. I do see some people kind of like, man, I don't know if I would really want to play Starfield on a Series S though. And then now we're also seeing that apparently Phil was able to get into Larian and get Baldur's Gate 2 released by the end of this year on Xbox, which is really dope to see. Now there is additional conversation to be had there where I see a good amount of people saying that this is proof that the Series S is holding things back, that they have to. The number one part of the conversation was, oh, look at Xbox already breaking promises, their parity promises, just so they can appeal their fan base or whatever the case may be. They can't keep their word for anything. They don't. This is living proof that the Series S is going to hold Xbox back as we move further into the generation. That's been the main crux of like the news, right? And then also coming off the heels of, and I'll follow it up with this, because Destin asked Phil about this during their interview. He says, "Do you have any news about some sort of mid-gen refresh for Xbox?" Because again, the Series S is limited on RAM, and that is something that is affecting the Series S a lot. I'm not going to front on that, but I'm also not of this mindset that the Series S is what's holding things back. And the main reason, and then I'll get into this little blurb right here. The main reason for that is because we're going to again get to a point towards the end of this generation where the Series S is playing games at 60 frames that we thought wasn't going to be possible at the beginning of the generation. Why do I say that? Because it's happened every other time. Why would this generation all of a sudden be different? Right. Why all of a sudden would technology just stop moving forward, especially on the software side of things, where AMD is for better or worse, because they take a step forward, take some steps forward and a step back. You see the GPU pricing, whatever. But as we get better with software and you get things more implemented, you are going to see a ton of games pick up as far as that goes for the Series S in the games that we're currently getting on console. So it's just, that's kind of my mind state on it. But anyway, but Phil Spencer, to the question about the mid-gen refresh, he says, no, we're doing right now the increased storage on the Series S, but no, like I said, we're kind of at the beginning we're kind of at the end of the beginning in my mind, excuse me. So I think we need to let devs settle on this hardware and get the most out of it. But in terms of increased frame rate, increased resolution, I just look at what goes on a PC with high-end GPUs, high-end CPUs. And it's not like always just about pixel count or frame resolution. I think there's lighting techniques. There's a bunch of things that go into what makes a game look and feel great. And we have a ton of headroom as an industry there. Mm-hmm. Now, I know Phil's not the guy who's putting this hardware together, and he is supposed to make sure that no matter what, Xbox is in the best light possible. But this does kind of, at least in my opinion, double down on some of the thoughts that we've had about them not doing that mid-gen refresh. But this part of the conversation is also what's been added to this continued and ongoing conversation with the Series S being the potato in gaming right now, and not allowing for the consumer to truly get the experiences that they asked for or were pitched for, which we have talked about here, right? Where again, marketing tools worked once again, pitching us something that is a pipe dream. But I also believe in that same breath, when you have, in hardware at least, as a consumer, you should also make yourself aware about different versions of a product, right? Especially if it's along the same line. Samsung is a good example, right? They have the S22 and then they'll have the S22 Ultra. It's the same phone, but clearly one is the better phone, right? And you say, like, there might be a game that you can't play on the regular phone at a certain quality that you could play on the other phone. right? One's 1440, the other's 1080. That just as an example. The consoles are exactly the same in that fact, right? Or you could take it into cars if you'd rather do that. Whatever car that you want to choose, if it has a sports version, it's still the same car. But it might have some tweaks to the motor. Maybe it has a completely different motor in it. That is possible. Maybe it has some better tires. Maybe it has better rims, bigger rims. Again, we know that the Xbox Series X has a bigger GPU. They do share that CPU power. I think there's a little bit taken off the top as far as the Series S goes, but not so much in comparison as far as in comparison to the graphics that are capable of the box. So for me, I did like hearing this because I do think in the conversation that we've had previously about Xbox potentially, instead of doing the mid-gen refresh, going ahead and working on that next Xbox to pull people in with, so they can be right on top of the narrative of power, being ahead on the industry, maybe possibly waiting for some those additional tools to come alive, and also seeing, because I don't think going into the next generation either, we're going to see Xbox possibly go to, we're going to create different games differently, or we're going to create a different environment for devs again, because that's their biggest thing that's holding them back right now. You're getting better games from PlayStation, not because the Series S is the potato, but you're getting better games from PlayStation 1 because they have the player base. 2, they're using the same environment that they carried over from the PlayStation 4 for the PlayStation 5. And that's not the case for Xbox. And that is a problem for them.
Mm-hmm.
But if those things get hammered out and they go into the next generation, you might lose the power narrative for a year or two, but if you have the games to back you up, because those always will stand the test of time. PlayStation 3, perfect example of that. They got PlayStation 3 was getting macked on, right? For a lot of that generation. And again, things leveled out towards the end, but PlayStation 3 released good games that we thought shouldn't have been possible in that cell processor that they try to sell us on so hard. Again, that's where we got Last of Us.
Cheap Blu-ray player too,
and cheap Blu-ray player also, yeah. But Last of Us came from out of that environment, yes. Right? So if that's possible, if you can get Last of Us at the end of the generation on a PlayStation 3,
mm-hmm.
What do you think that you're going to get at the end of the generation for the series and PlayStation 5?
Right.
That's why, it's that conversation to me is always really strange and kind of, I try to pull myself back. And again, we always use that RTS perspective, RTS view, and then that educated consumer's perspective, but that ECP, because people do come from different facets of the conversation. People care about different things. So for me, as somebody that cares about the overall scope of it and how it affects different levels of things, and one game, not everything needs to look like Horizon Zero Dawn, Forbidden West, God of War, Last of Us. These games, it's been proven time and time again. Baldur's Gate is another one of those good examples I think we could throw in there now. Not all games need to be of that visual quality, quote unquote, or of that artistic style. Everything can stand out on its own, and it's up to the devs to be able to use those things. What have you seen about, or have you seen anything about the Series S conversation that are kind of coming back up? And are you excited to see that Xbox is willing to make some sacrifices or pull back from their parity clause, seemingly quote unquote parity clause that they kind of had in line, where, if the game comes out for one console, they want it available on the other console because that's their ecosystem right now. How do you feel kind of them pulling back from that and Phil saying, well, a good game is a good game, we need to get it on the platform? Do you think they're going to start working on those things sooner, much sooner than waiting for a game to be successful and then do it? What do you think?
Tough questions. Number one, Microsoft, Xbox brought this kind of upon themselves with the way that they marketed, and it's not just Xbox, right? The other, PlayStation also marketed their console a certain way, and not all the games have lived up to that either. as we've gotten into this generation. So this is not specifically an Xbox problem. However, it is highlighted on Xbox, number one, because Xbox always gets extra attention. Number two, because they did go to this 2 SKU setup with one system being obviously a lot less powerful than the main one, for obviously financial reasons, because again, they wanted that lower priced SKU to sell more to a different market, which is fine. Again, I don't have any problem with that. But how these consoles were marketed coming into the generation and what has actually happened are two different things in a lot of cases. Not every case. We've seen a lot of great examples, and this is not a industry-wide situation with the Series S like it was with the PlayStation 3. Even PlayStation's, first parties were having issues with the cell processor. So if you guys are old enough to remember back in the day. So it's not on that level. Is there an issue? Of course there is. I don't think that there's not. I can't sit here and say that, there aren't certain devs that are having problems with using the Series S for their games. I think that that's, it's quite obvious. Now, to the degree, like I said last night on Xbox Ultimate, until we get to a point where a dev flat out comes out and says, I cannot put this game on the Series S, then I think it's a situation of limitations, but not potential consumer harm as far as missing out on a game. And I think that that would be a moment where we need to have a serious discussion, because, well, Xbox internally would be having a serious discussion about what to do.
Right.
The Series S was always going to be a system that was going to have a lesser experience than the Series X, that just from raw power, that was known. That was
introduced in the One S and regular.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Xbox's
kind of always been
talk off and marketing was, oh, well, the devs will just be able to lower the resolution, or maybe it doesn't have the same frame rate, but everything's gonna be fine. Well, now we see that there are specific cases and specific situations, let's just say split screen for right now, because it's the easy one to point out, because there's been multiple times kind of
the conversation
that this causes a problem. Okay, so fine, so be it. I think that is it great? Is it great to say one version is not going to have parity with another version when you marketed it differently? No, it's not. Is it fair to your Series S consumer, even the less than 1%, I'm just throwing out a number, I don't know what it is, but I'm assuming less than 1% of Series S owners who are going to buy Baldur's Gate 3 and want to play split screen? Is it fair for those consumers? No, it is not. As a consumer, as somebody who does speak out on this stuff, no, it's not right. Should Microsoft, should Xbox make the decision to hold the line here in this case and say to their entire fan base, you guys don't get Baldur's Gate 3 until we and Larian get this split screen figured out on Series S. So you have to miss out on a game of the year contender, something that a game that people are calling generational. You have to miss out on that experience until we get this figured out. That's the real question here. In my eyes, no, you don't do that. In my eyes, you take this hit up front. And again, the criticism is fair because, did Xbox engineer the Series S and say that it was going to be able to run every game this generation? Yes. Is that so far true? Yes. But did they also have a parity clause in their contracts? We've seen it now direct. Shout out to Stephen Tatil and others who have pulled those documents. Do they have a parity clause that said to developers, you've got to have the same features, not frame rate, not resolution, but same features on both consoles in your games? Yes, they do have that parity clause in there. Is that being lived up to? Well, no. Now they've broken that rule. But do I think that priority as far as split screen goes, do I think that those features should have different priorities? And if there is a dev that is having a problem getting one of those features to work on the Series S versus the X, and that's stopping the game from coming out, do I think low priority features like a split screen in a CRPG where Again, they probably have the internal numbers. Whatever that percent is ultra low that people are going to take advantage of that feature. Do I think they should have the right to say, yeah, we're going to make an exception here and get this game out to our entire base. We want this game on our system, in our ecosystem. Mm-hmm. It's very important. Yeah, I do think they should have the right to do that. So I think that both the criticism is fair, but I do think that this is the right decision overall. Should we even be in this spot? No, but we can't go back in time. Xbox can't peer into the future when they designed the Series S and know that they were going to have these types of issues. Do I think that they would have launched the Series S knowing that these issues were going to pop up down the road? No, because this is not the PR you want. This is not something for your consumers you want to say, to have a sticker on the series, to have a sticker on the box saying, if you are a Series S owner, you do not get split screen. No, that's not what you want as a company when you design a 2 SKU system like this at all. I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that internally, this is not the ideal situation. But again, it's not industry wide. A lot of people want to blow this up and say all the devs are saying that they hate the Series S. BS. That's not true. Have we had more than a few devs come out and speak out about the Series S? Yeah, we have. Have we also seen a couple of those same devs who spoke out about the Series S problems and saying things were impossible come out with a patch for their games 30, 60, 90 days later, and all of a sudden magically the Series S works? That version of the game is all of a sudden better than what they said was possible? Yeah, we've seen that too. Devs' time is limited. I understand that. Devs' resources are limited. I understand that. Priorities are going to be different in each case. I understand all of that. We've seen that. To steal, to your point, you and I have been through enough generations of games. Most of the people in our chat probably have been through enough generations of games to know exactly what you said is true. What we see in the beginning of a gen and what we to see at the end of the gen
completely different.
Are a lot of times are night and day. Right? Things that we said when we first popped in our first game, right? On a new gen said, oh my God, look at this. How could they do any better? 5, 6 years down the road, all of a sudden we're playing a game going, oh my God, how can they do any better? Like, this is crazy. And you go back and compare the two and it's like, whoa, what a jump. Could the same thing happen this generation? Of course it could. It's up to the devs. It's up to the tools. Again, we've heard the tools are all set. They're all ready to rock and roll, but it's up to the devs. Are they going to put their limited time and resources into using all of those features in the tool set that Xbox has provided to make sure that the best experience is on both the X and the S? That's $1 million question. And third party wise, so far, we haven't seen that. We haven't even really seen the full capabilities used by a first party title yet out of Xbox. Will we see that down the road?
Yeah,
I hope so, because as a first party, you better be using your system to the full capabilities. But again, this is not an Xbox only situation. Do I think that PlayStation, when they signed a deal with Square Enix, when they sent part of their devs, their engineers over to Square Enix to help them, and again, we know this because Square Enix said that's part of the deal, that Sony does provide human resources, manual power to make sure that Final Fantasy 16 was going to run great on PlayStation 5. Do you think that at the beginning of the generation, when they created or when they engineered the PlayStation 5, they thought Final Fantasy 16 would drop down to 720p at certain points? No.
That's not acceptable either.
That was not the goal. That was not what was marketed to their consumers either. So again, this isn't, one thing. This isn't just an Xbox problem. It's easy to point out the Series S because it's the weakest console outside of the Switch, again, on the market, but you know what I'm talking about. In this current gen, the Series S is the weakest link when it comes to consoles. Now, we talk about PC stuff all the time. We talk about how many different variations of PCs that devs have to account for when making a game. Well, obviously their priority is PC because most games, 99% of games start out on PC. Actually, all games start out on PC in some form. So they automatically are already working on the PC versions, and they do that. When it comes to consoles, that's when you start getting down to time and resources and where your priorities lie. And is the Series S a high priority? No. Is Xbox's higher priority as PlayStation? No, we've seen that too. But we've also seen games run better on the Series S in some instances.
Armored Core, for an example.
Right. Than on the PlayStation 5, right? So we have examples on both sides.
It's like damn near 10 to 15 frame difference.
Yeah. It's just easy to point out the Series S. Again, criticism of Microsoft, Xbox, how they positioned the Series S coming into this generation. That 5%. Criticism is fair and should be there. Again, you can't go back and change what's been done. A mid-gen refresh, to your other point still here, wouldn't help the situation because devs still have to account for the old Series S hardware. Yep. It's not going to change anything. So they're kind of locked in.
It's the same thing, yeah, no matter what.
Mid-gen refresh, again, I'll say it again. I would understand why Xbox would do it if PlayStation's going to do it. I'd understand why Xbox would do it, to keep the power narrative, to make sure that they're up to date, to not take the hit for whatever X amount of years before the next gen launches. I would understand. Do I think Phil's being real when he says that they are not going to do a mid-gen? As of this moment, yes. I would say that I do believe that he's not going to do a mid-gen refresh on his consoles. That basically the Series S Black Edition, updating, giving you more memory, storage, that's about as good as it's going to get. We might get a slimmed down version of the Series X at some point. That might happen, but more power? No, I don't think that's going to happen. I will say it again. If they're not going to do a mid-gen refresh and PlayStation does, then my opinion, what my strategy would be if I was Phil, and I don't know, maybe this is me wanting to believe that Phil is strategizing the same way, but the way he talks, I think they get to next gen faster. I think the problems with the Series S, kind of the situation with Unreal Engine 5 and where it's at, and sure, we could see it get better as the generation goes on, but do you want to hope and pray, or do you take control of your destiny for next gen?
Yeah.
And that's why I think Phil's at, and I think they launch next gen earlier than they had originally planned. I think they go a year. Colt suggested 2 years, like 2026 for Colt. I said 2027. I think you jump the gun. You get out ahead of PlayStation. Again, there's multiple reasons for this. You will have, especially if the ABK deal goes through, you pull out an old strategy because you have the internal studios at this point to take full advantage and press that advantage. You could press PlayStation hard.
That would be interesting. That would be
because the amount of content they could have. The amount of content they could have from first party ready,
maybe PlayStation
for that launch could be big, could be giant. I don't think PlayStation's not in the position, and I think that's why we're talking pro. I think that's why
I agree.
I believe those rumors. I don't think they're in a position to do that, but yeah, they could. I mean, obviously, any we've seen companies.
It is much more likely especially with how on top of the generation that Xbox decided to be, what Microsoft decided to be, this gen. Waiting for RDNA 2 and whatnot, and you waiting for the additional features and whatnot. I kind of feel like that's going to be their pattern moving forward. They're going to be their hardware approach as far as the gaming market goes.
Yep.
In this time around, you could use that 360 approach by getting a year ahead, and really taking advantage of, because who knows? I mean, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, you're guaranteeing DDR6 at that point, more than likely. The advancements that we'll probably see. I mean, they're going to be expensive, but there's also, I think it's going to fluctuate down enough to a point. It's also hard to predict because we don't know what technological advancements will make within that time either. In the next decade, who knows what's going to fucking change?
When you launch S.T.A.L.K.E.R, if you do launch early, just again, I've said it multiple times, but when you think about their if they do get the ABK acquisition, you promote the best version of Call of Duty.
Yes,
you could legitimately probably at that point state that you within the first year of launch you're going to have Elder Scrolls 6 on your new hardware as an exclusive, which again, if you think the Starfield hype is big, wait until the next Elder Scrolls is getting close. It's going to be on another level. You have that in your back pocket, along with all these other studios making all these other games. You could have one of the biggest launch lineups during the first year of your new console in history. You could have one of the best launch lineups of all time. Like that's where you press that advantage. So I just think it's an interesting conversation, but overall the S conversation is overblown. Obviously by a lot of people. To me, it's overblown. The criticism is fair. It's not the ideal situation.
Yes.
Again, it is
like, don't misinterpret what we're saying. It's still worth a conversation. We're not saying it's irrelevant, but at the same point, like, again,
you never want to do this to your consumers. You never want to come back and backtrack off of your promises and say one set of consumers is not going to have the exact same experience potentially as the other set when you said it was going to be the same minus resolution and frames. You don't want to do this to your consumer base. It's not it was never intentional. Okay. I just don't think that they had the foresight to see these problems. And is that their problem? Yes. And that's where I say the criticism is fair.
That's a problem for them as a business, though. Like,
as a business, right. As a business. Right, you do. Right. No, and I agree, Steele. It's just that this is not good. From a consumer standpoint, it's not. You even a small feature like split screen on a CRPG, it's still not okay.
No, it's not okay at the end of the day, because
overall,
somebody mentioned that. Yeah.
Right, but overall, for your entire consumer base to get the game, a potential game of the year, potential generational type game into your ecosystem within the same year as everybody else, is that a bigger priority? Yes. To me, it is. To me, you got to do it. You got to make the hard decision and move forward. You take your hits, take your lumps, but move forward and know that you're going to have a lot of happy people in the Xbox ecosystem that now get to play Baldur's Gate 3 this year versus waiting for an unknown, right? That is a win at the end of the day, right? And so I think you had to make this decision, period.
Yeah. Now, I mean, again, we'll see how things end up playing out. I just think that they're going to traditionally fall in line like things have in other previous console generations. And then we'll get improvements that will help boost performance, and I think we'll end up getting a lot more use out of the Series S than people are anticipating. So, Edgy Boy says, apparently Sony is experiencing the highest return rate for a PlayStation console ever. Coincidence? I think not. I don't know how concrete those numbers are. I have heard multiple people that do work at GameStop say that they've gotten a lot of PlayStation returns and whatnot. Not just Psycho. I've had other people that I'm connected with that said some of the same things. It's hard to kind of judge those things, right? PlayStation's always going to have its place. A lot of people are going to hold on to it no matter what. But we are very quickly getting to a point to where you need to have content and the variety of content. And right now, the strongest suit for that is in the Xbox ecosystem. You're seeing it all the time when they make Game Pass announcements, the type of games that are coming in. Is every game going to be for you? Probably not. Every game isn't for me, but I'm still part of the Xbox ecosystem. I'm still asking myself, why should I be part of this other place, ecosystem known as PlayStation? What are they giving me as far as value goes? One easiest point of contention for me would be like, yo, if you had even your own launcher on PC, that might be an easy way to get me pulled in, right? I could have got Ratchet & Clank because the wife wants to play it at some point through that, right? And I still got Ratchet, so nonetheless, it is what it is. But this is going to be a time to where we're going to see how competition truly plays out. Will PlayStation really pull those cards out again? I heard you mention I'll be able again. A special person naming the anticipated games to be released on PlayStation within the next year or whatever the case. 9 months, even better. Yeah. And the types of games that they're throwing in there. Yeah. And yeah. I mean, I see a potential, a lot of that, like a Stellar Blade that has me excited, but sure. I think we are definitely entering a point in the generation, especially with gaming, that you have to figure out how to get people to have access to your content no matter where they are. And just having the hardware for PlayStation be that place, not having a shout out to Doc Dark. I think he was one of the ones that made this point that I heard, the PlayStation Portable, right? You releasing a handheld that literally doesn't do anything but do remote play. Now, mind you, if you leave your PlayStation on, you go traveling, you got access to decent Wi-Fi. Yeah, you can still connect to it.
We know how that works.
It doesn't fucking work great at all, typically. Especially if there's somebody who
magic.
Unless you have your own hotspot, you know what I mean? Yeah. There's those things that you could use but even that is like very touchy feely, but we're not at a point for those experiences outside of your house to be very beneficial to you. And it's also just extremely inconvenient. I feel like they dropped the ball. Decisions. I feel like they're making weird decisions.
They're making weird decisions, and I think they're reloading. And I think honestly, if there is a pro Steel, I'll speculate and say that they're holding back some announcements right now as far as first party roadmap goes to line up with the pro announcement. Because I mean, again, you come out and you give people a big update on Wolverine alongside a pro announcement, that's going to be huge. You give people an update on some of the other first parties you've been working on and say, oh, by the way, best version is going to be on the pro. Like that's marketing 101.
Yeah.
And I think they could be doing that. I'm not making excuses for them because again, we all knew this was coming. There was going to be a lull eventually with Sony. They didn't have unlimited ammo going for them. Like eventually this was going to happen. They had consistency for a 5-year stretch. Your studios have to start reloading at some point. You filled in some of the gaps with remasters, all that kind of stuff. Great, fantastic. You still got your third parties lining up for you. Great, fantastic. But first party wise, we knew this was going to be the case. The next year, this year, and potentially next year are going to be very light for Sony. But if the pro rumors are real, they'll announce the pro next year. By the end of the year, you announce that future roadmap lineup with, oh God, we're going to have full advantage of this pro. It's going to be freaking amazing.
You know what else, Pong? We were talking about showcasing and whatnot earlier. We still have the Game Awards towards the end of the year. And does Sony decide after Spider-Man seemingly is successful? Of course, I would imagine at least. I mean, I don't imagine it not doing numbers and being successful and being an overall
one of the biggest guarantees,
good game, right? Overall, but there is a high potential that come Game Awards, maybe they make that PlayStation Pro announcement. Maybe they do give you a roadmap there, because again, like we made the point last year and the year prior to that, where it's just like. Obviously, there's more people tuning into these events than there were previously, and this is one of the bigger events to tune into. So if they hit people over the head right there, you fill it up with a bunch of PlayStation, got trailers out there, you'll have hype to be able to ride off, but you still can't write off your competitor either, because maybe Xbox, because they also made that throughout that interview that Phil had been doing and other folks, that there's also, this is the beginning of that, possibly that back and forth that we were traditionally wanting to get previously, right? From like the E3 times, and you see that constant competition. Who won, right? What if it gets to a point where the Game Awards becomes this thing where it's just like, not only, because we're not going to get it at E3 time, I guess, but not only do you have a good Game Award, but you're also walking away asking yourself, damn, with what these different publishers showed, who really showed out? Was it PlayStation? Was it Xbox? Was it Nintendo? Was it, whoever else decides to step into that ring? So that's another thing. That gets me excited, because that's what Peter Moore's interview with the Iron Lords was extremely interesting. Mainly because, and I'm bringing this up, console wars are good for marketing. Not good for emotionally driven people.
Well, for communities and
for people that live around that and make their entire being based off of that, right? MG says the beginning of the back and forth, about time. Xbox been sitting that competition out for years. But again, MG, that's my point, right? And you're making some statements in the chat and whatnot, saying Sony's being successful and everything. But I hope, even you and other PlayStation fans can see that, hey, some things aren't lining up. Things aren't feeling quite right. What is truly going on? We typically would have somewhat of a better roadmap from Sony, because that's what we kind of come to expect. At least that's what I came to expect, that, hey, I kind of have an idea of what's coming out from them, right? Right now, it's more so, I know there's Spider-Man coming around the corner, but if that's not getting you, then where are the hopes and dreams that they're good at selling us to, right? Where I need that also. So again, if that back and forth starts here, it'll be really beautiful to see. It'll really hype up that, again, the fall going into the winter is a perfect time for consumers anyway. It's one of the biggest times of the year that the economy really sees a boon and makes a lot of its money because of the way people are spending money. And again, that could be, gaming could help add to that conversation in my opinion. So
absolutely. Hey, real quick, Steel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some sad breaking news, by the way.
Oh, sad. Whoa.
Yeah, sad. Big part of my childhood, a big part of a lot of people's, again, TV show watching back in the day. Icon, one of the goats of game shows. Bob Barker has died, 99. So he passed away. So Bob Barker, of course, Price is Right, fame, of course. He passed away at age 99. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Damn, that's crazy. I remember that guy. I had to look him up real quick.
Bob, yeah. He was a huge part of my childhood.
He used to be up all
growing up. Yeah, man.
I didn't intentionally watch this stuff, but when you start watching it, he was definitely a hell of a host.
Bob, yeah.
I've seen a lot of him. I've seen a lot of him on TV.
Yep, absolutely. So Bob Barker, 99.
Damn, that's crazy.
What a life.
I mean, that's definitely a lifetime though. It's always, it's kind of the dream, right? And I think he was pretty active for most of it. So.
Oh yeah, he's been out of the limelight for the past probably like 5-10 years. He's probably been, winding down and out of the limelight, but man,
better than
a long time.
Better than sleeping. When you're trying to help people.
Bob, you're right, Red Monkey Butt, and he was in Happy Gilmore. He beat up Adam Sandler for one of the best cameo scenes of all time as well. Yeah. So, but shout out to Bob.
Hey man. At least he didn't fall asleep on his shows like we got people falling asleep during national emergencies. But nonetheless.
That's true.
What else do you want to get into here, Pong? We got some info, possibly grains of salt if you'd like. There is confirmation though, because part of their team was cut. This is coming from Jeff Grubb on Game Mess Morning. Dragon Age Dreadwolf was internally planned for a September 2023 release. They got pushed back to 2024. Currently, it's planned for summer 2024 at the earliest, but it could be pushed back even further. I think I believe the additional part of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pong, but the team because it's BioWare, right, that's working on it. 50 people, veterans apparently, were cut from the studio. I know Jeff Grubb was kind of thinking that it was probably people that were a little bit higher up in the echelon as far as like pay grade goes. So maybe they were getting some of those people out there. I don't know. And we saw that from Halo 2. Maybe it's just an ideal shift, an ideology shift. Excuse me. Maybe that's what it is. We won't know until these games come out. Dragon Age Dreadwolf comes out, whether that's true or not. But from what Jeff Grubb also said, he said that that they have pulled people from off of Mass Effect, the new Mass Effect game.
We knew that.
To work on Dreadwolf, and now they're probably going to have to. So with that kind of kept in mind. What is EA's mentality, right? Like, what is going on with all of this shit? Like, and again, he even made the point, and I know the industry is kind of hard to gauge sometimes because you get a game like Baldur's Gate, really RPG focused. You can get single player co-op. You got multiple multiplayer. You got multiple facets of the game that you could jump into, and then you have your more traditional studios like a BioWare, single player driven most of the time, great stories from what I've heard most of the time, really not get their just dues or get more, more money thrown their way. But I also feel like maybe potentially they haven't proved that they just deserve that money, because I don't know. For me, Pong, it's hard for me to grasp because, and maybe you'll have a little bit more of the baseline knowledge or more information behind it. But for me, I also look at it from a business standpoint. It's like, what has BioWare done lately though? And how successful has that stuff been? And because I don't run BioWare and it is under EA, is EA seeing things from them that lead them to believe that they shouldn't have faith in what they're creating. I know the last we heard, and Jeff Grubb said the same thing, that apparently Dragon Age Dreadwolf is in a good spot, but in as far as his game cycle, but I mean, of course you'll say that for anything. But is BioWare even what they used to be, to the point to where EA feels like it's worth continuously throwing that money at them? Because it seems like from this, on the business side at least, maybe it's just not a disagreement of creative vision, or maybe a lack of money, but maybe it's just a lack of faith potentially. I mean, like, what do you think about how this is kind of playing itself out? Because EA, I'll give you this too, Pong. Apex Legends, from everything that I've seen over the weeks, and this has been an ongoing thing for the last 6 months that I've been kind of paying attention to, Apex Legends is falling off hard. It's not what it used to be, and they're actually
maybe we'll get a real Titanfall then.
Maybe, but they're not. It doesn't seem like EA is going to be depending on that game like they used to. So
I don't know.
Maybe that has an effect on that too.
Every time I think EA's turned right in Zampella we trust, Zampella has done so much for EA to get them to open their eyes and realize things. They always seem to take 2 steps back. And when it comes to BioWare is nowhere's. It's a shadow of its former self, right? When those of us that have been around for a long time and seen BioWare rise to the peaks of RPGs, and considered one of the, probably at its peak, probably one of the top 3 studios in the entire world for most fans. BioWare was unbelievable. And slowly but surely, it has been decimated through layoffs, through people just flat out leaving, sick and tired of EA's BS, whatever the cases may be. Much of BioWare had already been gutted. Probably 90% of BioWare, the original BioWare, was gutted, right? And we saw the problems. We saw the problems arise, especially with Mass Effect Andromeda was kind of like the greatest shining example of how far BioWare had fallen for most people. Now, I know there's some people who do like Mass Effect Andromeda. In fact, I was, a few months ago back to playing it again to get my sci-fi fix. And overall, again, a good sci-fi game, not a good Mass Effect game, right? That's kind of where I fall with it. But so much had been lost. So much talent had been lost. You could see the results. You could see what was happening here. So I already wasn't holding my breath when it came to Dragon Age Dreadwolf and the new Mass Effect. I already wasn't going to hold my breath on this. I'm crossing my fingers. I'd love to see those 2 franchises be resurrected again, come back with some great showings. I had hoped that EA had learned enough lessons from Anthem, from all these different situations that they were on the right track. But here we are again. The minute I even say, the minute I even start talking about, maybe they figured some things out. Maybe they can bring some people in, get that talent rebuilt up. But, we see 2 steps back again, because this layoffs are going to happen in this industry. It sucks. It's going to happen.
Right.
It's shitty. It's going to happen. But the facts are that we do know, and we did know, we had word already before Grubb reconfirmed it again, that they had already pulled some of the Mass Effect team off to start working on Dragon Age Dreadwolf to try to get it across the finish line.
Right.
Like you said, Grubb said they had internally planned for September this year launch. That had already got pushed back. Now it's pushed back again. So they obviously aren't restacking talent. In fact, that they're pulling talent off of their other major franchise to try to get one out the door is already concerning. Now you lay off 50 people, and it's not. And again, everybody that was laid off, I feel for all of you. But the main thing I want to focus on here, Steel, is we're talking about, at least that I'm aware of right now, 2 of their final remaining veterans, 2 of the final remaining writers who are responsible. And that Dragon Age and Mass Effect narrative, heavy world building, character development, the writers are what a majority of made those games. and you're going to release two of the most famous writers, Chris Jansen, Luke Chris Jansen, and Mary Kirby, who both go back to the Dragon Age, the original, right? You're going to let those people walk. You're not just going to let them walk. You're actually going to push them out the door. Huge disappointment here. This is like, oh my God. Like, okay, who's not to say that there's no way that these games could turn out good. Of course there is.
Yeah,
new talent comes in, old talent goes out. It happens naturally. It happens through layoff. It will.
It's the reasons for it to happen.
But you got to understand when you're trying to reinvent two franchises that are some of the most popular franchises, you want some of that old DNA. It doesn't have to be all old DNA, but you want some of that old DNA around the people who understand what originally these worlds started as, the original lore, where some of the feelings behind some of the decisions that were made with certain characters in those worlds were made. Like, people can read about it. You can look at, obviously they've got all the, they've got all the lore written down somewhere there in BioWare. They've got all that available. They've got all the appendices and everything that was created. And you can have new talent come in and look at that stuff and understand it. But you're not going to have the same feelings behind it. You're not going to have the same emotions behind it. And then those games, that's what it was about, a lot of. And now you kick two of the biggest writers that you have left from that original group out the door. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Like I said, I already wasn't holding my breath. I'll cross my fingers. Maybe they felt that maybe EA felt that those two specifically, since those are the two big ones that I do know of, had given them what they needed to for both of these games.
Right.
And their services just were no longer needed. Like you said, Grubb mentioned that he thought it was going to be the high earners within BioWare. But if you, again, are talking about two of your biggest franchises of all time,
doesn't make sense.
You'd want to invest, I would think, in keeping those types of people around, even if they do cost more. Like, why is your cost-cutting moves on those types of games? Why is your cost-cutting moves there? And again, we talk about this all the time. It's not like EA is struggling, folks. EA is still pumping out massive sports franchises yearly that just print money. They've still got Apex Legends, yes, on a downturn right now. That is still printing them money, though. Like, this is not a struggling company. You can't keep some of your two best writers around for a little bit longer, or let them continue on.
Were
like, you don't want them,
right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They kicked them out the door. Like, that just says to me that EA is still right. At the end of the day, we know this about all these big giant companies. We know this.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's all about dollars and cents. It doesn't matter. They can talk about, we love you as a consumer. They can talk about, oh, we love our Dragon Age fans. We love our Mass Effect fans. We love all of you. They can say that until they're blue in the face. But at the end of the day, when it comes to decision time, when it comes to the boardroom, it's not going to matter. The talent that has developed these games is going to be a number sitting in front of them. And they're going to say, hey, can we get somebody else to do this job? And they're going to say, yeah, we can hire 100 different writers to do this job. Okay, well, we don't need Mary. We don't need Luke anymore.
Well, don't you think too, though, that would add on to that? Because if they're like the top writers for BioWare, and the last few projects that BioWare has put out, Anthem, Mass Effect Andromeda, I feel like I'm missing one.
Yeah.
When their recent projects were as weak as they were, though, in comparison to what they've released previously. Again, that's why I bring up the whole faith that this EA had faith in them. A lot of it, because if you miss that many times, you're later on in your career. Is it worth that money that I'm paying you if you're not able to create something that wasn't as impactful as those previous games were, right?
But a lot of that was because
that's hard to work against.
But a lot of it, and I see, I do
just trying to
where you're coming.
No,
and I do understand where you're coming from, Steel. I do. I get it. Even if you say these two are talented by themselves, if they're a part of this last handful of people left over from the original BioWare, does their experience, does their talent even make a difference when the overall packages were impacted by the junior talent that they brought in, right? Are you looking at the situation from a realistic standpoint, from EA standpoint, and saying, are these two going to make a big enough difference in the overall picture of these two games, these two franchises, that they're worth the extra money? I would still say yes, because they can teach the youngers, the younger generation, the new people you're bringing in, they can teach them and give them the knowledge. And again, what are we talking about here? Again, I don't know what experienced game writers like Mary and Luke make, but let's just say off the cuff, let's say that they're at the upper echelon Steel. So let's say they're on salary and they're making $150,000 a year. Okay. Let's just say that. I have zero clue how they get paid or what they get paid. Well, let's just say 150,000. Let's say you can bring in some new talent for again, it's a guess. It's a guess, bro. But let's just say that. Let's say you can bring in some new writers, less talented, less experienced, who haven't worked on either one of those franchises, but you can bring them at 80,000. Let's say about half, right? Is it worth that to EA, a $1 billion company? That's when I go, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? You're EA. This is not a indie studio. This is not a studio that maybe is a little bit beyond AA studio who still has to really watch the budgets, right? And they have to make tough decisions, right? I'm not talking about that type of place here. I'm talking about freaking Electronic Arts, EA. The top 5 publisher in the entire world.
Yeah.
And again, your two of your biggest, most important franchises that you own IP wise, Steel. Not talking about some new IP.
Right. No.
Not talking about unproven IP. I'm not talking about IP that wasn't successful. I'm talking about your two biggest franchises that you're trying to bring back. According to you publicly, you're trying to bring back to prominence. Is it worth the extra investment there? In my eyes, yeah, of course it is.
It could,
again, EA is saying no.
It could be contract disagreements too, because there could be that. Maybe those writers and anybody else that ended up being let go, that they couldn't come to an agreement. They wanted more.
Man, I'm in an industry that is also talent based in a lot of ways. Right. When it comes to sales and finance, there is a talent level difference. There is a different level of work that you get out of somebody who is experienced in my field.
Right.
Okay. Than you do out of somebody.
Most things. Right.
And I've seen these things as well happen within companies. Oh, we can just, this is easy. This is easy. No, I can give you a script and I can bring in a new person and you can read the script and do what these other veterans are doing. And I can pay you a whole lot less. Doesn't work well most of the time. It doesn't, unless that person has natural talent, that new person. That's what I'm saying here. I just think that the investment was worthy for these two franchises. And again, this has been ongoing. This is not something that just started. We are at the tail end of the complete destruction of the original BioWare. I don't know how many are left. I gotta believe it is literally like a handful of original BioWare people that have been around since the first or second Mass Effects and Dragon Ages. I don't know how many are left, but I gotta believe it's a handful. At this point, what does it really matter? I see your point, Steel. If you're looking at it from EA standpoint, we've already gutted this team completely. What is the difference?
Trying to make sense
start fresh, bring more people, right? And I don't know if there is any sense to be made, but it's disheartening. It's sad to see these people. Nothing but the best for Luke and Mary.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there will be teams that will be extremely excited to pay them, rightfully so, for their services. And they're going to, whoever picks these two up is going to get some amazing writers, amazing world builders with amazing experience instantly injecting them into their team. I saw a lot of people tagging Phil and Sarah, Obsidian, In Exile, like all the teams at Xbox. Listen, wherever these two go, I hope they get what they deserve. If it was about salary, if it was anything, I don't care. Pay these two because these two have proven themselves. I believe in that. They're going to be fine. It sucks. It's awful because they obviously, both of them, from what they've posted on Twitter or X, neither one of them wanted to leave BioWare.
Okay, so then
it was shocking to them too. So, but again, hats off to them. But to EA, again, if you think you're going to revive these franchises, best of luck. If I hope
not
so.
Without talent.
I hope they. And again, I'm not saying that there's not talented people there. I really hope they've done a great job rebuilding BioWare.
Yeah,
maybe we'll start talking about BioWare 5 years from now. Like, oh my God, I can't believe what we've seen BioWare come back from. And oh my God, look at this new group of talented devs that are just crushing it with Dragon Age and with Mass Effect. I hope that's the case because I'd love to see new talent.
The other messed up reality too. Messed up reality too that could be possible is that it could just be simply, in the EA standpoint side of things, it could be simply easier to get somebody who's younger on, or maybe is newer to the team, to get this X amount of work out of them because they haven't experienced some of the BS that has gone through this company, right? That happens every day in real life companies, in real life business, to where, sometimes it's worth taking the lower payment, the newer guy, just because he's going to work X times as hard as your experienced guy, because your experienced guy isn't going to deal with your dumb shit anymore. The new guy,
and that could be, and Decado said it, and you kind of brought it up there too, Steel. Like, maybe they were, with the changes they're making to Mass Effect and Dragon Age for sure, because we know they are changing Dragon Age again. Right. I wish Baldur's Gate 3 had come out 3 years ago and proven to EA that you can make a core game like that. Again, there was differences, but I'm just saying you can make a core game like that in this day and age and still find huge success. And maybe they wouldn't be making all these changes as they are to Dragon Age,
right?
But maybe they were pushing back. Maybe they didn't like the way the stories were going. Maybe internally there was some battle about the direction they were taking some of the characters or the world or whatever the case may be. Maybe that's always a possibility too. And EA higher ups have said, nah, you guys don't see the vision that we're trying to put forth. Your services are no longer needed here, right? That's certainly a possibility. That's happened. That happens in other industries as well. So maybe that is the case. There's a lot of different reasons. I just got to ask real quick, totally off topic, but Blue Moon, I'm trying to find out what this where have you ever retired a human by mistake? So cool. Is that from Blade Runner? I got to know. I thought that was a conversation that was being had. And I'm like, whoa, where are we going here? Have you ever retired a human by mistake? By mistake. So cool. I think that's Blade Runner. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think so. Okay. Anyways. Yes, it's got to be Blade Runner. It is Blade Runner. I know. I could see the scene now. Like I was racking my brain where this
Eastside Vandal said yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I thought I was like, whoa, what kind of conversation we got going on?
Yeah, I thought it was getting personal at first. I was like, what the fuck happened?
But Blue Moon and Killer, Stone Cold Killer, we didn't know about in our chat. All right. That's funny as hell. All right. But yeah, no. Again, hats off to Luke and Mary and whoever else was released as well. Again, I hope you all find new homes very quickly.
Yeah.
That's what I always hope for when anything like this happens in this industry. So shout out to them.
Dope. Well, Pong, I mean, what else would you like to get into here? We're running into our 4-hour mark here for the show. We covered a lot of different topics here, a lot of wide ranging, a lot of Starfield, a lot of Armored Core that was thrown in there. So of course, there was going to be the new main cruxes of the show, because one's on the horizon, the other one is here currently. So we were excited for both. So there was a bunch there's a bunch of Starfield information that we didn't even talk about. They could talk about that for tons of time. And you guys will get more and more information from it once we get.
We could have done a whole Starfield conversation for sure. So
1,000%.
The whole show on Starfield alone. So
I do want to mention that S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2 did get pushed out in 2024.
Q1.
there's that. And again, shout out to the team over there. Whatever they can do from what I've seen from the gameplay, although the gameplay that I saw Phil Spencer playing looked really weird. It looked like he was shooting at something and then all of a sudden he had a pop-up on his screen.
Yep. It appeared that he shot somebody he wasn't supposed to shoot potentially.
Again, but it's like there was no animation though, like of the creature turning around and coming towards him. It was just like
no, there wasn't. But see, with Stalker, you gotta realize, Steel. I know you haven't played Stalker, so you're dealing with you're dealing with things in the Stalker world that aren't necessarily always real and can be supernatural in essence as well. Okay. So it's hard to say what that situation was. And Stalker, the original Stalker, had a lot of you had heavy consequences for your decisions. Okay. And the original Stalker as well. So again, without knowing context right there with that screen, it was a little weird. I'm not going to lie. When I was watching, I was like, what the hell just happened there? Yeah. I'd like to know, but from everybody else talking about it, Boxenberger played it. I think Jez got hands on with it. Everybody got hands on with it. Really good impressions. Absolutely. So I'm excited again, pushing out the Q124. I don't care. Again, the fact that this team is even out here marketing this game, going to Gamescom, the fact that they're making a game at all,
still,
let alone talking about, hey, we're going to get a window for Q1 2024. That's fantastic. Take as long as you need. Like I said, I always say, like I said, too, because I talk so much about this stuff, but obviously it's still important to the team financially to get this game out the door. Again, they've put their lives on hold. Meanwhile, some of their families are fighting. Some of their families may have already been killed. They've been dispersed.
A lot going on.
Obviously, the fact that they're still going forward, GSC Game World as a business at some point too, financially, I'm sure they're getting a ton of support from across the globe. But financially, at some point too, you put your heart and soul in this game. You got to get it out the door because that's going to help your families too, right? That's going to help a lot of things too. So they got to get this game out the door eventually. But again, whatever you guys do, I'll be here for it. Trust me, I can't wait, but take as much time as you need. Again, this year is packed. Core 1 2024 is now looking packed too. Oh my God, big games. But I can't wait for Stalker 2. I'm just happy that it was there at Gamescom. I was happy to hear the positive feedback from everybody who got hands on with it. It sounds like it's really good. Boxenberger says it's one of the most beautiful games he's ever seen. Okay.
I mean, that's what it looked like when we saw the presentation previously. Eastside Vandal brought up an interesting point. I missed this one. He says, Pong Soul, what about Destin asking that horrible question to that Stalker dev? WTF?
I did not see that interview.
Yeah.
I did not see him interview. Eastside, what did he ask?
Let us know what he asked, because depending on what he asked, I definitely want to.
Yeah, because Destin had a great interview with Phil. Like, I gave Destin his flowers for the Phil interview. I thought
Destin's Phil interview, I don't know if it's because of IGN. Like, he still asked some decent questions, but the way that he approached them, like the way that I feel like this question that he asked could have been asked better. Like, maybe he could have phrased them differently. Because you saw some of the questions where Phil was like, what do you mean by that? Like the whole, like, one of the questions that really put me off was like, oh, well, how are you guys going to treat, the Activision Blizzard games, now that you guys bought them, is Bobby Kotick going to still, he's like, like, I was listening and I was like, Destin, like, what are you talking about? It was like, this has already been established that Bobby wasn't going to be the lead for that.
Right. But it was just great because because it allowed Phil to go. But it allowed him, and I saw Phil's gears turning in his head, right? And he was thinking about how he was going to answer that.
That was funny.
But then he had the chance to say, well, there's going to be a new boss in charge. Like, that was great. That was fantastic.
It definitely worked out. Right. But it was just like the question itself. I was like, the way that he staged the question, right?
I can see that one. Yeah, I can see that.
He could have said, hey, how do you guys plan on carrying it over to Activision content or whatever?
I like interviews where they're not softball questions. And Destin really did drill into some tough questions with Phil. And in fact, again, going back to the Larian conversation about Baldur's Gate 3, he actually got a preview of what was going to happen from Phil. And I don't think Phil meant to, but Phil already had it locked in his head obviously what was going to happen in that meeting, because Destin's interview was prior to that meeting, and he asked him specifically about Baldur's Gate 3 and Series S, and Phil goes, well, I think the team has announced that it's coming out this year. No, Larian had not announced that. In fact, most of the speculation from their wording was that it was going to be a 2024 game by how they were talking, but Phil obviously was already knowing how he was approaching the meeting, which he had right after the Destin interview, or very shortly after the Destin interview. And he knew what the outcome was going to be of that meeting. And he kind of unconsciously put that in his own head. So that was interesting too. I just thought it was good that Destin did ask some tough questions. Did ask some interesting questions, you know, about the roadmap, about the one per quarter. I like that question. Phil, again, saying it's no longer just our strategy. It's now our plan, meaning that they now know for a fact for at least the next few years, one per quarter is a reality, obviously. So overall, I had to give him his flowers, but I could see how that one question
that one just threw me for a loop, and then it was just like the overall vibe of the interview too was just weird. I was like, I don't know. It just felt weird. It felt off to me. It didn't feel like Destin, like he was in his element typically. Again, I don't have any critical views on him himself or whatever. He says he has hot takes, but everybody got hot takes. At least in my opinion. I mean,
I don't agree with everything Destin does. I just think he's pretty damn good at what he does, and I don't have a problem with him generally speaking at all. So I'm cool.
Side Vandal was saying about that question. He said Destin basically asked the S.T.A.L.K.E.R dev about folks dying in the war. That man was there to talk about S.T.A.L.K.E.R, not his dead buddies.
Ooh,
depending on how that was phrased, and if he did bring that up, again, that's also the reason why I was just like, if he also staged that question weird, that would lend some credence to that question, the weirdness that I had from his Phil interview too.
Yeah,
because there is a way to talk about what's going on in the war that you're dealing with while still developing a game and sounding genuine versus like, hey, I heard your buddy was dying in a war. How's that feel? I mean, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he didn't say it like that. I hope not.
Nah, I'm pretty sure he didn't. But I can. Yeah, that would.
If anybody in chat can let us know what he said, like exactly, so I can. Because again, I don't like trying to address things.
It's a reality
without hearing the exact quote that we was said.
Yeah,
right? So I don't want to take it out of context.
Same. I will say overall, however the question was phrased, in that moment at Gamescom when you're promoting S.T.A.L.K.E.R, sure, the war and the situation is a reality, and I don't say that you have to ignore it as a journalist, but in that setting at Gamescom where they actually brought their game to be hands-on, like this wasn't them just, appearing at Gamescom to give update. They actually brought their game in a playable state for the first kind of hands-on for the public with S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2. I don't know if that was the right environment to have that question. Right. I don't know if that was the right moment to have that question. Maybe if you had something separate outside of Gamescom scheduled with them and you had an interview and you're kind of talking about overall what's been going on with them as a dev studio, you would obviously bring the impact that the whole situation has had. But right there at Gamescom with their playable game right there, that probably wasn't the right way. So probably was not the right way.
Sergeant Sentinel says, I clashed with Destin before because I said it was stupid to compare Starfield to No Man's Sky, and he thought that it was a reasonable comparison. And it's like, fuck you, guy. I mean, but even here, Sergeant, we've said the same thing. Like it's fair to compare them. It's disingenuous to say it's the same game.
Sure.
That's what I don't like and I don't understand.
Simply saying this part reminds me of No Man's Sky, like the mind.
There's nothing wrong with that.
This part. There's nothing wrong with saying that because of course it does. Like I said, I will always say, well, of course it does. Because again, if you're going to have a grounded sci-fi game based in reality, well, how else are they going to get resources? Like, of course it's going to be lasers.
Do you want to axe pick?
Well, that's what I said. You want aspects? You want them to go backwards and start dynamiting for resources? Like, of course.
What are you going to circle up to a straw?
Like, it's going to be lasers. Right. So yeah, no. Again, overall,
it's all going to be done by machines, Pong. We're not going to do anything handheld. We're just going to send robots out, big mechs. It's going to be armor cores mining for resources. That's what we're doing.
Right, exactly. And that's certainly possible. But again, grounded in reality, if you were to have a portable mining machine, of course it's going to be laser.
Right.
Based. Like that's I had conversations with Destin too when we went through that with him. I had conversations on X. Normally I don't give it my energy, but I did have some conversation with him, some decent conversation with him. The thing that I didn't like about that whole time frame with Destin was that he was acting like he had no clue as to why this was a problem, and that was during the time when
I think I remember
the whole when the clown show and the circus was nonstop on X, Twitter at the time, was nonstop just using No Man's Sky to put down Starfield, right? To downplay Starfield.
Yeah.
So that was my problem, because he acted like, I don't know why this is such an issue. Destin, you're in the community. Of course you do. You see this nonsense, okay? Right now, you just stepped in the hornet's nest and said, why am I getting stung? When you full well saw the swarm. You knew what was going on. Again, there was a whole subsect of the community using No Man's Sky to downplay Starfield, to trash Starfield. And that was the problem. And then you walk in doing a comparison, even if your intentions weren't the same, of course you're going to get stung. Of course you are. You walked right in. Yeah. And then to go, I have no idea what's going on here. Come on, Destiny. Yes, you do. Come on, man. So, anyways.
Yeah, that's just like saying, like those other games that came out, like, was it Bionic Commando? What is, I think it was, or one of those games. It was like a Gear style type of game. That's like saying that game was exactly like Gears of War. No, it wasn't. It was different. I mean, yeah, they might share similarities, and I know that might be a little bit of a simpler similarity to use, but that's like saying Devil May Cry is like Bayonetta. No. I mean, they play similar, but actually, again, that's also hard to make that comparison.
I saw Space Marine 40K too, Space Marine 2. I said
that's Gears of War.
That when I saw it, it looks like Gears of War. I said, for everybody that's kind of feeding for Gears of War, it kind of looks like Gears of War, right? Like it reminded me, right?
Coming off because I just played, for the reason I say it like that, because I just played Space Marine 1 recently for the first time. So then seeing that Space Marine 2 gameplay, I was like, this is literally.
Oh my God. Did you see
it? Looks amazing, bro. Yeah. It looks fucking outstanding. The stupid
just
good.
The action in the background,
good.
It feels like you're in a battle. They got explosions going off. They got aliens running. Not stuff that you're necessarily going to interact with.
It's stupid,
but just the atmosphere that they're creating in that game.
Stupid. Yo. We definitely need to co-op that one day one. Definitely need to co-op that day. That's gonna be a lot of fun. And I was typically that game is, at least the first one, it wasn't a long game. So we might be able to get through that too. So it was fun. It was fun too. It wasn't. Yeah. Anyway, that's another one.
Yeah, and you're right. And you're right. Blue Moon. That's where context comes in, and we don't know. Like, again, I'll probably go back and try to find that interview, because I do want to see. But Blue Moon, like Blue Moon said, we don't know too. Before he started the interview, he could have told the dev that he was going to ask that question, like, hey, is it cool if I ask you about this?
Yeah.
Like, he could have approached him prior to. Lot of journalists will do that as well. Hey, are you okay with me asking this question? Like, especially around sensitive situations like that. Maybe Destin did do that too. Yeah, we wouldn't know that unless it's specifically stated within the interview. So you're right, Blue Moon. Again, I just see why, if it wasn't known and that question came out in that setting, why some people would be like, why are you asking about this right now? Like, I could see that.
Yeah. And then Isai Vander was saying that he staged it, like, how's development going with your ongoing situation or current situation or whatever. And again, it's just if it's uncomfortable, I can understand that. There is a time and a place for everything. And not everybody's good at determining when certain things are meant to be said at certain times. We got some people there talking about No Man's Sky and whatnot. Valentone was saying that let's not forget that No Man's Sky was a Sony timed exclusive. I still remember Sean Murray's interview on Late Night with Stephen Colbert. I remember that interview also. I remember him coming out talking about No Man's Sky, and then all the disappointment that
played day one on PlayStation 4.
I didn't play
day one. I was there. I was there day one, so I was there to experience it. It still was cool, but it was not the game they promised you.
Right.
So it was, yeah, it definitely deserved it. A fan said that I'm glad I didn't play No Man's Sky for the sake of Starfield being a space game. I'll play. I don't like space games. I was let down a lot. It's a Bethesda story. Let's go. Hey, really? Shout out to you, a fan, for jumping in and checking it out. Fair. Then I'd love to hear that. I love to hear that. Again, space sci-fi is not for everybody.
That's the thing that I kind of have to constantly remind myself. Just because I am a Star Wars fan, a Star Trek fan. I love the thought of space, right? The thought of something else that being out there, how we would adventure that, spaceships, traveling, shooting stuff, futuristic stuff. That interests me. But it is fair to say that there's a lot of people who like more of that medieval style. Back in the day, let's take it back, swords, magic, more in that element, which is extremely fair.
I lean a little bit more high fantasy, but sci-fi is a close second for me. Obviously, I'm a Trekkie and a Star Wars fan, which some people claim you can't be both, but you can be. So sci-fi is a close second for me, but there, if I had to choose, I would probably pick high fantasy, because I haven't read a lot of sci-fi books, but man, Forgotten Realms, Dungeons and Dragons, Dragonlance, my God, obviously Tolkien. I've read a ton of high fantasy. That's probably why I lean that way overall. But yeah, not everybody's like that. There are some people who definitely do not like sci-fi. So the fact that you're going to check it out, a fan, I love that.
And balance on that, you're a good example of like what I speak to all the time. Like, I always value the opinion of people who have actually played these games. Because like you say, you got 400 hours in No Man's Sky, and not once did you think that Starfield was just a clone of No Man's Sky. See, that's important. That's important to draw from. I got about 100 hours in No Man's Sky. That's why I'm saying the things that I'm saying. Like I went, and because the hype that people were giving Starfield, I said, okay, what is a game that's close to that? I like space games. I've played space games in the past. What's close to that? No Man's Sky. Okay, well, what is this game? Played it on PC. I'm telling you, me and the homie Boogeyman from the community, I had a blast with him building stuff. I got so caught, you can ask him, like I was so caught up every time that he was like doing whatever. We were just sitting in a party. You'd ask what I'm doing. I was like, I'm building up my base some more, man. Like this is what I'm in right now. Like I wanted to look a certain way. I wanted to look good. I want this to be the main base. And then he told me, well, you don't need to have a main base. But then I also found that you can have a teleporter. You can put the teleporter in the house, and then you can go to all your bases. And I was like, hey, well, all my bases got to be somewhat decent. He was the one that had to break me out of that. Hey, just he had to get me into a point where it was just make a 2x2, make like a 4x4 or something, man. Just build something quick. Not everything needs to be massive, or it has to be like of your liking. I was like, oh, I don't know, man. Like,
but for Steel, like, yeah, when he starts doing that, like he said, he spent a couple hours designing freaking emblems for freaking Armored Core 6.
Oh, right? No, a couple hours. No, it was like 6. It was like 6 hours. I missed out 6 hours playing the game.
So yeah, you got to know Steel too. Like Steel, when he gets down to it, if he's into it, then he's kind of a perfectionist. He wants things to be exactly how he envisions it. Right. So like he will put that extra time in. So if he gets into space, outpost building in Starfield, look out. Because that could be
and they said that there's elements of that that are in the story and whatnot that actually they're going to want you to build bases in certain areas. And if you're going to want me to build a base, or I'm forced to, not necessarily forced, but maybe it's a mission or side quest or whatever the case that's going to ask me to do that, it's going to be of that essence. I mean, in Yobi, although I didn't get as much playtime with Yobi as I would have liked in No Man's Sky in that 100 hours that I put in there. But Yobi, I remember, I remember when Steel picked up No Man's Sky. I sent him tons of care packages. It was so dope. He was astounded and happy. I mean, but that's what it's about. And people like Yobi, people like Boogie, the thing that gets them in No Man's Sky and keeps them in that environment is helping other people. I can be honest to say that I'm very selfish, and that's not my approach to games. I like to have a good experience, and I can also be honest to say that, I mean, if I didn't have these guys to pull me into that, I wouldn't have spent almost 100 hours in that game, right? I would have found out that I get to a certain point, maybe I would have progressed, right? But I wouldn't have done as many of the things that I did end up doing, which was super dope. And they added on to the experience. And I don't regret that time that I spent with it. But it's like, now that I have Starfield coming, the things that I'm missing from No Man's Sky are going to be in Starfield. And the things that I'm missing from the things that aren't going to be in Starfield but are in No Man's Sky, I can go without, right? They're like going from being able to travel from the atmosphere onto the planet, like that's really not that big of a deal. Like, it's cool. Again, the first 10 times you do it, yeah, it's dope. But after that, having a ship that I had to go sit and wait for a particular ship, I can't customize it really. I just have to wait for a particular ship. I can't even color it really.
Yeah, I can't wait till you get into shipbuilding.
It's like, you know, it doesn't give you as much personality as I would personally look for. Right. Yobi says, I'm firing up No Man's Sky right now. Got to get my fix as usual. They dropped a new DLC called Echoes. Yeah, I seen that with the robo race and everything. They need more cosmetics in there. I need some dope outfits and this stuff in there, man.
Doc 50. Yeah, everybody else is right. It's the console war isn't going to die down.
No, it's not.
Get worse. The more successful Xbox is, the more good games that they start putting out, the worse it's actually going to get. Because there are people that's their entire lives. That's their personality. They are wrapped up in that. They built entire channels and communities.
You're a fan of something. You want to defend it.
But we've had this discussion.
There's
winning anything. There's no championship at the end of the year.
No, there's not.
There's not even a trophy. Like in sports, like there's like a winner. There's like an ultimate winner. But
it's not like you get that award. You didn't benefit the team at all.
Correct. And that's why I say it's stupid too, right? That's why I say it's stupid too.
I mean, they get a game of the year. We get a game of the year every
between friends, between that stuff. I've always said that's normal. Like that's good natured shit.
Right.
The ugliness that's out here in the community from time to time.
Personal
that's
shit.
Where I'm like, bro, and that's why I said, even at stadiums when people go to sports games and start fighting and throwing punches,
I don't
like, bro, that shit is that's clown shit.
That's
man.
not part. And I hate when people say, "Oh, that's part of the experience." No, it's not. You don't have to be an idiot enjoying your thing, the thing that you like.
But yeah, it's just going to continue to build even more and more. Shout out to Nam Omar, member for 1 month of the Splitters. Shout out to all the Splitters out there. He says, "War divorce." Pong start a Starfield podcast. I'm going to be streaming. I am going to be streaming, and we'll see where that takes me. I do want to do my own channel sometime too, where I do also do videos and stuff, and maybe talk, maybe do some solo shows Adventures. Where we talk and get it up. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll find out where it goes. But we'll try. Splendiferous brought up an interesting conversation that's happened. And shout out to Splen. Love you, Splen. I wanted to get your thoughts on this as somebody who has been a PC gamer, as somebody who does partake in mods a lot, right?
Yeah, most of the time.
And there's been a conversation in general around Xbox and how much IP they have and how much potential there is for having games that kind of cross, or having Halo having Halo DLC in Doom, or vice versa, or whatever the case may be. All that kind of talk, right? And there, Boom wants his racing game, right? His Mario Kart, where they mix all the IP, all that kind of stuff. This is an interesting conversation real quick here, because Splen said, I hope Bethesda has DLC for Starfield in which we can fly by the Halo rings, right?
Oh, but that specifically.
Yeah, that's specifically, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Chat, you guys can all let me know your thoughts on this stuff too when it comes to official DLC versus mods.
Right.
I'm kind of a purist when it comes to games.
I am too in some ways. Yeah.
And when I say that, what I mean is I'm cool with mods. I'm cool with Star Wars, Star Trek, everything that you can imagine. Halo being introduced through the modding community into Starfield.
Armor.
I'm cool with that. Armor, everything. I don't care. Bring us mechs, bring us all that. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm cool with all that. But as a purist, I don't like the games that bring in a mix of other stuff from other IP. Like every once in a while, like in a game like Call of Duty, if you want to do skins, that's different. But in a game like Starfield, I almost don't want Bethesda, and I don't think they will, because I think Todd's a purist at heart too. I don't want official Halo DLC for Starfield.
Oh, no,
I don't want official Doom DLC for Starfield. I want Starfield to have DLC based on Starfield lore, right? But if the modding community does something and I choose down the road to play with mods and I want to fool around with some of that stuff, absolutely. Bring me lightsabers, bring me Death Star, bring me all of that. Like, yes, I 100% have already said I'm excited. But official DLC from Bethesda, I keep hitting my mic too. Sorry, guys. I don't like that. What are your thoughts on this deal?
I'm kind of in agreement with you on that. I am typically a purist in that way. This is like something that's cosmetic or something to that nature.
Sure.
Like, again, making Master Chief Barrett in Final Fantasy VII Remake just because I don't like the way he sounds and I'd rather him be Master Chief. Just looked better, felt better.
Yeah, you did that. See, I could never do that. Like,
stuff like that. It's a cosmetic thing, not necessarily taken away from the story itself. And it wasn't if it was something that it was official, like if let's say that was something that Square Enix did, that would be weird. I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense for your other games. Like, you have so many other games to pull from. Right? I can see like a Metal Gear pull-in crossover before anything. So I do agree with you, like, as far as like official downloadable content, DLC, add-ons, whatever, no, there needs to be things specifically tailored for Starfield. Mods are completely separate from that. Those just should be add-ons to the experience, but the core game should always be the core game. It should be whatever the developer's original vision was. So I'm 100% kind of in agreement with that, and I don't really necessarily fold. Now, you can have things that may have inspiration from certain games, maybe. Hey, Starfield DLC with a Master Chief looking armor, right? It might have some aspects to it that look like, oh yeah, they got that idea from, but it still fits the Starfield universe versus just Master Chief in the game, right? There's the difference there. So that's kind of my outlook on it. So I agree with you. I'd rather see what a team can do, like what Capcom did with an Exoprimal. They put Ryu Street Fighter character in Exoprimal. Like, again, it's wacky, but at the same time, it makes sense because it's still Capcom IP, right? But even that, it's like, it's weird. But the game doesn't take
itself seriously either, right?
Exactly.
I think of like serious games, like
Starfield is a little bit on that more serious note,
serious side, right? And I just it's interesting because it's still an option. You don't have to do it. Like, it's always going to be an option for the player to choose to partake or not. I just want the team to focus on Starfield DLC, not worry about giving me Halo in Starfield. Like, I'll let the modders do that work or whatever the case may be. What did someone say? No. Just like a time remnant, no official Halo DC, but just like we are a part of this universe. Yeah, see, that's where I'm still a purist though, Splin. I don't want and again, I might be really
that could be fun.
I might be really strange here, Steel, but I don't like interconnected universes. I don't like the Marvel universe, the way it's set up. I don't want everything to make sense in all the worlds together. Like, I know people have said, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we find a Fallout world or a Skyrim world and it's all interconnected? And one side of me goes, okay, that would be kind of cool because it's all, BGS, it's all Bethesda. But at the same time too, the bigger side of me goes, no, I want this to be its own universe. Like, I don't like interconnected universes.
The other thing too, though, it has to make sense time period wise, and those games have such a vast time period difference.
But that's what I'm saying. You could find like remnants of like Skyrim on one of the worlds, right?
That could be cool. I mean, the reason I say that it would just be interesting more so than anything else, is just because, I mean, it's kind of like that note some games used to do where you get certain characters, like Soul Calibur. You get certain characters for certain games. It's just to represent that platform. And it could be Starfield. I could see them doing something with Halo to say, hey, we're part of Xbox now. This is a moment, so you kind of carry that on forward with you for the future, right? It's like that. It's like that thing that you just draw some attention to, like, oh wow, yeah. This reminds me of that time that Xbox bought ZeniMax, right? That's why this is kind of in here, kind of a tie-in. But overall, I want Starfield to be Starfield. Deal with your reality and however you see fit. Sure, pull in inspiration from other things, because that just makes sense. There's always going to be inspiration no matter what time period we live in. But so that's kind of me. I like Halo. I wouldn't want to see Mass Effect shit in Halo all of a sudden. Like, why did we do that?
Right.
Like, that makes no sense.
Even if Xbox owned all of it,
the
cross pollination thing to me is still, again, there are games that are made that way, and there are games that are made for that, and I have zero problem if Xbox puts out like a brawler, or if they come back with Killer Instinct and they start adding in, Doom Guy along with Master Chief and all. That's all cool. Like, that's all fine to me. It's just like a serious game, like an RPG like this, a single player.
Certain games
in its purest form. That's all. I don't know. Again, maybe I'm just weird like that, but it is just something interesting that Splin brought up, and I was like, oh, I got it. Eastside said they will have references to other sci-fi stuff, but I think Starfield will definitely be its own universe. Yeah, and again, influences, right? They've already talked about a bunch of the influences, like Battlestar Galactica from back in the day, Buck Rogers. They talked about what was the old tabletop game that Todd's always talked about? The what was the name of it? I can't think of it. Anyways, stuff like that, like Easter eggs, like here and there, or just like like nodding of the cap to your influence. Like, that's cool with me, as long as it fits within the universe and isn't jarring, like that's out of place. I'm cool with that stuff. Like, that's fine to me. Like, if you put like something in the lore that references back to something that you go, oh, I know what that's from. That's okay with me too. Like, that's fine. I just don't want to see big Halo rings in my Starfield. Like, that's all. But again, it's just me. Again, I think there's a lot of potential for Xbox to do something cool like that in some of their games. It's just this one, I'm just like, nah, I don't want that. But interesting discussion. Chat, you guys have been on fire, man. We just had a whole random conversation chat wise. Like, this was great. This is why we love our community here that we're building at Living Splitscreen. We appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you all for joining us today. I've seen a lot of people jump in here later too, as always. Love you all. Live Supremacy, Ballantone, Wilfer Rosario, all you guys jumping in here, man. I'd love to see it. Splen, everybody that joins us. Doc 50, of course. Ghost Fixer's in here as well. I just love you all. So this has been such a great run, man. It really has.
Greatly appreciate you guys. And again, I think we're going to start winding things down, because it's been some time. We'd like to get some things knocked out for the day.
I got an extra show today too.
Yeah, that too.
I got a full day.
So with that, we'll go ahead and wind things down. Again, ladies and gentlemen, definitely look out for more streams coming from Living Splitscreen. I do plan on doing some more Armored Core streams, just playing a game live for you guys, for anybody that wants to join as part of that. Maybe whether you need some help or you just want to see me struggle, you come laugh at me a little bit as I kind of bang my head against some walls just because I want to play a certain way. Because I am biased, I'm just now trying out the reverse joint legs, just now. So I've been bipedal this entire time. So we're getting into there. Also, as far as Starfield goes, I'll let you guys know a little bit more about that. Again, the plan, I think currently, I mentioned this last week too. Me and Pong are probably both going to be streaming Starfield day one, so keep that in mind. Day zero more so that August 31st at 8 p.m. Central. If everything works out the way it's intended, if Pong ends up wanting to do it, that depends on what's going on. Life is always a factor, right? The main plan is we're going to have one of us on YouTube and then one of us on Twitch. That way, no matter where you are, you can kind of tune in. You could keep both tabs open if you want, separate sides of the screen, however you want to do it, however you want to rock out. It's going to be completely up to you. I know Mav is also planning a stream, so there's going to be many different people doing getting their streaming on. Again, leave that completely up to you guys. But I do want to let you know that it is going to be available. I want to do it on, I'm probably going to be the one on Twitch, just so we can start trying to grow that community over there too. The more people we can pull in, especially when we got a new game release, I think the more the merrier. And then we'll be able to point people different directions. And again, we might be able to pull in a whole different community of people that we never expected to get because of this kind of motion that we're putting out there, trying to get that wide reach of audience. So there is that. Just be on the lookout. Just kind of want to set some expectations. So
plus you guys can come laugh at an old dog learning new tricks.
Yeah,
on how to stream. Right. So I can podcast, I can talk. I have zero problems with either one of those, but actually running stuff, setting up streaming, I'm going to be learning all of that. So this is going to be, it's going to be interesting, folks. It's going to be interesting. And then you get to see maybe Starfield will crash on me midstream, and then you get to see me get angry about PCMR and about how it's not worth it, and how much I miss my console. It's going to be a lot of interesting moments for this old dog right here. I'll tell you that. It's gonna be fun.
Again, well, we definitely want Paul to be comfortable. I also want you to be able to enjoy Starfield the way that you want to enjoy it, man. So it's like, you don't have to, right? You don't.
No. But I've wanted to. I've said it from the beginning that I want to. Is it going to be different for me? Saying. Yes, because again, I am a single player dude. Heart. That's my heart. That's how I always played video games. Yes, I've played multiplayer. Yes, now I play multiplayer more than I ever had before because of S.T.A.L.K.E.R and everybody in our family and our community. But at the same time, when it comes to a game like Starfield, like that's a real normally personal experience for me. Like it's me, it's the AI, right. But I'm just experiencing it with nobody else around. I'm making decisions with nobody else, seeing the decisions I'm making, all that kind of stuff. I go waste a lot of time doing random things that maybe other streamers don't do. That's how I play games. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting inviting an audience in to see that. You get to see my game faces, which obviously have already been seen thanks to Mav and Caitlin over there. They've posted some screenshots of my game faces previously when they've caught me. So you will see that stuff. I'm like, it is going to be different for me, but it's going to be fun. I've wanted to do this from the beginning, especially with Starfield. I think it'd be a blast having other people around, kind of judging me for my decisions, kind of laughing with me as mistakes. Again, I'm not, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not that gamer who's going to be like, watch me pull off this crazy stuff. No,
you shouldn't.
No, I'm your average game. No, exactly. I'm not that dude. I'm going to be the average gamer sitting down, just having a good time. And it's going to be fun still. So no, I'm excited. Is it going to be a different? Yes, it is. Am I going to stream the full game, all hundreds of hours that I'm on it? No, there will be times where I go and just kind of chill out on my own and do my thing, but I can't wait to invite people in, and it's going to be a fun time. So this is going to be new, man. This is going to be new. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, and for those of y'all who are like, I'm gonna be playing too, so I'm not gonna. That's fine, man. I mean, that's what it's about. The main thing is because it's not going to be available to everybody, and that's what I want people to know. Anybody that's tuning into this, a lot of the things we say aren't just for you guys in the chat, for the splitters, for anybody specific. It's for everybody that's listening, right? Me and Paul want to be able to reach 3 billion gamers. Will that ever happen? Well, maybe not. We got a lot of work to do to get there, but we would love to be able to talk to as many people as we can because, again, I do think, and I will pat myself on the back a little bit, and I do think that, especially for me, Pong has definitely been on board with it too. Me and Pong have been kind of on point as far as determining quality in games, what we feel what is good, what we feel is worth it. Like, I know I've probably overhyped Armor Core quite a bit, but it also came out and got an 88 day one on Metacritic, 87 day one. Something I personally wasn't expecting. Sure, I was I can be honest and say I'm overhyping it. This personal engagement for me and hype for me, but it's happened, right? Cyberpunk, I feel is the same way, although it has its issues. Baldur's Gate has been some of that, although it's having its issues. There's just a lot of that. For sure. With that, the main thing that I'm saying with that is that we hold our opinions to value, right? To our heart. We wear it on our sleeve, right? We want people to understand that we're coming from a genuine place. This isn't just some made up stuff. We're doing it for whatever reason. It's always heartfelt. So
pure and simple. Steel, Blue Moon had a question for you in the chat.
Yes.
One that you can answer better than me. PC guys in the chat are Steel. Would I be able to play Starfield at 4K 60 max settings with a 4080, or would I need a 4090? What do you think?
If you're trying to
play
4K 60,
yep,
just based off of the stats that we're seeing, it's going to depend on what resolution that you're. Oh, you said max setting. Sorry, that
max setting because a recommended is a 2080, right?
Max, but that's not max. I don't think.
No. That's just right. That's like 1440, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's still 1080. I think it's still 1080 still.
1080
typically, okay, right. For recommended.
Okay. It's gonna be close from my
4K 60 max.
Yep.
Even with a 4080.
Right.
If everything about this game is true, the game needing an SSD, the quality of this game, the type of lighting that they're using, the way ray tracing is implemented, the way global illumination is being implemented, the different systems that are being used in the game, I can get Fallout 4 to make my computer chug, and I have a 3080 Ti and I have a 12-core 24-thread processor, a 5900X. It's a generation behind what's current, but just to put that in perspective, that's at 1080p max settings. Fallout 4 with visual mods. So to give you perspective, like the reason I bring that up, Starfield, if everything is held true, 4K 60, you're going to have to play with some of those settings. Ultra everything, I don't know about 4K 60 with the ray tracing and all the lighting and all the different things they have implemented into the game. I wouldn't be able to guarantee that. That's also, but for me, I also have a different perspective on PC gaming overall. Because I didn't come up in an environment where people were like, oh, the graphics are everything. No, I came up playing Rainbow Six and just dealing with whatever graphics that I was able to play for the game to be as smooth as possible so I can do as good as possible. So like I can make some sacrifices. So like for an example, instead of playing on ultra, play on high.
Yeah.
Hey, well, instead of playing on high, go in and turn some things down. Maybe some medium shadows, maybe some medium things of this. There may be some of that you might have to do at true native 4K. Now, because they are going to have FSR, you may be able to use some of those things to get 4K 60. I don't think it's likely though. Without using those other implementations, and FSR hasn't held up the greatest from what I've seen thus far from what I've experienced. I just don't want to give you a unnormal or try to set your expectation too high or too low. It's just, we're gonna have to see how the game releases. I don't expect even for top of the line 4K 60 though. Max. My fault. What happened?
No, I was just laughing because that was a long answer to not give him a definite answer because there's so many unknowns. I know you don't want to do it. I know you don't want to do it.
It's just not me, man.
There's too many unknowns and it's too hard to get down without seeing the. Well, again, we don't know because again, they always come out with recommended specs, right? They always come out with, oh, you'll get the best, but that's not for every PC. Like it doesn't always work that way. So it's like, we don't know until we get our hands on it. But I would say again, probably pretty close maybe. Cause they've said that for the ultimate, right? Steel, they said a 7900 XT, right? So
with the other specs, that they put out there. Yeah.
They said in his 4080 is technically better than the 7900 XT,
but just 4K 60. I don't want you to, if you're like spending the money for it, I don't want you to sit there and try to guarantee yourself that that's what you're going to be able to play at.
Well, he's already got the 4080. Right?
Oh, but if you already have it, I would still try to play at 1440p rather than 4K. Yeah. 1440p max settings rather than 4K, just so that you have the smoothest experience possible. Now, if you notice that you have a good bit of headroom, then I would try 4K out and see what it's looking like and see how it's running and go from there. I overall just have a completely different way that I approach PC gaming, or how I approach how you tune a game on PC to play how you would like it to play. I'm playing at 1080p max settings, but I'm afforded that because I'm playing at 1080p, right? I also see at 1080p games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla that will make my computer run a little warmer than I would anticipate. So it's like at 1080p. So there's perspectives. I think you'll be fine. There's that too. You got to take that. That is taken into consideration too. So, but yeah, sorry for that long answer. But
yeah, speaking of, has just put out. I don't know where this came from, but it sounds like it's official. I don't know if I don't know if somebody put out some analyzing on it. I don't know. Maybe Digital Foundry did, but he has just put out a post where he said, on Immortals of Avium, right? Which we know is running on Unreal 5, is running at upscaled 720p 60 on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. And the Series S is starting at 486p. Yo,
the game, and from what I've seen, the game don't look terrible on those consoles.
No, it's all upscaled, obviously.
I mean, but even as but that, to me, I feel that as even more legitimacy to what I've been bringing up about upscaling technology being much more useful than trying to things be 4K all the time. I'm not saying that this is okay, but bro, on PC, oh no, it's Alex did his PC port review for Immortals of Avium, and it even on the higher level cars, bro, like it's not an easy game to run. It's intensive.
Yeah.
So like I
think it's crazy just to see those numbers though, like where they're upscaling from, like, oof, boy, that's
shout out to Silent Cypher for the 5.
Brian, what's going on, brother?
He said, I would love to be able to travel to LV426 and see the abandoned colony and planets from aliens while traveling. I don't want to see none of that shit. Okay,
Silent? I don't want to see it, but if they want to mod that in, I'm all for it. Give me aliens too.
Silent. Let me tell you. You want to Space Marines. You want to get me a way to stop playing Starfield?
Bro, come on,
is to add aliens in there.
You would go see.
Paul, I don't want for me to be going on my journey, then out of nowhere I run into somebody who's infected, and then there's a fucking crawler. Like I don't want to deal with that. They give you
a pulse rifle, and you can go lay in the flamethrower. You go lay into some freaking aliens on an LV426.
Now you're telling me there's going to be xenomorphs randomly in some vent that's going to fucking try to ring me up by the neck.
Well, not official mod. So you just know where the planet's going to be, and you go travel that planet. Right. That's what I'm saying. Yes, give me all the sci-fi classics. When people start modding, I want it all in there so I have a choice. That would be freaking unbelievable if somebody does aliens in this game.
Oh, in Apex. Awesome. I can believe that graphically it's not impressive on console. I mean, Pong just explained why it wouldn't be graphic. Any resolution there's only so much upscaling is going to help. Yeah. But at the same point, for it to still be able to run on that console and look the way that it doesn't look like a 360 game. I mean, or an early Xbox One game. That's what my thought process.
Silent says he doesn't want alien. Another $2 super chat from Silent.
Just the environments.
Brian, shout out to you, brother. Thanks.
Appreciate that.
You have just the environments. No, give me the aliens. Give me pulse rifles. Give me flamethrowers. Give it to me as a mod, and I'm going to that planet. We're going to have some alien ass kicking fun.
Yeah, because for me, if you're going to have the planet or the environment, you might as well just put the aliens in there. But then, a quick way we could counteract that. You got to bring the predators in. Then I need predator. I need them. Paul, do you know you're muted? Do you know?
Give me AVP on a planet.
Do you know how dope it would be?
Yes.
For there to be a predator race, that literally is another side of like the bounty hunt. They're considered bounty hunters, quote unquote.
Yes, and they show up at random times. Mods, you got your work
invisible and everything,
bro. We've got 20 years worth of content.
Do you imagine dying from a predator running up on you? All you hear the noise.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden,
bro. I'm all about this. Again, the more we talk about this, like I said, traveling through space, and all of a sudden, out of light speed comes a Star Destroyer, and you got to take that, and then TIE fighters start coming out. I'm telling you, we got 20 years plus. Modding community is set.
Silent Cypher with another $2. He said, Brian, did they say if mods are on the console release? Probably not day one. It's probably not going to be day one at all. Usually for stuff like that, it's probably going to be. I was telling Pong, we were talking about the PC, and where we wanted to get it at or whatever the case. It's probably going to be at least a year until we see a lot of the mods that people want to see, like, are really going to enjoy. They're going to add an additional element to the game, possibly. Now, as far as cosmetics and stuff like that, we'll probably see that within the first month of the game being out. But anything outside of cosmetics, the modders need time to understand the game systems and what's possible. We do. There is a team, if I'm not mistaken, that did get Starfield early, and I know they're working on mods right now for Starfield, so we may have some things that will be available day one, but nothing that's going to be super expansive or anything else like that for a while.
Yeah, no, not for a while. But again, can you imagine if they got all the Star Wars bounty hunters chasing after you too, showing up Steel randomly? Oh my god.
Yeah, that'd be fucking insane. Bro. Absolutely insane.
Oh.
Mav says Unreal 5 was marketed and hyped as making graphically impressive games easier to run. Yep. Seems opposite. Right now, a lot of that stuff was based off the pretense that the tools were going to be able to be usable. And if PlayStation ain't using UE5, then do you think those tools are really going to be used?
Right.
And they're also, the other thing too, they're also using different lighting and other aspects of UE5 that are hardware intensive. And again, I mean, 3-bits even admitted if devs could get us to all have 4090s, then that's what they would have. If they can make whatever game that they wanted and could do very minimal and optimization for one thing, that's what they would do. But that's just not the reality.
Nope, it's not.
Not the reality at all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and wind things down. We'll try to get through it quickly if we can. But all right, so we got to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, where we go about 30 years in gaming history, or as like Splin and Pong like to say, make them feel old segment.
Yes.
So let's get into our This Day in Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. This Day in Gaming, again, is going to be August 26th of 2023. So in August 26th of previous years, we're starting in 1994 this time around. What you say, Split? Oh, yeah.
He said earlier that he's so lucky and he can't stand you right now. So I don't know what he's talking about.
What you talking about, Split?
He's jealous of... He's jealous of Mav some way.
Whoa.
I don't know what's going on.
You gotta explain yourself, Spin. But we're gonna get into this Day in Gaming segment. Like, explain yourself. But in '94 in Japan, we had Super Nintendo release Dragon View. No?
Dragon View. Okay. Nope.
Then in '94, Japan on Genesis released Landgriser 2.
Ooh, Land Greaser. Good old RPG right there. Underrated.
Then in 2000, in Japan, you got Dragon Quest VII, Fragments of the Forgotten Past.
Okay. Shout out to Dragon Quest, though.
Yeah, been still hitting. Then in 2001, Game Boy Advance released Mario Kart Super Circuit. Shout out to Mario Kart. Still hitting strong.
Yep.
Then in 2002 on PC.
Splin says he's young, by the way, bro.
Oh, no for Steel equals
make him
Splin is young, bro. Hey. Well, if you're young like me.
Yeah.
Then in 2002 PC got Icewind Dale 2.
Oh, freaking Forgotten Realms, baby. Icewind Dale. Great series of books, by the way. Great setting. Let's go.
Then in 2002, GameCube got Super Mario Sunshine.
Shout out to Super Mario.
Quite a loved game by many people, I've heard.
Oh yeah.
Then in 2003, GameCube got F-Zero GX. What a great game.
Shout out to F-Zero.
It was a great game. Fun time.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Splint says he got my QB because Kyle Shanahan is a dumbass. Okay, gotcha.
Trey
Football
Lance
talk.
trade. That's why.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was a steal. The
crazy.
Cowboys did steal him. I thought the Vikings were going to get him, but they got a steal. 4th rounder. Oof. God.
Blue Moon says Lord Call still a young buck. It's because I am, bro. I can get out there running, but I need to work on my stamina. We're working on that.
Let's be real.
You younger than me, Splin? You younger than me? You got it. How old you? I'm a 92 baby. Come on, man. I thought I was like the youngest guy in here. What's going on?
I was a year away from being an adult when you were born. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Hey, it was a great time.
Yeah,
love the 90s.
Yeah.
Even being mad young, I bet you loved it even more.
Oh yeah,
I know.
90s best time ever, baby.
Late
best
80s, 90s
generations. Oh yeah, all of it.
Then 2003, Game Boy Advance released Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire.
Sonic Pinball, however, great.
Sonic Pinball is amazing. Sonic Pinball is a classic.
Legit.
I would get lost in that for a long time.
Splin was born in 81. So come on now, Splin.
Older than me, dog. What are you talking about?
Come on, Splin. Let's own up. Come on.
You're 11 years older than me, man. It's all right.
Us 40-year-olds, we're all young because we play games, so we're good. But come on,
but you are young in my eyes. You're a young man to me.
Eastside Vandal says I was doing nasty things in 92.
Oh God, Eastside. Oh, dude, that's funny. But you're a young man. You're definitely you're all young men to me. You guys got a lot of knowledge and a lot of things out there. You got a long way to go. Don't sell yourself short. All right, then we got 2004 in Japan, Game Boy Advance releasing Mario Pinball Land. Mario is garbage. That's all I'm gonna say. His pinball game had to be garbage.
Yeah,
but I'm also a Sonic fan, so there's that. Then in 2008, the DS released Digimon World Championship. Not the Digimon. Digital. Anyway, then in 2008, PlayStation 3 released Disgaea 3: Absence of Justice.
Love Disgaea. Sarah, paging Miss Bond. Miss Bond, we need Disgaea. We need the complete series on Xbox, please.
Bring them on over.
Yep.
Then in 2008, the DS released From the Abyss.
From the Abyss. Sounds familiar. I don't remember.
Then in 2008, the DS released Harvest Moon DS, Island of Happiness. I was laughing because Splin was like, yeah, that's right. I feel 24.
I saw it. I saw it pop up.
Then in 2008, Xbox 360 released Tales of Vesperia.
Ooh, freaking Tales. So good. Tales of Vesperia, one of the best too.
I like
in my eyes.
I liked what I was playing of Tales of Arise. It was slowed down too much for me. Too much.
Yeah, I know.
That pause combat. I don't like that. But it was cool from what I was getting into it though. I spent about 20, 30, almost 30 hours in that game. So
great style. I gotta get that one at some point.
It's all right. I like the aesthetic and I like the story.
I played the demo and loved it.
It was cool.
So yeah.
Then in 2008, you have PC released The Sims 2 Apartment Life. Shout out to The Sims, still hitting strong. Sims is another one of those dangerous games to where
another EA franchise.
Sims is another one of those, like, I have accidentally been pulled into The Sims many times.
I've played it. I've
been lost for hours.
Never been lost.
A couple times.
I love that. I love the people that create whole stories though around their characters. Yeah. Some of the streamers out there, and they got drama, and they like do the voices for the character. Like that shit.
It's funny. It's funny. Yeah, definitely audience for it. Then in 2008, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, the PSP, Wii, and Xbox 360 released Tiger Woods PGA Tour 09.
Some of the best golfs, man. I'm telling you.
Still, yeah.
God, those were great back in the day. Yeah, still to this day too. But back in then, oh man, it was another level. Tiger Woods was so good.
Then in 2010, the PSP released in Japan Ace Combat Joint Assault. Shout out to Ace Combat. I haven't played Ace Combat in a long time.
Man, got to turn on the Iron Eagle soundtrack. Hop in that cockpit. Ain't nothing like it, man.
Then in 2013, PC released Lost Planet 3. What a great game. All the Lost Planets were good.
3 was good.
It's multiplayer. I mean,
not up to par.
It had multiplayer. That's all that matters.
Yeah. But again, 1 and 2 for sure.
Yeah, 1 and 2 need to be remade.
1 and 2 single player and multiplayer were all hitting.
1 and 2 need to be remade immediately. Yeah. And be released as a dual pack. I need that.
Yeah, Capcom's got to have that on their list, man. Bring back Lost Planet for sure.
It's definitely a live service element to it that is missed, in my opinion. I need that. Then in 2014, PlayStation Vita released Hyperdimension Neptunia Rebirth 1.
My girls, let's go. I will always enjoy those games. They're just so much fun. Again, girl that represents each console. It's so freaking awesome.
That's so dope, Dad. I just think that concept is amazing. Then 2014, you had PS3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, and Xbox One release Madden NFL 15. Shout out to Madden.
Hey.
Then in 2014, PC released PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Metro Redux.
Nice. Redo.
Sorry. I haven't played Metro.
It's beautiful games to this day.
Then in 2016, PC released Attack on Titan. Shout out to Attack on Titan. Amazing show. Haven't played the games.
I remember watching Attack on Titan. Just couldn't get into it.
Really?
Maybe it was just the wrong time.
Yeah, it could have been. It's gritty. It's gruesome. It's dope. Yeah. I love it. Then in 2021 on PC, you had Baldur, the Guardian of Owls. Shout out to Baldur.
Hey, anybody who's a Guardian of Owls, I like. Let's go Baldur.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Sonic was a Guardian of Owls. In case you guys didn't know, that's why he's a better character. Anyway, they showed that in this first movie. You guys should check it out. Go watch it right now. Anyway, then in 2021, Nintendo Switch released The Legend of Heroes: Trails of Reverie.
More Tales. Nope.
And then in 2022, on everything essentially, Pac-Man World Repack was released.
Good game.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your This Day in Gaming segment.
You made me feel old, Steel. Definitely did that segment.
Again, that's always my intention. I want to make you feel as old as possible. So
I know, sir. I know.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for joining us on episode 116 of Living Split Screen Season 3. We're knee deep into it. A lot of passionate things to talk about. Favorite game, Armored Core 6 of the year, is right here. I'm going to be knee deep in this for quite some time. Let's see if Starfield is able to pull me away from Armored Core 6 for an extended amount of time. We'll see. I definitely think between the two, along with life, I think I got my hands full. But we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great time to be a gamer right now. Greatly appreciate everybody for tuning in for episode 116. You can find me, Steel Rain. Right now, again, I'm in the process of changing it. So right now it's just Steel Rain, T as a 7. That's the easiest way to find me. It still will pop up as Steel Rain I with the T as a 7. So either way, you'll find all my information that way. Frequent the streets of Twitter and the Xbox ecosystem. So send a message through. Let's chop it up in the DMs or in messages and just go back and forth. Hop in a party maybe if you want. We can just let's chop it up about games, life, or whatever you want to get into. I don't hide from people, so there's that. Yeah, other than that, be on the lookout for more streams coming to Live in Split Screen. Mainly, I could just go to my own channel. If the Armored Core things end up taking off, fucking goes bananas or something, I may make my own YouTube channel more so focused around that. I don't know, and I don't anticipate it getting that far, but we'll see. We get deep in the PvP community or something, we'll definitely have to do something, tailor it off. But Live in Split Screen, man, it's a non-console centric platform. We're covering everything going on in the gaming industry, not only with our podcast, but we're also branching out, trying to add additional content because we were just a one-show pony for quite some time. And now that we have some additional resources available and want to reach out to more communities, again, look out for those live streams that we'll do for any game that we're playing. You know, you guys have seen that I like to do it from game to game, depending on what's going on. And just as a chop it up and for us to get together and have a good time. But Pong, lead these beautiful people to victory. Thank you for another amazing show and giving your time every Saturday morning. Doing the show with you, brother, is always a blessing and always a great start to my day. But didn't think their show was going to go this long again today. But
nope.
But
here we are.
Never a negative.
Here we are. Yeah. Nope. Absolutely not. Because that's what we do here. Still, we have such a good time. We just keep going, and we could continue to go. We could have an 8-hour show. This is not a question between you and I. But everybody who joined us, everybody who's been lurking, everybody live in the chat, everybody who is watching us in the future, again, nothing but love and respect each and every week for all the shows. You guys come out and support no matter what that is, including our show here, Living Split Screen. Again, Brother Steel, it was just another fantastic Saturday morning to start my way this way, to get some real good conversations in about a wide ranging conversations. And chat, you guys, we hopped in there. We weren't planning on doing that. We had a couple more things we could have gotten into, but you guys were bringing up some cool stuff in the chat. Love to do that. You guys know that. So we brought you in and we had conversations about stuff going on in the chat, and did that for like the last almost hour of the show. So thank you all. Again, you guys contribute each and every week to us, what we do here and why we do this. So again, all love, all respect, all the time. Starfield's coming next week, folks. Early access. If you're jumping in, can't wait to see screenshots. Can't wait to see video. Can't wait to hear about your experiences. Let's fill up. If you guys are active on X, formerly known as Twitter, whatever social media that you're a part of, fill up the timeline with the goodness. This is the golden age of gaming. We're having one of the best studios, in my opinion, ever in the history of video games, put out a brand new IP for the first time in over 20 years.
Special.
This is something special. It is. These are the moments. Again, these are the moments that we wait for. And it doesn't have to just be about Starfield. But again, next week, I can't wait to see everybody's excitement or fair criticism.
The reviews
again,
like,
if Bethesda didn't pull it off, if they've made some mistakes, I'll be here again. Even though I have bias, I'm going to talk. Not what I'm hearing. So I'm expecting a generational type game, but I want to see it. That's what this is about. Sharing our experiences, being happy and excited for the entire industry, no matter what game it is. But man, Starfield's a seminal moment for this industry. It is a big moment for everybody. So I can't wait to see it. We're going to be sharing it. So again, Pong Soul, Xbox Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter. I do have a show today that's not the Shop podcast. That is coming up. So keep your eyes and ears open. It hasn't been posted yet, but be ready for that. I'll be showing up. Place I haven't been to in about a year and a half, I want to say, or so, but I was happy to get the invite. It's going to be a fun time. It'll be interesting depending on who the other guests are. We'll see. But we're going to have a good time no matter what. So keep your eyes and ears open for that.
Is it a known show?
It is a known show.
Okay.
Very, very known show.
Okay, gotcha.
By a special queen in the community. So I'm sure
nice.
Oh yeah. Awesome. So but we do have a schedule change tonight. No Shop podcast. I don't believe PTK's put it out yet, but he hit us up in the DMs. He had something to take care of. So he has got something. He forgot that he had it scheduled. So we're not going to have the Shop podcast tonight. We were supposed to have Slow-Mo on. So I'm kind of a little sad because I was getting ready to get down and dirty with Slow-Mo. I like giving him a hard time. He gives me a hard time. But I'm sure we will have him on again, rescheduled, but no Shop podcast tonight. So you guys,
Armored Core
throws my whole, Armored Core, but it throws my whole Saturday off, not having to shop. So, but otherwise, normally we do have the shop on Saturday nights. And then next week it starts all over again. Xbox Factor podcast on Tuesdays. Although I think that there's not going to be an Xbox Factor podcast. I think Boom said that in the DMs.
Yes, he's doing a different show.
He's doing a different show.
Apparently, it's a big show.
He's under doing
NDA
something that he's under NDA. Yeah, we could probably all guess what it probably is concerning, being it next week. But again, he's under NDA and he actually didn't spill the beans, so that should be interesting. But otherwise, Thursday PM in the PM is also going to be a special Pong and Mav in the PM on Thursday. Fun Speculation Network. 1 hour lead up to Starfield launch, and then Mav's going to go live. Plan is for me to go live streaming as well. I'm sure a ton of people are going to be streaming Starfield live as we get into early access, but a 1 hour special PM in the PM it's going to be pure Starfield hype. Let's be real. That's all it's going to be. So drop on in, check me and Mav out, but normally PM in the PM every Thursday night, Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. And then Friday night, as of right now, Mav is still going to have Xbox Ultimate. So we'll see if that changes.
Just depends on how good Starfield is, right?
Yeah, maybe not. But I'm sure we're going to still do Xbox Ultimate so we can go ahead and talk all about Starfield.
You play that
hours.
Night, right?
Yeah, 10 a.m., 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. I'm on vacation, so I don't care.
Exactly.
I'm off from Thursday night until next Tuesday morning. You know,
we'll be in party.
Side note. Teenagers are something else, man. I remember, and I remember why I was such a. They just have no, I feel bad because I was a good kid overall, but obviously still being a teenager, right? You just only think about yourself. You only think about yourself at all times. It is such a selfish time in most people's lives. And having one around the house at all times really reminds me of what it was like. Just doesn't have any care. We're just going to stop. We're going to slam doors. We're going to do whatever, even though he knows I'm live. Like, it's just like, kid, really? Anyways, God damn it.
You can't hear it. So
I know, but it's still distracting as hell, and he knows. Anyways, so that'll be Xbox Ultimate next Friday night, and then of course Steel and I will be back next Saturday. Again, gonna be big Starfield talk. Can't wait to hear Steel's thoughts and opinions on it. Probably some more Armored Core talk and whatever else happens next week. It's gonna be fun. So be here next week for Living Split Screen episode 117 next week. Again, it's the golden age of gaming, people. I'm so freaking excited. I've been excited. This year has already been crazy. This year is going to go down as the greatest of all time in video games, in my opinion. Again, if yours is different, I can hear it. But man, no matter what, this has got to be a top 3, top 5 for everybody who plays video games. No matter what you're doing, there's something out there. Play what you love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you all real soon. See you then.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all stay safe. Take care of yourself. Have a beautiful rest of your Sunday, no matter what time of the day that you ended up listening to this. And if you're listening to this on a different day than Saturday, what's wrong with you? Come check us out on Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, right here with Live a Split Screen. Much love, stay safe, and we'll catch you on the next one. Peace.